10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from hot, Humid Hong Kong, it's good evening. In the UK, it must be the afternoon, so good afternoon. And other parts of the world, it must be the morning. Good morning. A very, very warm welcome to you all at Healing Our Earth. This is our 144th episode. Yes, you heard this right. 144 Sundays, continuous Sundays of free online global edutainment. Now, before we begin our session, let us all just bring in a little bit of positivity. I'm going to be saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times, followed by 1 Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. You may wish to hold any affirmation, any prayer, any positive thought within your heart. So let's begin and really bring in this abundant flow of positivity into our session today. So let's all close our eyes and let's all sit comfortably and easily with our bodies loose but our spines erect. Centering ourselves with our eyes closed. Let's just fill ourselves up with that intention to send all positivity out to our globe, our planet, so it may heal during this pandemic and may all global conflict be resolved. So let's begin. I will say the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur-Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur-Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur-Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be at ease, peaceful, happy, joyful, blissful, healthy, abundant, and forever filled with light. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Very slowly and very gradually. When you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and very gently open your eyes. Well, for those of you who have just hopped back on, welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 144th episode, and we have something very, very special in store for you today. It's an open session, so feel free to just hop on board and be with us. As you know, everyone is a part of our family. Now, before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to a very special person. She's our resident singer, Meena Trivedi. Meena ji is a singer, a performer, and a music teacher. She is trained in Indian classical music and specializes in Bollywood songs, bhajans, ghazals, ras and garba, and of course, classical music. Meena has performed at various prestigious events and venues, including the Trafalgar Square in London. A very warm global namaste to you, Meena ji, and welcome to Healing Our Earth once again.
Global namaste to you as well, Seemaji, and all our viewers. How are you today?
I am wonderful. I'm hot. It's warm in Hong Kong. It's humid. But having said that, I believe you've had some glorious weather in the UK.
Yes, we have. We've had really good summer this time. It has been really hot.
I believe so. It's touched about 40 degrees as well a couple of weeks ago. Am I right?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
So people must be really heading outdoors and enjoying the summer before, of course, we step into fall or autumn and the winter months begin.
That's right. Yes.
And I bet you've been very busy.
Yes, I have been very busy performing, which is good. Yes, that's what I like doing. Musically, all the shows and my teaching, learning new things in music. Yeah, so that keeps me going.
It's a journey that never ends, right?
Never ends, and it should never end.
I know, and Meena ji, you sing so beautifully. So why don't you hit us with some of your beautiful numbers and your beautiful voice?
Yes,
Can't wait to listen to you.
Definitely. I'll sing this song to start with for you, Simaji.
Thank you.
And it's a very beautiful and very meaningful song. Ik pyar ka nagma hai.
Oh, one of my favorites.
One of your favorites. So yes, so this is for you and all our viewers to start with.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear my keyboard?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। तू धार है नदिया की, मैं तेरा किनारा हूँ। तू मेरा सहारा है, मैं तेरा सहारा हूँ। आँखों में समंदर है, आशाओं का पानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। La 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 la. नगमा है। तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है। बादल है कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है। परछाइयाँ रह जाती निशानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है। जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है। Thank you very
Bravo.
much.
That was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Seemaji. Hope you like
Thank
this
you.
song.
It was wonderful. Thank you so much. Such a beautiful song, and one of the golden oldies, I'll say.
Yes, that's
You
right. And
know,
very meaningful. Very meaningful as well. Zindagi aur kuch bhi nahi, teri meri kahani hai. So,
what
all
a
the wordings are so
beautiful,
beautiful.
beautiful song with such powerful words that really hit the core of the heart.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's the wordings, you know. I remember when we were younger, growing up in Kenya, we would listen to Hindi music, of course, because we grew up in a very Indian environment. But we would also like our pop music and our rock music. My dad used to say, "What is all this? It has no meaning." He said, "You should listen to the Hindi songs. They have so much meaning." And then he would sit and actually translate the songs for us, you know, and say, "This is what this means, and this is what." Because we spoke Hindi at home, and not Punjabi, actually, Hindi at home. But some of the words in the songs have, they're a lot more different than what you speak with everyday Hindi. Like nakma, you know, is a word you wouldn't use in your everyday
No, you didn't.
language. So my dad would actually translate them for us. And as we were growing, we began to realize how meaningful our songs are, how beautiful they are, you know, and how well they were written, especially Meenaji, the golden oldies.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you there. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
absolutely.
There's something so special. Talking about being special, now, Meenaji, you have been part of the Healing Our Earth family since we began. It's our 144th episode today. And in this open session, I'd like to ask you, I mean, you haven't left us. You haven't stopped singing. You're our resident singer. You bring so much joy and happiness, not only to me. I always look forward to your music at every session, but to everyone who listens to you. You know, everybody looks forward to hearing your beautiful voice. We call you one of our nightingales here at Hailing Our Earth. And you're always so ready. You're always in yes mode. You know, Meenaji, will you come and sing? Yes, yes, no matter what's happening in your life. If you're busy, you're teaching, you always squeeze in some time. So first of all, we'd want to say from our whole family, you're so special, like everybody else is. You're so special to us. And how has Healing Our Earth touched your life?
Oh, where do I start from?
I know.
I've been connected to Healing Our Earth since lockdown, the first lockdown. and it has actually changed my life. Actually, yes, I have been singing since I was just 4 years old. I started singing at a very, very early age. So there's nothing new about it that I have started singing or what. But since I have connected to Healing Our Earth, I have met such beautiful people, not just locally in my area. It's actually globally I have met, and it's one of you. It's one of you as well, Simaji.
Oh, bless. Thank you.
So yeah, we've never met in person, but I know you so well.
I know. We chat on the phone, right?
Yes, we
Sometimes
do.
we just pick up the phone and we have a call, and it's like we've
Absolutely.
known each other for years.
Exactly.
And you see, this is the beauty of our family. I don't even say our platform, our family. We're a global family where we just welcome everybody with open arms. You know, there's so
True.
much joy and positivity. On that note, I'd like to share with you what Healing Our Earth means for me since beginning this session. Now, I don't know if you know, I think I shared this with you. I moved to the UK in the midst of the pandemic
Yes.
in 2020
Mm-hmm.
for my daughter's education because she got into a very good school. And I had studied in the UK. I had college friends in the UK, but they were all in London and I was based in Oxford. You know, after God knows how many years, 30 odd years, I'm back in the UK, you know, and it's changed a lot. I mean, I visited the UK on holiday, but to live, it's a different story, of course. And I'm in Oxford. I don't know anyone. I'm in the midst of a pandemic. And I thought, okay, now I have this time. My daughter's in school. My husband's in Hong Kong. My other daughter's at medical college. So let me start searching healing modalities because I'm really into the yogic side of things. Speaking of yoga, we see the yoga. I'll come back to that. Speaking of yoga, we have a yoga expert with us, Mr. Himanshu Mehta, and we have India's very warm global namaste to you, Himanshu ji. Welcome to Healing Earth. And we have India's fitness guru, Mr. Mickey Mehta. A very, very warm global namaste to you. And
अरे क्या चाहते हो happy birthday, that's so sweet of you. कौन मेरा फोन happy birthday. कौन नाम सो अल्पेश भाई. अरे अल्पेश भाई, आई come lady come foreigner का
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mickey. Happy birthday to you.
God bless you.
May God bless you.
wow, that was lovely. So spontaneous and wonderful. That video. A very, very happy birthday. A very warm global namaste, Mickey ji. And a very, very happy birthday to you from all of us here at Healing Our Earth. And I'm sure everybody would like to share their wishes with you. So if anybody would like to say anything special and wish him a happy birthday, I can see our founder and director is on board here. Maybe he'd like to say a few words to you.
So Seema, Mickey is a very good patron for Healing Our Earth. Daily almost we are in touch because he produces such a nice video and tips, short tips. Mickey is a master and he is one of the famous guys, not just in India, he is all over the world. And Mickey didn't know, but it is his big 60. So it's 59, 60, 61. He only looks 40 plus VAT. He had no idea. And, he was just saying, okay, I'll come for a few seconds. Of course, over the next 10 minutes, we want to hear from Himanshu, Deepal, Pratima, Zinal has put her hand on, so maybe she will want to say something. And Meena, you are going to sing a couple of happy birthdays when I ask you to.
Yes.
I'm now going to unmute Mickey's microphone and Himanshu. So Himanshu first, what do you think of your friend Mickey?
Oh, I would say he's the greatest gift of yoga to me. This lovely friend, great brother, and he has really put me on a wonderful job of writing a book. He has motivated me, and I've been writing from last 1 year. Now it's almost getting complete. So, and I want my brother to launch it. So, he's a great human.
And Mickey,
Thank you, bye.
Mickey, a very happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Himanshu, for you. How can a book write itself? You are the book. So, you are the walking, talking expression of yoga. As much as I know, that right from the master philosophers like Mr. Randeria and the Mumbai University, to Ma Hansaji, to so many other yoga gurus that you met and been close to, and you've learned so much from all of them. I mean, my salute to you. Thank you so much, brother.
So
See, I don't have to learn levitation in yoga. He always levitates me.
So Mickey, this was a surprise for you because you deserve it. What I will do,
Thank you.
let's take a message from Deepal, who is one of your students, and then Meena, you can sing a couple of happy birthdays. So Deepal, what do you think of your guru here?
Namaste, global namaste to everyone, and I would just say happy birthday, Mickey sir, and I'm so grateful to be part of his team. I've learned so much and still always learning, and the positive vibes that he creates with us, with our team, and it's just amazing with everyone. I mean, I'm grateful. That's all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Deepal. And you will obviously be coming on later on and maybe give your tips to Seema and Meena later. We'll see you later. There is a Pratima here, but I think she's very shy to put a video on. And Mickey, Pratima and Himanshu are the one who surprised you your last birthday, if you remember, which is the video reel that we played.
Very, very much. Yes, very much.
What we will now, Mickey, what we will now do, Meena, our resident singer, especially come here to sing you happy birthday. Go ahead, Meena.
Yes, definitely. Happy birthday to you, Mickey ji. Happy 60th to you. And I'm just going to sing a beautiful song for you.
Yes, please.
बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, तुम जियो हजारों साल, ये हमारी है आरज़ू. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to Mickey ji, happy birthday to you. बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, तुम जियो हजारों साल, ये हमारी है आरज़ू. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to Mickey ji, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to Mickey ji, happy birthday to you. So happy birthday to you again, Mickey ji. बार बार दिन ये आए.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much.
Very happy birthday, Mickey ji. I was just looking and you are India's fitness guru. Can you give us all some fitness tips to stay vibrant, young, motivated, and energetic, just the way you are? Just for all of us here at
Yeah.
Healing Our Earth and all our viewers, for our whole family, please share your secret tips with us.
Okay, so secrets are really never a secret, or they're never secrets, because this is all so simple, no? So today I'd like to tell people that neutralizing yourself into every moment allows the past to push you and the future to pull you ahead. So be neutralized in every moment so that you can get maximized in every moment, so that you can get specialized in every moment, so that you can get Mickey-mized in every moment. And the other thing is that, yes, we are at 60. I seriously still feel 16. One is to feel spirited about 16, and one is that when you embrace fitness a lot, you literally, your biological age could also be just 25, half of what you are forever. And even your physiological age could be that. And this could remain forever, trust me, till you decide to let go and say that I've done my contribution, I've done my bit, I'm extremely fulfilled with my life. I allow somebody else to take over the baton and take it forward. And then there comes a point when your life doesn't remain meaningful on this earth, because every breath that you take out creates additional carbon footprint. So then you exit very gracefully.
It's very
Seema,
powerful.
Seema. Yeah, so Mickey loves to Mickey-mize everybody, and he's very good at
I
that.
can see that. And that's why
Tina,
he's India's fitness guru and most, I would say, most inspiring motivational speaker. We're so blessed to have you here
and he's
with
very
us.
and he's very consistent. Mina, Mickey will be leaving shortly. So can you dedicate a nice, lovely full number for Mickey before we let him go and enjoy his other parties? Yeah, Mickey, this
Yes.
number is just for you, buddy.
Yes. Mm. याद किया दिल ने कहाँ हो तुम, झूमती बहार है कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, याद किया दिल ने कहाँ हो तुम, झूमती बहार है जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ तुम, हो खो गए हो आज किस ख्याल में, हो दिल फंसा है बेकसी के जाल में, हो खो गए हो आज किस ख्याल में, हो दिल फंसा है बेकसी के जाल में, मतलबी जहाँ मेहरबान हो तुम, याद किया देने कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, हो रात ढल चुकी है सुबह हो गई, हो मैं तुम्हारी याद लेके खो गई, हो रात ढल चुकी सुबह हो गई, मैं याद की यादें ने कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम। याद की यादें ने कहाँ हो तुम, झूमती बहार है कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम। हा 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 ला 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 ला।
I wish to also sing one few lines.
Please, that will be
Yeah.
our yes, please, yes, please.
I hope my brother Neil Kumar is hearing this.
I'm here, buddy. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, so this is a very good song. One of my favorite songs. Excuse my voice though. मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, जीना उसका जीना है, जो औरों को जीवन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was so beautiful.
Nikki, that was wonderful. And we've got Zinal Patel here, who
Hi,
also
Zinal.
wants to wish a happy birthday to you. Zinal, unmute yourself, over. Zinal, your microphone is not working, so if you could adjust your microphone, look on the left, look the upper arrow and select the microphone, Zinal. While Zinal is trying to sort that out, Himanshu, what are your thoughts, buddy?
I'm really, you can say, dumbstruck right now, excited and enjoying the lovely melody of Meena ji. Okay, and Mickey Bhai. We haven't met from quite a couple of weeks, I believe. So
Tomorrow
good
I'm
to see.
coming next to your house in the morning.
What
I have
time?
an event at 8 o'clock in some Ramabai college. It's a football match of children. I'm coming
Okay.
to give away the prize. Just 3
Okay.
minutes from your house. So we
So
can meet.
okay, I'll come and meet you, of course. I'll call you after the show.
So for everybody who are in Mumbai, if you want to have a personal audience with Mickey Mehta, then just
Welcome.
meet him at the Juhu Beach, right next to the famous Novotel Hotel, where you'll see Himanshu Mehta running around with his kayak shorts. And it will be wonderful. Zinal, your sound is on now. Zinal, can you speak up? No, Zinal, it's not there. So maybe you can just do a namaste or something, and we'll take it as a message. Yes.
I saw Jinal's face. I saw Jinal's face. Thank you so much, Jinal, for coming on.
Yeah,
on
Zinal
board
says he's
online.
going to call you, Mickey. So wish you a
Certainly.
happy birthday. And obviously,
Neil
Deepal
Kumar.
is happy, who is also part of.
Deepal, thank you so much.
So
And
Mickey,
Neil Kumar.
Seema wants to again give you a message of thanks for coming. So Seema, go ahead.
Yeah.
Mickey ji, thank you so much for coming. May you continue to inspire and Mickey Mice all those, and for all the lives you have touched, inspired, and Mickey Mice. Thank you and be blessed always. Have a wonderful day from all of us here at Healing Our Earth. Stay blessed and Mickey Mice. Continue to Mickey Mice. That's all I can say. Thank you so much and very happy birthday.
And Mickey, before you go, our senior anchor, Dr. Milan Shah is here as well. And maybe he's very good at reciting slokas. So Milan, Mickey is here, and what sloka would you like to recite for Mickey?
Oh, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. As you can see, I'm in the middle of the forest in the middle of England. So let us chant. So let's do one. So this is what the rishis would start. This is the beginning of one of the Upanishads and how the students come together. Om Bhadram Karne Bishunuyama Devaha. May I listen that which is strong. May everything come to me with that is strong. Om Bhadram Karne Bhishunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashye Makshabirya Jatraha Sthirairange Istuštuvagam Sastanubihi Vyashema Devahitam Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vrittashavaha Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastaksho Arishtanemihi Swasti no Brihaspati Dadatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And I think we belong to that one culture together, that in 2022, where you may be in India, I'm in UK, and we're chanting something that is exactly how it was chanted probably 10,000 years ago. So I feel very proud to belong to a culture where that Rishi culture has gone with us.
Our Rishi Munis saw without seeing.
Yes.
Milin, stay around. With Seema and Meena wants to chat with you. Mickey, you are now welcome to go and waltz along and go to your other parties. Thank you for coming. We love you, buddy. And you will always remain forever the part of healing our earth.
Always, brother, at your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Himanshu, please come back later. We want to talk to you as well. We are going to enter into a journey of sing songs for the next 25 minutes. Stay around, Himanshu. We still want to talk to you maybe in 25 minutes from now, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, buddy. Milan.
Namaste, Neil. Good to hear from you. And welcome from the middle of UK. As you can see, I'm in the forest.
Yes.
I'm with 43 other people. So as I've grown up, as you know, I'm part of Chinmay Mission. All of our youngsters, we were together. We then got married, we've got children, and we come on holiday once a year together. And we come to a venue in the forest, and we have lodges, and that's where we are at the moment. So everyone's having lunch. So if you want, there's dal makhani, there's paneer, there's healthy, lots of healthy soya salads. So that's what's going on at the moment.
Well, what a right time to talk to Seema, our kitchen producer. And Milan,
exactly.
While you are there, where are the kids and everybody? Where is the gang? Maybe
they're all out and about. They're playing a bit of cricket, badminton. Some have gone in, unfortunately, to go and play some video games. They're doing what they want at the moment. So I was trying to grab them. So I'm by myself, unfortunately. But I said I managed to find somewhere where there's got some internet signal. So that's why I'm standing here where I've got where you can see me. And I really wanted to join.
Milan, let's remind our viewers who you are. You are one of the senior anchors at Healing Our Earth.
Sure.
One of my favorites too, because you know you follow every instruction to detail. You are so professional. You are always timely, very humble, and we love all that. And Seema would like to second that. Maybe Seema, what do you think? Seema is in Hong Kong right now, where it's coming nearly to a midnight within 1 or 2 hours. But what would you like to say to Milan?
I would like to say, Dr. Shah, that you have been with us from the beginning, you know, and your hosting is impeccable. You're such a strong, integral part of our family. On behalf of our whole family, firstly, we want to say thank you. We're so blessed to have you. And like Meena ji and many of our core team members, you've always been on board. You've always been there. And you're always ready to hop on board and share your wisdom and your knowledge about Chinmay Mission or anything and everything. You have been there through and through with Healing Our Earth. How has it transformed your life?
Well, what it's done is allowed us to connect with people like I've never met you, listen to Meena ji singing some amazing voices, or meet just some really down-to-earth people who are even in the community doing their things. And this is what Healing Our Earth gave us the platform. As you know, was there from the beginning, you know, a team formed together as COVID struck. And at that time, obviously, myself, as you know, I work as a frontline doctor. And, you know, immediately we were told we're just working flat out. Any leave you've got is cancelled. You're just working for your patients, which is understandable. A lot of people were then saying, you know, what else can we do? And we got together this idea of a global Gayatri Mantra. And that was so successful, people just to come online and chant a Gayatri Mantra right at the beginning of COVID. And then from there, the idea sprung that, look, there are these topics, particularly around healthcare, well-being, even spiritual topics, or just other topics, whether it be dance or yoga, to get together. And that's how this idea of, and then, you know, an idea of what should we call it, and instrumental. I mean, you know, Neil at the beginning very humbly just said, I want to take a complete back seat. And I think for the first year, very few people knew that the actual driving force particularly was Neil. And he brought a lot of us forward to become hosts. One thing, and I've told Neil before, that I really admired and saw Neil doing also, we had one session for the children, where children themselves, teenagers, were hosts for Healing Our Earth, interviewing other people, also presenting themselves. And you saw that the future is in really good hands. We've got wonderful, talented kids, and this was a platform for them. Either some of them performed, they sung, they did yoga, or they hosted other people. And that was the journey we began. I actually quite meticulous. I keep a spreadsheet of every Healing Our Earth I've done so I can remember which topic I did. Obviously, with my medical background, we used to have COVID updates once a month, which I thoroughly enjoyed because we had some really great professionals from different disciplines, whether it be from the medical background or alternative medicine, and giving their views. And I think it gave solace, particularly when there were lockdowns and people couldn't travel anywhere, and they had authentic information. And people said, honestly, there was some people like Dr. Pankania came on, others who came on, and they said, we learned more from a Healing Our Earth session than we did from some of the, you know, media updates, because there was no scaremongering. It was just very clear information.
And I think it allowed a lot of people, because I was one of those people who was hopping on board occasionally. It allowed a lot of people to cope with that fear.
Quite, and I think, you know, anything that people could do, and especially when you're locked down. And I think the idea of people learned how to use Zoom, log into YouTube, even our younger or elderly community, wherever, and these things popped up. Healing Our Earth wasn't the only one, but I think what was unique about Healing Our Earth, it was non-denominational. It was not any particular organization or even thought view. It was like, this is a platform for you. And what was encouraging, particularly about the director and other people like Neil and etc., were just encouraging people to come. And I think during the week, Neil would do a lot of work with a lot of people, have phone calls with them, and they'd present. Some people have never presented before, and we were, as a host, who would just encourage them. You know, whether it was, I remember helping with a cooking program or whatever, and they were quite, you know, you feel quite nerve-wracked to present online. But now, once you've done it once or twice, these people have grown with confidence, and it just feels great. There was one of my best sessions I remember doing was a young man who had created masks for the healthcare community. He was I don't know, I've forgotten his job, but he couldn't work, and he did a 3D printing and created masks for doctors. And, you know, it was lovely to hear that. Another was actually, I think it was your friend from Hong Kong. She's an author and the daughter, and they were talking about the books that they've read. And we just had a lovely conversation about, and they gave the top tips of reading during lockdown and the kind of books they came up with. And you get to connect with people around the world, and because otherwise you have your thing, oh, people in Hong Kong must be like this, or people in India or South Africa or so on. And suddenly this was a platform where we could connect, clearly online. And since I've met some people, so a very strong host is Dr. Lalit Soda, who's a chiropractor. And I was walking in the shopping mall quite recently, and I said, Lalit, and he turned around and we gave each other a big hug. And after 2 years, we actually met each other in person, and it was like meeting an old friend, although I was meeting him, you know, in person for the first time. So, you know, all these things, and people who have been isolated. Clearly now, people are getting back together. But what Healing Our Earth has done, and I think on the website, you look at all the past programs. That's what's amazing. It's been uploaded, and I like to make a gratitude to someone called Nishit. I'm assuming his surname. Gota, who's been here with Neil at the beginning, setting things up and helping to upload them as well. And we've all learned different skills over the time, whether it be hosting and getting, you know, instructions saying, ask this question or whatever. And then more recently, as you praised, is the integrated health forums. So that was really interesting. It's obviously still flourishing now, where you've got people who are conventional conventional is the wrong word, but mainstream doctors, allopathic doctors working with alternative practitioners, with all our own desire to help the patient, but coming with our own skill sets. So that was really exciting because, again, even in the field of medicine, everyone will have different views. People think, you know, I'm a full-time doctor. This is my first weekend off in a long time other than working. And they'll think that in these, you know, NHS doctors or doctors are either not working or all they want to do is prescribe drugs. And actually, when they talk to me, say, actually, all I want to do is help my patient in a different way. And just like, and then people have different views on alternative practitioners, but you see how skilled how intelligent, and the people we've got are not just, you know, random people. These are sometimes real experts in their field, in Ayurveda, in homeopathy, in naturopathy. So I think there's been a lot there. And so going back to Nishit, all these have been uploaded on YouTube, etc. So people can go back and rewind and see. I've enjoyed the dance and music. Mina, I've really enjoyed some of your songs. Really interesting. And your talent there, you know, whether it be traditional bhajans or Navratri or even Bollywood. And Seema, what you've done with the cooking, I think people have, you know, to have these shows and people can go back. So we've gone for topics that people are always, you know, passionate about, which is food, their spiritual topics, dance, music, all the kind of things, health, you know, the kind of things that people want to explore more about. And we've experimented over the years. Before people have a 5-minute slot or a 10-minute slot. Other people have then had half an hour. So we've experimented on what works, you know, and what the future might hold.
Milind, you have described it very succinctly and overview. Well done. Very proud of you. And Seema, what you might not know, one session of a kitchen episode was actually hosted by Milind and Bijal, his personal wife, who might be about there. And they actually did the kitchen hosting. You know, it was so beautiful.
We have to have them back then.
I think Bijal is there. Look, I think...
I'm going to try and walk and find her, but she'll be very embarrassed. She's just come from this far. So she'll be like this.
Well, we have to have you and Bijal back then.
Yes, at some point.
And we need to do that again.
It was just a fun session. Milind relaxed up and Bijal said, don't worry, I'm going to support you. And they were there, and we had good fun.
It was really good. No, it was
amazing.
It was so we did that.
We want that again.
Running down.
We want that again.
Just run down a hill.
Milind, it's okay. You can find it later and come back within 10 minutes or so. Milind, if you can hear me.
No,
10 minutes. Mina is now going to sing for you a medley.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to sing something for you, Milindji.
Excellent. No, good. And no, definitely. And if I find out, I'm joining on YouTube. So if I join out, sign up. But look, namaste to everyone. And I'll just sign off just because it's now Ganesh Chaturthi in 2 days as well, 3 days time. It's also the end of the Jain festival of Paryushan as well. So Savantri will be there as well. So I'll just sign off because then I think I'll have to join on YouTube because my battery's going on my phone. But I wanted to join Nil. Thank you for everything, Nil, for everything you've kept going every week in, week out with different people and keeping this going. I think a lot of people have said, you know, even behind the scenes, we don't know how Nil does it week in, week out. So we're very grateful that you've connected a lot of people. And I think that's your real skill as well, connecting people. So with that, I will I would just want to chant one Ganesh prayer and then I will just do that. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Thank you, Nil. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Milind. We love you and we bless you all the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mina is here for the next 15 minutes. Hit us with your melodies and everything. We don't want to let you go, but you're pending commitments. But as long as you can stay, just keep on singing now. It's all yours.
I will do. Definitely. Singing is my passion. I can sing non-stop. Okay, so I'm going to sing this beautiful song. Lag ja gale ke phir ye hasi raat ho na ho. Beautiful number. लग जा गले कि फिर हंसी रात हो न हो शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले कि फिर हंसी रात हो शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो लग जा गले से है शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो ना हो, लग जा गले से है। पास आइए कि हम नहीं आएंगे बार बार, पास आइए कि हम नहीं आएंगे बार बार, बाहें गले में डाल के हम रोले जार जार, आँखों से फिर ये प्यार की बरसात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले के फिर हंसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो, लग जा गले हे। मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, जीना उसका जीना है, जो औरों को जीवन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है। सूरज ना बन पाए तो बन के दीपक जलता चल, सूरज ना बन पाए तो बन के दीपक जलता चल, फूल मिले या अंगारे, सच की राहों पे चलता चल, सच की राहों पे चलता चल, प्यार दिलों को देता है, जो अश्कों को दामन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है। And the next song that I'm going to sing is based on Gherwa Tal, which is 8 beats. So far I was singing Dadra Tal, and that was 6 beats, and this is going to be 8 beats. नैनों में बदरा छाए, बिछड़ी सी चम Hope you all enjoyed this song. I'm trying to sing. I'm trying to actually look for another nice song. बाहों के दरमियाँ दो प्यार मिल रहे हैं, बाहों के दरमियाँ दो प्यार मिल रहे हैं, जाने क्या बोले मन डोले सुन के बदन धड़कन बनी जुबां बाहों के दरमियाँ दो प्यार मिल रहे हैं, जाने क्या बोले मन डोले सुन के बदन धड़कन बनी जुबां बाहों के दरमियाँ खुलते बंद होते लबों की ये अनकही मुझसे कह रहे हैं कि बढ़ने दे बेखुदी नीलियों की दौड़ जाए नस नस में बिजलियाँ बाहों के दरमियाँ दो प्यार मिल रहे हैं, जाने क्या बोले मन डोले सुन के बदन धड़कन बनी जुबां बाहों के दरमियाँ आसमां को भी ये हंसी राज है पसंद आसमां को भी ये हंसी राज है पसंद उलझी उलझी सांसों की आवाज है पसंद मोती उठा रही है सावन की बदलियाँ बाहों के दरमियाँ दो प्यार मिल रहे हैं, जाने क्या बोले मन डोले सुन की बदन धड़कन बनी जुबां बाहों के दरमियाँ Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I really hope you enjoyed these few songs. And Seema ji, how did you like that?
I absolutely loved it. Meena ji, as always, there's so much sweetness and I'd say rasa, nectar in your voice.
Thank you
You
so
know,
much. Thank you.
you always transport me to another place. You know, I get so lost in your singing, and I think Himanshu ji, who's just joined us, who I'm going to ask to unmute himself, wouldn't agree more that she sings so
Oh,
beautifully,
yeah.
doesn't she, Himanshu ji?
Of course, she absorbs up so much. Even a bathroom singer like me started singing, you know.
Oh, wow. That's so nice.
I think Meena ji makes all the bathroom singers start singing. She has so much power and shakti and power in her voice. And
Why don't you both sing a couple of lines of your choice?
Okay,
Any
yeah.
song of your choice. Yeah, Himanshi ji, off you go.
Yeah, whichever is your duet song, no problem. Let's give a try.
Yes, why not?
Okay, Himanshu ji, we're going to
Himanshu
have
ji,
you
you
sing
can,
for
you
us.
can have a go. Yes.
I'm very bad at that, so But all your songs were, I mean, I could sing along, so not an issue. You can sing any duet song, no problem.
And
Kishore
I can see
Kumar
that-
ke, yeah, Kishore Kumar is good.
So
Yeah,
Himanshu,
Rafi.
because the Zoom doesn't allow two people singing together,
Okay.
maybe line by line, or you just
Line
bring
by
your
line.
best. And you got one of your students, Pratima here as well, who also
Okay.
sings.
Oh, okay.
So I think
She's
we
come.
can have a singing party. And Seema, we've got our East Africa coordinator, Meena Ben, too, as well.
Oh,
Oh.
that's wonderful.
And we've got Chef D, your colleague from the kitchen episode. So we're going to have a full on time. So Meena, you might have to stay around for 5 more minutes.
Yes.
And Meena Ben is here. Meena Ben sings as well, by the way. She's a good
Oh,
singer
wow.
as well. So Himanshu, let's start with you. Your favorite antra, please.
Can't think of any. Yeah, Meena,
Anything that
whichever
comes
you
in
say,
mind.
where we can have one line after another singing.
Yes,
whichever
yes,
song.
definitely. How about
Yeah.
a very popular song, Kora Kagaz Tha Ye Man Mera?
Okay, we'll
Yes.
give a try. Okay.
Yes, why not?
हाँ.
कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा, लिख लिया नाम इस पे तेरा. Your turn.
कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा, लिख दिया नाम इस पे तेरा.
सुना आंगन था जीवन मेरा, बस गया प्यार इस पे तेरा.
What happened?
Yeah, now you can sing that line.
Hello?
सुना आंगन
Hello?
था जीवन
We can
मेरा.
hear you. Himanshu, we can hear you. I think he's not hearing us. Himanshu, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Do you want Meena to select another number for you?
Yeah, better. Other,
Okay,
some other
okay,
numbers.
which is
Yeah.
your favorite?
Okay, your favorite.
Himanshu, which is your favorite?
A duet. I mean, the first one, what you saw, you sang today, that was good. Of Manoj Kumar, na? Manoj Kumar. Which one was
that? I can't remember which
Manoj
one I
Kumar,
sang. The first one. Oh yes, I sang Ek Pyar Ka Nagma Hai. Yes,
Uh-huh.
Manoj Kumar. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है.
एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है.
क्या बात है?
Wow.
क्या बात है? Well done. Seema, it's your turn now.
What do I sing?
Same line.
Any song or same song?
Okay,
Any.
can you sing it again, Meena ji?
Yeah,
because
sure.
I don't know all the words.
एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है. Off you go.
What a beautiful song. Okay, I'm gonna try. एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है.
Beautiful, Seema.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well done. Let's ask Meena Ben. Meena Ben, same line from Kenya.
Meena,
Meena,
why
I can't
don't you
hear your
sing?
voice.
Good evening to everybody. So nice to see you all.
And Meena Ben, follow this same line from Kenya. Ik pyar ka nagma hai.
I can't sing like Meena.
Doesn't matter. You sing beautifully. Off you go.
We don't want to
एक
sing.
प्यार का नगमा है
एक प्यार का नगमा है मौजों की रवानी है जिंदगी वो कुछ भी नहीं तेरी मेरी कहानी है.
Beautiful. That was all the way from Africa. We had from Hong Kong. We had from India. We had from London. Pratima, you have to follow the same line. Come on. Come on. Himanshu is here. Come on. Himanshu, tell Pratima to follow the same line.
No.
Come on. Give a try.
Try. Come on.
I'm
Be a
very
sport.
bad at singing. No.
Arey, you'll
Doesn't
become better.
We sing badly.
You'll become
for us.
better.
No.
Right.
Try it.
Try.
What was the line?
एक प्यार का नगमा है मौजों की रवानी है
एक प्यार का नगमा है मौजों की रवानी है जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं तेरी मेरी कहानी है.
See, you can sing. Come on.
Well, Meena, you heard that Africa,
Yes.
2 Mumbai, 1 Hong Kong, 1 London. Come on, we can do it. We can form a symphony here over
Yes,
here.
we can absolutely.
Can we try the next line of this because this is a simple number that people can follow.
Yes.
Go
कुछ
ahead.
पाकर खोना है कुछ खोकर पाना है जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है
कुछ पाकर खोना है कुछ खोकर पाना है जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है.
Wow, you are so surreal, I must say. You sing so beautifully.
It's all your inspiration. I just went into meditation. The moment you started singing, I went into meditation and it just came out.
Music is a therapy.
अंदर से किशोर कुमार आ गया.
He's a big fan, you know. Whenever it's rainy season comes, he likes karaoke. He always remember. I think we should go for karaoke. We should go for karaoke.
Oh wow, क्या बात है. Wonderful. Okay.
Seema, Pratima, and Meena Ben, it's your turn. Whichever one it is, just let's go for it.
मीना बेन
हाँ जी.
I'll try. छिपा कर खोना है कुछ खोकर पाना है जीवन का मतलब ही आना और जाना है.
Wow, so beautifully. In fact, we understood that the जीवन का मतलब है आना जाना.
आना और जाना है.
And it's so beautiful. Seema, you want to attempt that as well?
All right, very meaningful song, I must say. कुछ पाकर खोना है कुछ खोकर पाना है जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है.
Wow, that was beautiful. So Meena, you saw that not just you, London, Nakuru can sing just like us.
Yes.
Hong Kong can sing like us. Mumbai, Juhu Beach can sing like us. Now we see if HDFC can sing like us. But come on, you got to keep the bank's reputation up. Come on. Koshish कीजिए.
Let us have tele competition that for sure I'll win, but not singing.
Pratima, listen.
Everything is beautiful.
Nilkumar, some incentives will give. Pratima, see, all the NRIs will open the account with you. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go.
Okay, I'll try. It was
कुछ पाकर खोना है.
पाकर खोना है, कुछ खोकर पाना है.
कुछ पाकर खोना है, कुछ खोकर पाना है, जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है.
Wow. It's so beautiful. Meena, we got Molly Gupta joining us, and that's Lata's friend. She's a singer as well, and
Wow.
let's involve her, and she can sing a line or two as well.
Yes, definitely. Why not?
Molly, we are singing "Ik Pyar Ka Nagma Hai." Molly, if you can listen to
Oh,
us.
yes, I know Molly very well. Hello, Molly.
Molly, you can unmute yourself. Molly, can you hear us? Molly, can you hear us? Okay, Molly, your microphone is not working. You might be on a Wi-Fi. Remove the Bluetooth and see if you can connect to the computer, and we'll come back to you, okay? Right, while Molly is sorting her sound out, this was beautiful. So, Meena, final words on this, and then maybe we have done well.
Yes.
Let's have the last tantra for this. I mean, there are plenty left.
Yes, there are plenty. Let's do the last antra.
So I won't be surprised now, that Himanshu will finish here. He's going to go to Novotel, and outside he'll go with a microphone and start singing, and all the hotel guests will come out on Jewel Beach.
Okay, let's do the last tantra of this song, okay? Because it's a very popular song and everybody knows this. तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है, बादल है ये कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है. Off you go, Himanshi ji.
Yeah. तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है, बादल. I forgot that line. Sorry. बादल का.
बादल है ये कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है.
बादल है कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है.
Correct. Well done. And Meena Ben is ready because she knows the meaning as well. She just had the badal in Nakuru, which came and went. So Meena Ben, your turn now.
Try. तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है, बादल है कुछ पल का, आना और जाना है.
Wow, beautiful. Seema, you got to follow the suit. If you're the badal in Hong Kong, this is the time to sing for that badal.
We have had badals actually. We had a typhoon last week. We had a lot of badals. Okay. तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है, बादल है कुछ पल का, आना और जाना है.
Meena, all of these are such a good singer. You can see how they are warming up.
Yes, they are.
And I think before we let you go, is the car ready? If not, then bring another song just like that, because even Meena Ben is in a full swing. Nakuru has all woken up. Hong Kong is waking up. Mumbai is waking up. Let's bring another fun on it.
Okay, sure.
Meena, this is the whole start of the Healing Our Earth. We wanted community from the world to unite, feel at home from different countries and bring love, harmony, unity, diversity, and faith and hope for everybody.
Yes, sure. So I have picked another song for you all. We are just going to do the Mukhra, all of us, okay? And it's a very popular one. You all know this song, I think. Ye sama sama hai ye pyar ka, right? You know the song? Okay. It's a very popular song, just like Ek
My
Pyar Ka
favorite.
Haan, yes. Okay, I'll start off. Ye sama hai ye pyar ka, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा, मौसम बहार का. This is just the sthai, just the mukhra. So who would like to go? हाँ, हिमांशु जी आप जाइए.
Yeah, okay. ये समा है ये प्यार का, दिल के बहार का, दिल ना चुरा दे कहीं मेरा, मौसम बहार का.
क्या बात है, you did so well. You actually sing very well. Very much in sur and very much in tal. Meena Ben, would you like to sing these two lines?
ये समा है प्यार का, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा, मौसम बहार का.
Wow, that was absolutely wonderfully sung. Well done, Meena Ben. And Seema ji, would you like to have a go now?
ये समा है ये प्यार का, किसी की इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा, मौसम बहार का.
Wow. See, we all can sing.
Fine.
Yeah, and Pratima ji, would you like to have a go?
Okay, I'll try.
See, now she's feeling very confident. See? Okay.
Okay. ये समा है ये प्यार का, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा, मौसम बहार का.
Beautiful. Well done. Oh my God, that was really, really nice. Very well done, everyone.
Well, this is so beautiful. Meena is nice.
Yes.
We've got some
Means
more.
we can be a good student of Meena ji.
I'd love to teach you all, definitely. That's for sure.
So Meena, thank you very much for inspiring everybody. We have got some guests here. We've got Aruna and Prabodh from India, who will also be speaking, Lata's guest, and Molly is back again, but let's see if she is sorted. We'll take her later on.
Okay.
Fatima, well done. Himanshu, well done. Meena, you stay on because Seema wants to chat with you. Meena, thank you very much. In case you come back home early, please join us. We wish you all the best, and just one last line for mother-in-law, please.
Oh yes, my mother-in-law is not well at all. She's not keeping well at all. So just she loves this song. Madhuban Khushbu deta hai, Sagar Savan deta hai. What meaningful song. So she just loves this song. So I'll sing a couple of lines for her. मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, जीना उसका जीना है, जो औरों को जीवन देता है, मधुबन खुशबू देता है.
Wow, Meena, well done. We hope Madhuban gives so much khushbu and health to mother-in-law and peaceful, sukoon environment for her. Okay, we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Global namaste to you all.
Global namaste. Thank
Hopefully,
you.
I'll see you
Thank
again
you.
soon. Okay, thank you.
Meena ji.
Meena, let's say hello to Meena Ben from Kenya, and also we'll bring in Lata because a couple of our guests are there. So Seema, Meena Ben is our coordinator from East Africa, and again, she has been with us for such a long time. Whenever we need anything just in East, West, North, or South of Africa, Meena Ben just bombards me with the number, and then we contact them. She runs Minla with our Dr. Lalit. So again, they're part of our family. Minla does a Saturday episode, so we promote them. They are unusual documentary types. So we had Mehtaji recently, you know, the Mehta family who are so famous, and from Lugazi, Meena Ben got all, look, here is the book, look at that. A man who actually is a walking, talking history of not just Lohanas, but Indians at large, because they were one of the first families. So Meena Ben, global namaste to you, and one Meena to one Seema from East Africa.
I know.
Global
namaste,
to
Meena Ben.
all. Thank you.
And Jambo.
Jambo.
And how are things there back home? I miss home so much.
It's better than what you think. It's nice.
I know. Kenya is beautiful. Kenya's a gorgeous country. We're blessed to have been born there and lived there. That's what I always say. It's such a gorgeous country. I miss everything. I miss the weather. I miss the people. I miss the food. I miss the heartbeat of Africa. I miss everything. You know, in fact, friends of mine are actually visiting Tanzania right now. And they're saying, oh my God, Tanzania is so beautiful. And we've heard that Kenya is, sorry, I'm biased, forgive me, is even more beautiful. So they say, you know, we really must visit Kenya. So I said, every part of Africa, be it South Africa, East, West, North, South, has a heartbeat that speaks so loud that everyone in the world, all our global audiences, you must visit Africa, because Africa has a heartbeat and Kenya is special. I think you wouldn't agree more than I wouldn't agree more than that, wouldn't you, Meena ji?
Kenya is best, but Nakuru is the best of all of Africa.
Well, of course it is.
Beautiful, and all the legends are born in Nakuru.
And you have the flamingos. And you have the flamingos. Of course, it's beautiful.
Meena Ben, you've been with us at Healing Our Earth for a long time. Could you tell us how Healing Our Earth has affected you, and what is your journey and experience of Healing Our Earth, please?
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for, I must thank Lalit for introducing to Healing Our Earth. And since I joined, I met a lot of people. Some of the people I make friends like you, Seema, Neil, you from Kisumu, and of course, a lot of other people which I did not know them. Mickey Mehta is one of them, Dr. Patra is another one. And all these people are still in touch. And I think this kind of, I've never seen Healing Our Earth so constant every week with a different thing and very professional. I don't miss it. though I'm not there, but I watch it on Facebook. So
yes, and
the
we also
really impression on me.
And also we drive the program through Minla's Facebook, which you support, and you regularly also share and forward to people. So you are a very, very important instrument for us. You've been there and you are there right on the ground in East Africa. We love you very much. Can you stay around? Because we are shortly going to Jaipur, where we've got a new guest, where Lata is introduced, and we will say hello to them. Then later we are going to go to the Rotary member from Noida, Shiv, who is there, who is going to talk about zero waste. We've got full lineup here. Minaben, stay around. We need your blessings. We love you at Healing Our Earth.
We do.
Thank you. Stay around. Seema, Lata, who is our resident panelist here, who is our regular. So we say hello to her, and Prabhavji, you can unmute your mic so we can say hello to you. Lata, how are you?
Global Namaste, everyone. Global Namaste, Neelji, Seema, and all our wonderful guests here today. We give you a warm, cordial invitation to this new concept that we've started, or we've experimenting. So, you know, we want to hear all the wonderful ways that Healing Our Earth has impacted our lives and improved it, and improved us and healed us. So we want to share this wonderful sensation and this message across the globe further and further. So I've invited Dr. Molly Gupta we've been meaning to introduce her for a while now. So she's finally had the opportunity to join us, Neil. So can we start with her giving her self-intro as to her journey, and then explain to us how she feels, you know, she can contribute to Healing Our Earth?
Hello, Lataji, and hello, Neelji. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Sorry, I had a bit of technical issue, and I've managed to get on so I can hear you now. But I may, I may have to adjust things a little bit in a minute. So I'm Dr. Molly Gupta. Thank you so much, Lataji, for inviting me, and thank you, Neelji, for having me today. I'm a pediatrician by background, and I've been a consultant in the UK for 11 years, but only recently this April I actually kind of have sort of given up and taken early retirement, you could say, to follow my passions. One of them is singing, and the other one is to actually give health tips on how to lead a healthy lifestyle and prevent lifestyle-related illnesses like type 2 diabetes, stroke, dementia, heart disease. That's been my passion always as well. So these are two of my passions, which I'm trying to now sort of follow. And basically the last couple of years, since the start of COVID, just a bit earlier, I started my health groups where I've been helping people to come out of type 2 diabetes, and I've been successful in a few cases. So a lot of people have lost enormous amounts of weight, up to 20 kilograms, by simple steps, just healthy lifestyle, which I sort of give them through tips and videos on my YouTube channel. So how would you like me to start? For Healing Our Earth, first I'll say what that means to me. I would say this platform is so wonderful, actually. I was looking through. It's such a good idea to have such a platform where you're giving messages to the public how to sort of heal this planet, and all of that starts with healing ourselves, I believe. You know, first we need to heal our body and our mind, and then we gradually start to, once we are healed, we can help other people to heal and heal the environment. So it's a really wonderful concept. I really appreciate that. You're doing a great job here.
So Molly, on behalf of everybody at Healing Our Earth, with our senior producer Seema Bhatia here, with our East Africa coordinator Mina Ben over here, with Lata, our regular panelist here. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, a journey of love, harmony, faith, unity, and simple sharing of messages. But you are also a singer. So let's listen to a song, then stay around. We'll say hello to more guests and keep on coming in and out till we all enjoy. Okay, so let's listen to a
Thank
nice
you so much.
song.
Now, with the sound for the singing, that's where I had the problem. I'm going to connect it to my mixer, and I'll need to hear from you whether you can hear it or not properly before I go ahead.
Okay,
Because
and
if not, then I'll go without the mixer.
And Molly, you don't really need mixer or anything. You can sing because the sound is clear here. No copyright
It's
music
just
or
whether
anything.
the music comes clear and my. Do you want to
So,
try it
so don't,
anyway? Just
Molly, you can't use the music from the copyright because we are live to many channels on the earth. We are actually on
it
some.
shouldn't have a problem because basically they're old songs, so usually there's no problem with old songs.
No, thank you. No music of copyright. We are not just in a Zoom. We are on several channels. And some of them is like Bhakti Sagar TV, which is a very big channel. So just sing without music, bring out the tour, and we can enjoy.
That's fine. Okay. I'll just bring up the lyrics then.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. In that case, I'm just going to bring up the lyrics alone.
Yeah, you can sing a mukla or two. There's plenty of time. You keep on coming, okay?
Right. Just give me 1 second.
While you're getting ready, Latas, can we say hello to Prabodhji?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, hello, namaste, global namaste to you, Mr. Pramod Jainji. And it's wonderful that you managed to join us. And we've been meaning to do this for a while now as well, haven't we? So we've achieved that. How are you feeling today?
Prabodhji, we can't hear you. Just speak up, please. Can you? Maybe he's not hearing us. So let's see. He's got another connection number as well. So let me see. Now he has switched the video off on that. So maybe there he is. Let's put this one up. Maybe he can hear on this one. Okay, can you hear us, Prabodhji?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You've got two instruments, so please sign off from the other one. Otherwise, we'll get feedback.
Hold on.
Right. Maybe if Molly is ready, we go back to Molly. And Prabodhji will come back to you. Just sign off from instruments and keep only one, please. Okay, Molly, go and hit us with your Madhura.
Okay, so yeah, I was worrying about the mixer and things, and now I'm singing without it anyway, so that's fine.
Yes.
So this is a song from Prem Parvat. It's Ye Dil Aur Unki Nigahon Ke Saaye. It's by Lata ji. It's a beautiful song. So I'll see how I go without the music. Right. La 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 la. ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए, ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए, ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए, मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए। पहाड़ों को चंचल किरण चूमती है, पहाड़ों को चंचल किरण चूमती है, हवा हर नदी का बदन चूमती है, हवा हर नदी का बदन चूमती है, यहाँ से वहाँ तक है चाहों के साए, यहाँ से वहाँ तक है चाहों के साए, ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए, मुझे घेर लेते है बाहों के साए। ये पत्ते ये पेड़ों से बादल घनेरे, ये पत्ते ये पेड़ों से बादल घनेरे, ये पल पल उजाले ये पल पल अंधेरे, ये पल पल उजाले ये पल पल अंधेरे। बहुत ठंडी ठंडी है राहों के साए, बहुत ठंडी ठंडी है राहों के साए। ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए, मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए। ला 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 ला। धड़कते हैं दिल कितनी आज़ादियों से, धड़कते हैं दिल कितनी आज़ादियों से। बहुत मिलते जुलते हैं इन वादियों से, बहुत मिलते जुलते हैं इन वादियों से। मोहब्बत की रंगी पनाहों के साए, मोहब्बत की रंगी पनाहों के साए। ये दिल और उनकी निगाहों के साए मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए, मुझे घेर लेते हैं बाहों के साए। ला 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 ला। So that was one. Would you like another one?
That was lovely.
Molly, you don't need music. Who needs music when you're just flowing with your singing? So Molly, stay around. Think of another one. Keep it ready because we've got a lot of guests. We'll try to see if Prabodji has sorted his sound. Then we've also got Shiv later who's going to talk about 5-10 minutes about zero wastage as well. Meena Ben, what did you think of our Molly here in London?
Fantastic. Really, really nice voice. Really. Very beautiful voice.
Thank you.
And she doesn't need music. So Molly, Lata will give you my number and then I'll guide you how with the mixer and what can be done, what can't be, because we are actually in several channels, you see. And as you know, the copyright applies and we get blocked, but who needs music when you sing like this? So now get another medley or a song ready and we'll come back to you. Don't leave us here. I will now just bring Prabodji here and see if we have sorted his sound. Okay, you can unmute yourself. Prabodji, unmute yourself.
Global Namaste.
Ah, beautiful.
Am I audible?
Hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Neilji.
What beautiful message you've got for healing our earth. Lata was kind enough and was very keen to have you on our healing platform, which only shares love, harmony, unity, peaceful sharing messages.
Yes. First of all, I thanks Lataji to introduce me such a beautiful organization, Healing Earth. So global namaste to all of you.
Beautiful. Global namaste.
Global namaste. Global namaste.
A warm welcome.
Yeah.
Are you going to sing for us?
Pardon?
Are you going to sing or you're going to give us a message?
No, Aruna, his wife, will sing. He's going to self-introduce what he does and the wonderful volunteering services that he contributes to and his life's journey.
So Aruna was here earlier, but she's not there now.
No, she is very much here. But my mother is also with us. She is 94 years. And it is time for her dinner. So she has just taken some permission for 5-10 minutes. She will be back in few minutes after serving her the dinner. So she is coming back.
So
within a few minutes, she is coming back.
So shall we come back to you in about 10 minutes?
No. Wait, Neilji?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pramod, and introduce your journey with what you've done, your life achievements, and how you feel Healing Our Earth, you can contribute to Healing Our Earth today.
You told me about this Healing Earth, so my mind started thinking on all these aspects. So I don't know where to start, because we have seen, I have not seen, but my mother, who is 94 years old, and still she is alive. So she has seen the partition of India and Pakistan in 1947, and she rushed from Pakistan to India, and such a difficult times she faced. So she is telling us the stories how she and my father, they have escaped from there, and how the people have helped, especially one Mohammedan person who gave shelter for 15 days to them, and they assured, you don't worry, we are there to save you. But after 15 days, they came to know that a mob is coming, and they have sensed that some Hindu is hiding in their house. So he got some information that today night they will be coming and killing the Hindus to whom they have given the shelter. So immediately she arranged some camel, a very fast camel, and a very his man along with the camel. My father and mother, we were not there. They were married, but none of the kids were them. They both were there on a job at Pakistan. So overnight in the month of December, it was too much of cold. They were having nothing. Some money is there with them, no valuables, no other things, some clothes, and they rushed to the on the camel to cross the border. So the person take them to the border, and then he said, now you need to cross the border at your own. I am going back because once I have crossed the border, it will be difficult for me to come back. So he left them there, and then they crawling and walking, and in the night, the horrible cold. Their clothes were torn out with the, and somehow they crossed the border, came to India. Then they have the shelter in shelter homes, and so this Healing Earth take me to that era. So this is really very much need in the present time. We are hearing so much of story of Afghanistan or Syria or not many things, and not this kind of thing, but the environment, the relationship, and lot more is to be done on to heal our earth. So really amazing initiative. Lot of people, lot of countries to work together. Hats off to you people. You have started something to connect different people from the different countries of the world. So this is one part. The another part, when my mother and father came back to India, they started some job, and slowly, my elder sister, brothers, we are 6 brothers and sisters. So at that time, 5 were there, and very difficult time we passed. Then slowly, my father has risen, accumulated some wealth with the some trucks for transportation. So we were moderately living in that time. All of a sudden, the partner who was there with the business, she duped my father when we were 5 brothers and sisters. So we came on the road, nothing was there, everything has been gone, and my father was also no more. my mother alone. She lost his parents also, and brothers and sister in the pandemic of cholera. So that was the time everyone was dying. It was a people even not keeping their own family members in home because it is a what is called spreading very fast, just like this corona. Na? So they were taking them to the fields and living there. Then the food was giving them at a distant place. Put the field water and food, came back, and they were without any treatment. They were dying. So she lost her brother, his father, her mother, means my grandma. She got mentally disturbed, and she was also no more. And we were there. So she came to this place alone with 5 kids. We basically are from Tamil Nadu in India, so she is not Hindi speaking. Now she learnt and speak Hindi. She forget the Tamil after this long 70 years in Rajasthan, Jaipur. So when we came here, 5 kids, small kids. The eldest one were 11-year-old, and somehow she started from zero at a new place where she was not very well versed with the Hindi also. So she started working in people's home as homemaid, cleaning the house, cooking food like this, all kind of work, and uh, she raised up five kids. After a few years, she got a job in a government school, government job, and on a very little salary and little post, very low post, that is called the peon post. So that were the time when we are not having the new clothes at our body, second-hand clothes or some donated clothes we were wearing, and that was the days when the good food we are eating, when the persons are having party at their home where my mother was working. So they gave the food, leftover food, to take the home, and then we are enjoying the food. It was such kind of difficult time. But hats off to my mother. During that days also, she was so particular to teach us the lesson of honesty. I can share you because at that time I was probably 4, 5 years, 6 year old, or up to 10 years of age. I'm remembering all these things, how she was teaching us the lesson. I share one, two incidents. Uh, she sent me to purchase some goods to some shopkeeper. She has given me some amount, say 1 rupee at that time, around say 60 years back. So 1 rupee was enough to buy some small goods. So when I given this 1 rupee to the shopkeeper, he gave me the items whatever I was asking for, and returned the money. He returned the money assuming that I have given him a 5 rupee note. So I was very happy. A lot of money is there, and the goods are also there. I happily came home, told mother that this is the money he has returned, and so she took me left and right and shouted like anything. Even though that much of money was very much needed at home, we were so poor, but she has not accepted it. Not even she asked me to return, but she advised me, she ordered me, you return, apologize, and say that by mistake I have taken this money, you please keep this money back. And not only this, when I went back to the shopkeeper, I returned the money and came back home. She, after that, when she passed through this shopkeeper, she inquired whether I really returned the money or not, whether I have apologized or not. So this kind of the honesty she taught us, and by the grace of God, this is imbibed in our life journey, and it helped us help us a lot in my journey of life. So then we raised a
What a lovely story. And the value systems passed down to you by your parents are so powerful. And it's so wonderful that you've shared your experience and their journey and how they came through and battled through life and their resilience in life. It's truly very commendable. And I really want to thank you for sharing such a powerful journey with all of us. And, just being with us here at Healing Our Earth and having all of you as part of our family makes us feel so blessed. And I'd like to thank Lataji for a very kind introduction to you. And we'd like you to stay on with us. And as you stay on with us, Lataji, I want to thank you very much for introducing Pramodji as a lovely story, very deep. I think there's so many stories that we can document.
Seema, we've only just touched the iceberg because there's a lot more.
Yes, I'm sure.
And
and we'd love to have him again and share his deep story and experience and everything. And right now we're moving. So thank you very much, and do stay on with us.
One or two lines. Just I shared this thing because for Healing Earth, this is the necessity to sow the seeds of lovely love and affection and the honesty to the children from very beginning. When they grow up, it is very difficult. So this Healing Earth, it is a basic need to imbibe these kind of things in the childhood itself. So that is the purpose of sharing this.
Thank you so much.
Seema, what we will do, we will wait for Aruna to come because she is feeding the mother-in-law who is 94. So that's beautiful. Maybe someday in future we'll also have her and giving us the blessing. We will now move to Siv Chala, who is actually from India, but here from our friend Sandeep. He's from the Rotary. So Prabhuji, you stay online, and when Aruna comes, just wave us, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aruna's here, by the way, Niam.
Yes, we'll wait now. We need to move on because we got light. So Shiv, if you can unmute yourself and tell us about zero waste and a bit more about yourself. Over.
Hi, global namaste to everybody, and I would say salam alaikum also. As one of the gentlemen has just shared that his parents were from Pakistan. So I'll give my 90-second introduction, which I've parroted for 2 years for now, when I started my entrepreneurship journey. So my name is Shiv Shankar Rao. I am from Calcutta, born and brought up in Calcutta. I'm a student of St. Xavier's College, if you have heard about it. And post that, I have done my engineering from Hyderabad, again, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. I'm a BTech in computer science. I passed out in '99 when the whole world was becoming IT savvy. Even a civil engineer would become an IT engineer those days. So, but I was not fond of coding. Out of my 34 batchmates, 32 went to US to do their masters. But I stayed back in India and I joined a company called BHEL, which is into power plant equipment manufacturing. So I worked with them for 7 years in New Delhi, and I had passion of going abroad. So I got my first international job in Nigeria. That is how my first interaction for Africa. And because of my black skin, I was never being rugged because, I would have been treated like their own people. So I had a lot of good times in Africa, specifically Nigeria, where I started. I used to work for ExxonMobil projects, and that one project and that one risk which I took in my life changed my career all throughout. So from that job, I have worked in almost 12 countries now, mainly into oil and gas, mining, and power plants. So traveled across 50 countries, worked in 12. Wherever I go, I like to enjoy my life. So I do a 360-degree holiday in that 2 years where I would work. So to cut short story down, that 2020, when the COVID hit, I was working in Kuwait Petroleum Corporation and had a very well settled job. And but there was no work when COVID. I'm into oil and gas planning projects. So I was sitting at home and thinking, what should I do with my life? And that's how I decided that I'll come back to India and work on environment. And that is the birth of 3R Zero Waste. And is there a time where I could show some slides, Mr. Neil?
Okay, Shiv, wait one moment, please. And
yes, so while
share the screen.
Yeah. So initially I was thinking, when you heard about waste, we will all hear about plastic waste. So I was researching about plastic waste, and I did a course from Switzerland about waste management. And I found in India, there were almost 4,000 plus recyclers at that point of time. And India is doing very good in terms of plastic recycling. But so I didn't want to be in a crowd, I wanted to do something different. And that was, I was trying to see what other waste could be of interest. And then I found one waste which is killing 500 people every year in India, in the region of Delhi NCR region. I found this waste is growing at a rate of 10% per annum year on year all over the world. So maybe some of you might have guessed, it is electronic waste. Electronics is being in our life. Every bedroom has so many TVs, phones, and it is very hazardous. So that is how it is killing people. And actually the people who are being killed, mainly women and kids below 10 years of age. So that was a passionate decision. I went back India. In Gurgaon, I set up this plant, but I was facing challenges because as a startup, I had no business background. I was totally working. I just packed my bags and came back to India and to start this project. So while I was struggling, I pivoted into industrial waste because I have been appointed as a board member in the industry for managing in environment and sustainability. So that helped me to be in the cream of people, all the CEOs, and I'm trying to do something different there. So
you can share now. We've got 5 minutes, so please go ahead. Over.
Yes. So while I am struggling with e-waste and other things, what I decided is I will start a project which will India is suffering because many people don't follow the segregation at source. Even the ministry, the policies, everything it is said. So I will just quickly take through a couple of slides. So we have 1.8 billion tons of legacy waste in India. Since independence, India has done nothing in terms of waste. And we generate 80 million tons of waste every year, out of which only 60% is collected and 40% is treated. So every year we add this to 1.8 billion, and 3.2 million tons of e-waste is being produced. India is the third most producing country in the world, and we recycle only 16%. So to solve this, I'm building a program, an application which is called Karma Coins, to reward citizens for sustainable gestures. So everybody on Earth is doing something good for Mother Earth, but they themselves don't know, and then neither they're calculating how much good we are trying to do. So we are trying to develop this application, which will help to see how we can create that awareness. Like Healing Our Earth is also one tool where we are trying to share our knowledges and promote healing our earth. So this is also a similar tool where we are trying to create awareness among citizens. So more than 10% of the world, India is producing more than 10% of total solid waste of the world. We are the third most largest country developing this 3.2 million tons of e-waste. So specifically, this is how the application will look like. So somebody is doing home composting at their homes, they will get some points. Somebody is doing 4 dustbins at their homes, they will get some additional points, and stuff like that we are trying to develop. So these are the major features. We are at a very, very nascent stage. We have just ordered this project to one small city, 2-tier city, vendor who's developing this, and then I will have my own team. This is going to be the key of that, the project I'm trying to do. So we have got some good support from 5-star hotels and golf courses, which this is how I'm promoting the application, where people will start taking action in their personal life. So these are the couple of properties in Gurgaon, which are very premium properties, which I'm trying to pilot this project in their society. So the main KPI in these 2 years, I didn't make money. I spent money most of the time. But the key KPI I've achieved is I could have spread the awareness to 3,05,700 people in the span of 2 years. And these are the other social media where I'm available. And recently, we have got award of Dell Challengers Award after my 2 years. And that is when Sandeep became my co-founder. And the first day of the co-founder, he was on stage with me to achieve this, take this award. So this is my leadership team. I have female diversity. I've kept almost 40%. I am trying to bring one more female to make it a 50% diversified company. And then these are my activities which I try to do all over India. I go to Visakhapatnam like this. On the left hand side, we went into the ocean and clear out the plastic. So yeah, this is how, I strongly believe what Michael Dell once said is collaboration is equal to innovation. And that is how, after lot of struggle, I found my first co-founder. And now I'm interviewing a couple of female co-founders, which I'm looking forward for bringing into my company. And yeah, this is a small story which I wanted to share. And if there are any questions, anybody would like to have a one-to-one discussion, I'm more than happy to discuss. Thank you very much.
I have a question. You spoke about the karma coin and the rewards. So
Yeah.
what are the point system? So what do the points entail? What does the housewife who composts 4 dustbins at home, or the person who turns vegetable peels into enzymes for the environment do? How do they gain from that points? What is the motivation? What is the incentive for them?
So, yeah. So what I'm trying to do is, again, I want to do in London as well. So I stay in Kingston. My family stays here, and I have sacrificed my life, and I working on 3R zero waste in India. So I keep coming into London. So this program, it will go and monitor, like you're doing home composting. So every day you will get certain set of points. Let us say 1 point every day. So a whole month you get 30 points. So in the whole of Kingston Borough, we will see who has got the maximum points. So that person or that family would get, and I'm talking to Kingston Borough as well. I'll talk to my counselor to see if I can do a pilot in Kingston as well, to see how it works. So this family would get that award, what I mentioned. I have a lunch coupon for a family in a Marriott hotel or a Lee Meridian hotel, what I got sponsors in India. So these sort of small gifts I've curated for them. And then small things. I have a company called Lifestyle who have got some decorative items they would like to sponsor. So I'm trying to bring sustainable products. So in 2 years down the line, my website will have a e-commerce platform where through the app you can buy sustainable products. Let us say you want to buy a jute bag, you could use these coins to buy the jute bags. So presently I'm very new, but I'm very building. This is in my vision of my company.
So you'll have a sustainable e-shop, which is great. Does the app have any? See, we are in a world where the climate crisis is a huge problem, and waste is a huge problem, and you have this incentive for people who are already doing this, which is wonderful. I'm so much on the same page. This really resonates with my vision as well. But have you got anything that's creating awareness? Besides going out there, do you have something on the app to create awareness? Do you have something on the app for children?
Absolutely. You have hit the nail. So this application has one more wing of e-learning. So if you do a course on sustainability, there will be already my own courses, as well as there are so many courses around the world, which I did in Switzerland, a ISRAG course, which was of municipal solid waste. I learned a lot of things in that course. So we will create this. This is one of my, again, a vision. And I have been collaborated a gamified small, it's like a 3 minutes video. It has been done by the Ministry of Roadways in India, which will take you through a drive from one place to one. And while they're driving, they see a lot of objects, which they have to learn those things. and then they will be asking question and answers. So we are creating that sort of small mini, games, which is going to tweak their mindset of why they should do composting, or what sort of percentage of waste lies in a household, how much is a dry waste, how much is a wet waste. So all this will be curated. I'm looking for partners who could help me. In fact, investors are ready to invest in my company for this particular e-learning. So
I'm a volunteer at the International Association for Human Values, which is spearheaded by His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankarji from the Art of Living. And they have several projects on sustainability, and they have something called Climate Action Now. Okay, and it's huge. In fact, I did a couple of cookery classes to raise funds for Climate Action Now. And the reality is, and I'm just going to say this to all our viewers, and I'm so much on the same page as you, Mr. Chala, we don't have time.
Absolutely.
We don't have time because we have abused Mother Earth. And it's so nice to have someone like you to come on board Art Healing Our Earth and speak of this and create so much awareness, because the children, although a lot of the curriculums, the IB curriculum especially, is covering the climate crisis for the children of tomorrow. I say this because both my children did IB, and it's a very strong curriculum. There is still so much space for awareness. We've gone from a world that was in our great-grandmother's times back to basics. They didn't have plastic. They cooked in clay. They were carrying their vegetables home in jute bags. In Kenya, we had kikapus, which are jute bags. Our mothers would go to the market with that. But now people are going to the market, plastic bags, plastic woven bags. It's all changed. We have done this to the planet, and now we need to reverse it and take responsibility for it. But we don't have time. I would love to connect with you on a personal note regarding this, especially with International Association of Human Values, because they're doing a lot of good work worldwide. They're planting trees. They're working with and they plant in Kenya, which is my country of birth. They're planting in Madagascar, in Indonesia. It's a huge, huge project. So kudos to you for what you've done, really, because it's so needed, and giving people that incentive. When I was studying economics in school, someone said something very powerful, and there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Yeah. So I'm bringing this saying in because you are giving people an incentive to do something to better our planet. And people may not consciously realize it, but they'll say, okay, I'm thinking about that lunch at the Marriott, for my children, myself, so I might as well do this. But you're creating a change, which is great, really. Fantastic. You're sharing the same vision that we share here at Healing Our Earth. We have had a lot of people come on board and speak about the climate crisis, so we share the same vision as you. So this is wonderful. Do keep us posted on all your endeavors.
Seema, can I come in?
Yeah, please
so
do.
It's hit the nail on the head for the Earth, Mother Earth. And we really, really need to, prioritize sustainability for the Earth is number one. And all the hidden places, we've just been thinking is progress, haven't we, Miss Eva?
Well, we had a whole session on after Aug 28th at Healing Our Earth, where we had experts come and speak on board about everything that's happening. We need to do this, and the time is now. We don't have time.
We need to find the solutions and, like he said, build the bridges and collaborate. And really, that's where we need to think of our children's futures and the future generation, and also not feel guilty by, the way we're using electricity and the way we're using the land for things that we don't really need.
What about plastic? What about marine life? Do you know my country, Kenya, is an agricultural country, and we rely on most of our revenue from coffee, tea, agricultural produce, and mostly tourism, right? And we had the animals swallowing plastic bags. There was, and so our government banned plastic bags. They actually banned them, and you get fined for having them.
So Seema, what we will do, we will bring Shiv because he's got actual project.
Yes.
Just please to take it to IHAV, the Sushi Ravi Shankar's protege on there. That will be beautiful. We'll Shiv, just so that you know, this Zoom is very private. They're only invited people. People are actually listening to you on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, website, Instagram, etc. So we'll bring you back again in the environment that we do globally. It'll be beautiful. We are proud of you. Don't look back, just forge forward and create your projects. Maybe one of the people you should be talking to is the Brand Council. You are with Kingston. The Brand is the biggest, one of the biggest, most powerful borough of UK. We'll talk about it later. Seema will talk to you a bit later as well. So what we will do now, Shiv, you can hang around. Let's go to Molly for a nice song. Then we will go and see if Aruna is ready and the mother-in-law is happy as well. So we'll listen to her. And then we'll go back to your co-host, and Meena Ben has done just a nice, lovely walk, so she can tell us what's the weather like in Nakuru. So Molly, if you're there, hit us with a nice Madhur Avaz of yours, please.
So much, Neilji, and it was really interesting listening to the previous talker, Shivji, and how you're managing this project. It's such an amazing project. I just wanted to, before I go for the song, I just wanted to say a few things a little bit about my understanding of, how we can impact on this planet as well in other ways by simply changing our lifestyle as well. And I just wanted to talk a few minutes about my actual groups that I'm running. Because they are all about making a healthy lifestyle, and that means like basically what we eat, how much exercise we do, how much we sleep, what food we are eating exactly, so going more vegetarian, vegan, how that impacts on not just our health but also on the environment as well, because it's if we're healthy and we're mentally healthy and we're not obese, we're actually going to have less carbon production, CO2 emission as well. We do need to look after our health as well. So in terms of like my health tips that I give on my Facebook health group, it's called Health is Everything, Small Changes, Big Results. And I have a YouTube channel by the same name where I've made lots of videos, basically, what kind of food you should eat, how much fruits, which fruits, how much sleep. It's all evidence-based. And obesity is a major problem. It's even a bigger problem than COVID. It's a pandemic. It's happening everywhere, even in the developing countries, even India, everywhere. And obesity carries its own risk. So, people are just going to take a few minutes, not long, but being Indian or Asian, we are at higher risk of a lot of problems related to weight, even higher than the Caucasians, especially type 2 diabetes. And we cannot compare ourselves with our counterpart Caucasians. Like, everybody's going westernized with the food, noodles, pizza, burgers, all of this, fast food is very popular everywhere now. Children just want to eat noodles, Chinese. So all of this is all highly processed food with higher calories, higher sugar, higher salt, higher fat, and less fiber and less nutrients. And what's that doing to us? It's making us overweight and obese. And Indians actually need to be thinner than Caucasians, because we are even at a BMI, I don't know if you understand the concept of BMI, but it's weight over height squared. The BMI for Caucasians, anything above 25 is overweight, or you're at risk of developing lifestyle-related illnesses. But for Indians and South Asians, it's 23, the cutoff. So after 23, because we compare ourselves with people around us, we think, oh, we look fine because, you know, the other person's like that, and, you know, everybody's waist is big. It's not a big deal, but actually it is a big deal. And type 2 diabetes is on the rise. And 2/3 of the world's population of diabetics type 2 are Indians. So we need to be very careful. So all my, you know, health tips are around this. And one person has actually come out of type 2 diabetes by losing 15 kilograms and following the healthy tips. Another person has come out of pre-diabetes. All of diabetes is such a nasty illness, and we know it because we all know someone with diabetes in our family. There's a higher risk of heart disease, stroke, basically, you know, eye problems, kidney problems, you name it. So I don't want to go into detailed discussion, but I just wanted to mention that if we change our lifestyle, make ourselves healthier, not overweight, do a lot of good exercise, amount that we're meant to do, eat healthily and sleep well, all of these, use technology a bit less. Technology overusage is affecting our sleep and our quality of sleep. So there are a lot of things, but do have a look on my channels if you have time. You know, they're very useful health tips, and do spread the news about them because they are helping people.
Very insightful. In fact, I've just studied Ayurvedic nutrition.
Okay.
And what you've said is just hit the nail on, you know, nail on the head, that we Indians do have a lot of type 2 diabetes. And I do swear by two things. I think you'll agree with this, is firing up your metabolism, your Agni, your metabolic fire, because you are as strong as your Agni, your metabolic fire. And the other thing is gut friendly, gut cleansing. You know, and like you spoke of all the processed foods, it just clogs up in our gut, and it creates all these toxins in the body. And we really need to go back. This is my vision. We really need to go back to basics, the way our grandmothers ate, really. Our grandfathers ate. They were so healthy.
So my message about food would be to go for whole grain food, whole food.
Yes.
And
Unrefined.
You know, yes, unrefined. That would be my main.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy to go for the song now if you like.
Thank you. Yes, please. I look forward to that.
I'll take your leave if you don't mind. I'm going to try and watch in between on YouTube, but the family want to go somewhere. We haven't been anywhere on this bank holiday, so.
But hit us with your song because we are excited for it.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Next one is by Salma Aga. It's Fazabi Hai. It's a nice ghazal from the film Nikah. So I hope you like it. Fazabi hai java java, हवा भी है रवा रवा, सुना रहा है ये समा, सुनी सुनी सीता सीता, फजा भी है जवा जवा, पुकारते हैं दूर से वो काफिले बहार के, बिखर गए हैं रंग से किसी के इंतजार में, लहर लहर के होठ पर वफा की है कहानियाँ, सुना रहा है ये समा, सुनी सुनी सीता सीता, फजा भी है जवा जवा, बुझी मगर बुझी नहीं, न जाने कैसी प्यास है, करार दिल से आज भी न दूर है न पास है, ये खेल धूप छाँव का, ये गुर्बतें ये दूरियाँ, सुना रहा है ये समा, सुनी सुनी सीता सीता, फिजा भी है जवा जवा, हर एक पल को ढूंढता, हर एक पल चला गया, हर एक पल फिर आपका, हर एक पल मिसाल का, हर एक पल गुजर गया, बना के दिल पे एक निशान, सुना रहा है ये समा, सुनी सुनी सी दास्तां, फिजा भी है जवां जवां, हवा भी है रवां रवां, सुना रहा है ये समा, सुनी सुनी सी दास्तां, फिजा भी है जवां जवां. Thank you so much for listening to me. And
amazing. Thank you so much. That was so sweet and so wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema ji, and thank you, Lata ji. Thank you, Neil ji. Thank you to the whole team. And I will stay connected. It's a wonderful platform. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Molly, that was wonderful. So if anybody says you need music, you don't need music. You can sing whenever you feel like and feel confident. Thank you very much. And you're part of the family now.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seema, once again, we have got our homeopathy maestro from India. He is our patron and a regular supporter, my close buddy as well. So let's have a message from Dr. Mukesh Batra.
Thank you so much. So namaskar, global namaste to all of you. Such a happy occasion and so happy to be part of this. Heartiest congratulations for all the wonderful work that you're doing, and here's wishing you many, many more. I just heard that lovely song, and maybe I'll just hum 2 lines for all your listeners, because this is my wish for the world. And it's a Kishore Kumar old number. आ चल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले, जहां गम भी न हो आंसू भी न हो, बस प्यार ही प्यार पले, एक ऐसे गगन के तले, एक ऐसे गगन के तले, एक ऐसे गगन के तले. Thank you and all the very best. Jai Hind.
Let me tell you a bit more about Mukesh Batra. He is not only a supreme at homeopathy all over India. He has written several books, but he also does music concert. And such a humble philanthropist now that he's got time for everybody with sukoon and peace and guides people correctly. And if you don't take my word for it, ask Meena Ben over there. He has been on Minda and they regularly talk as well. Meena Ben, what do you think? You hadn't heard him singing regularly like this. What did you think?
Oh, Dr. Batra, Mukesh Bhai, he sings every time he gets time if he is in Goa. And he's going to sing one line for me now.
Ask for it.
Yes, he knows which one.
All right, let me. तुम पुकार लो, तुम्हारा इंतजार है, तुम पुकार लो. That one was for you,
yes,
Meena Ben.
Yes, I know.
And Meena Ben, you need to reply with your choice. And then Seema will go for Achutam Keshavam because Janmashtami just went.
Mukesh Bhai, which one?
He's there. He has just lost slight signal, but he's listening to us.
फिर वही शाम, वही गम, वही तन्हाई, दिल को समझाने तेरी याद चली आई है फिर वही शाम. Mukesh bhai, that's for you.
All the way from Africa, delivered to India very nicely. Seema, you love Achyutam Keshavam and Mukesh bhai likes that too.
Okay. तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं, तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं, अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम कौन कहते हैं भगवान, आते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान, आते नहीं तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं, तुम मीरा के जैसे बुलाते नहीं, अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम कौन कहते हैं भगवान, खाते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान, खाते नहीं पैर शबरी के जैसे हिलाते नहीं, पैर शबरी के जैसे खिलाते नहीं, अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम कौन कहते हैं भगवान, नाचते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान, नाचते नहीं गोपियों की तरह तुम नचाते नहीं, गोपियों की तरह तुम नचाते नहीं, अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम कौन कहते हैं भगवान, सोते नहीं कौन कहते हैं भगवान, सोते नहीं माँ यशोदा के जैसे सुलाते नहीं, माँ यशोदा के जैसे सुलाते नहीं, अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम राम नारायणम जानकी वल्लभम.
So Seema, you sang so well that even Lalit heard you on the ground and he has come live, and Mukesh bhai is still here. Lalit, can you make me the host again? Accidentally, instead of co-host, I made you the host. Can you, Lalit, if you can hear me, can you please make me the host back, please?
Sorry, I can hear you, but I can't quite clearly understand.
So,
did you ask me?
Lalit, can you make me the host? Accidentally, I made you the host.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could do that and stay around. And Seema, that was so wonderful. We will actually bring Dr. Bhatta. So Lalit, if you go on to participant and go on more and then make me the host, please.
Okay, sounds good. Hang on just 1 second.
Yes,
So
and
okay, so you've accidentally made me the host and I can
Yes.
go on more.
Yeah, if you make me the host.
Hang on just 1 second. I'm not getting that feature over here. I got all the names of our hosts.
So if you go to the participant and then you will go to Neil Kumar and you will see from more and it will say make host.
Okay. Make host. Okay. Is that okay?
Yes, beautiful. Now let's stay there. I'm going to make you a co-host for a moment. You are actually connected. So let's remind people. Let me bring Mukesh Bhai here because Mukesh Bhai is here. Mukesh Bhai, I'm just going to mute you for 1 second. Mukesh Bhai, what did you think of Seema, who went for a full hog because she felt Janmashtami was here? What did you think of her singing, our host?
It was lovely, absolutely fabulous. So happy to listen to it. And, you know, singing is peace of mind, it's meditation. So
and you see, Mukesh
there's
Bhai,
no other better way. And I'm so happy to see Lalit here. I'm saying he's down from Mount Everest, back on the ground, and he's part of healing the earth. So I'm so happy to see him there. And I'm going to now sing 2 lines for Lalit and for Meena Ben, especially because Lalit, I'm missing you. So this song is for you. याद किया दिल ने कहाँ हो तुम, झूमती बहार है कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, याद किया दिल ने कहाँ हो तुम, झूमती बहार है कहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम, प्यार से पुकार लो जहाँ हो तुम. So give me a shout back.
Beautiful, beautiful. We're not going to let you go, Mukesh Bhai. Settle down because you are at the place. So stay around for a moment. Lalit is going to switch on. Let's tell people where Lalit is. Lalit is at the Lohana Raghuvanshi grounds where there was a sports tournament today. And kudos to Lohana community of UK who put this festival up. And Lalit has sent a lot of clips which the family members have already seen it. We'll play 1 or 2 live here because he was eating some lovely food over there. Lalit, I can either play that in a moment or first. Let's go live to you, Lalit. If you unmute and can you show us around? Because I think you're coming to the conclusion and culmination of the festival.
Brilliant. Thank you. First of all, a massive thank you to Dr. Batra. Dr. Batra, ye dosti hum nahi chhod. A very big singer, but that's for you. And thank you very much for singing that lovely song for me. A big hello to Dr. Batra, to Meena Ben from the Kuru, and here. Thank you very much. So here I am at the Lohana Community United Kingdom Sports Day organized at the RCT Halls, which is the Raghuvanshi Charitable Trust. There is the final of the football match going on right now. You can see behind me, there are people here playing and they're doing the finals. Yeah, so they are actually in the last few minutes of their final game, and that's Dr. Batra on Healing Our Earth.
Hello, Dr. Batra.
And there's Meena Ben there.
Hi, Meena Ben.
Bharat.
Okay, so he's the president of the Lohana Community United Kingdom, and we are actually approaching the finals of the football game, the last game being played. A very, very successful day, very successful event that has been put up. The weather has been awesome, no rain. Look at the clouds. It's so nice up there. Lovely.
So Lalit, if you can hear me, stay around. I just want to see how naughty you were. Let me show the people what you were doing just a moment back. And I'll come back to you in a moment, okay?
Now we are at the Lohana Community United Kingdom Sports Day at the RCT. No sports day is without food. Like masala chips, look at that, yummy, yummy. This is from the Narayan Caterers. Okay, need to be up here. This is from the Narayan Caterers. This is Ravi Bhai and Meena Ben. They're feeding us amazing maru bhajas, amazing masala chip that you would have never had. And we've had lovely samosas. Guys, As we say, sports festival is never good enough without food. Well, this is the best food we're getting freshly prepared over here. Come down and enjoy the lovely food and the sports day. This is Dr. Lalit from Healing Our Earth, signing off, having a great time at the RCT grounds.
So whilst we were all toiling here on Healing Our Earth online,
Sorry, repeat that.
So Lalit, I was just telling that while we guys were toiling on the Healing Our Earth globally, you were enjoying the bhajias and the gatias.
Bhajias and the chips, lovely chips.
And so it's beautiful. So we are going to go to the finals now. Which teams are in the final, Lalit? Tell us.
Okay, there are 2 teams in the finals. Let me actually go and grab one of the players who was in the finals. Okay, so let's find out. Did you play the final game?
Yes.
Yes, and your team won?
No. Disappointed to lose, unfortunately. But, you know, the best team won.
Okay. Okay. So there were 2 teams. So, well, the runners-up. So there.
Lalit, if you can hear me, turn the phone landscape, please, so we get the wider long. Yeah, beautiful. Don't change it now. Go ahead, Lalit. Go ahead.
Okay, good. We are unmuted. So let's go to the winning team and ask them. You are the winning team, right?
We are.
Yes. Okay. So there's one player here, Jitin, and this is your team that won. Okay. And what was the score?
2-0.
2-0. So they beat them. They thrashed them. But it's all in good spirits. It's one of the big Lohana sports festivals. Tell us about it. How was your experience?
It was great. Good fun being back. Really enjoyed the day and just can't wait for the next one.
Wow. So a great day. Neil Kumar and all the viewers at Healing of Earth. This is an amazing sports day here today. I want to interview one of your other team members. Is he here? Who's one of them here?
Paul.
Aha. Amit, come here. Okay, so thanks, Jitan bhai. Yeah, so we're going to go to another player. Amit, yes, yeah. So this is another one. This is their team that won the football match. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did you enjoy the game today?
Jai Shri Krishna, brother. It was great. Thank you for all the organisers, and it was wonderful credit towards them.
Yeah. To the Lohana community.
Lohana community. Thank you very much. Great to see so many youngsters stand up.
Yes.
And thank you all for the great organising.
And how did you enjoy playing it?
But at my age, every game is a tournament. The oldest player in the tournament wins.
Oh, there you go. He is the oldest player. We won't reveal the age, but hey, look, you know what? On the football pitch, I saw him. He's running like a 16-year-old kid. This guy's a professional football player.
Motorbike, you're too kind.
Almost.
Wow.
Age is just a number.
Absolutely.
Lalit.
It's all in the mind.
Lalit,
Okay.
it's so amazing that
Yes.
your community you are still doing this kind of festivals. We actually started in Coventry about 45 years back, and you guys are still carrying the baton.
Absolutely.
And it's
So thank you. Amit, do you want to say a kind word? This is Healing of Earth. It's a global online platform. About over 130 countries in the world are viewing currently, and they're looking at the wonderful Lohana Community United Kingdom Sports Day.
Oh, Healing Community, Healing Earth, thank you very much for sharing the good day with us. It's been brilliant, and thank you all.
And we are proud of you youths carrying on the baton that started 45 years back, something like that, in Coventry.
Let's make next year even bigger and better. Credit to you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Wonderful
Amit.
organisation.
Yeah, great. So guys, this is amazing. I'm going to go to another player, a player who was playing earlier in football, right, Amit? This is another Amit, no? Rajiv, the brother is Amit, and this is what I was. So this is Rajiv. He was playing football earlier with the LC UK Sports Day. Rajiv, how was your experience?
So much fun. I haven't played football in a long time, but it was good to be back. Good to be with the community and good to get some exercise in this beautiful weather. Just too hot to play football.
And may I say, I'm not the only one who had the chips and the bhajias. Ask him.
Yeah, I had some samosa and I played better in the next game.
There you go.
It's a samosa. I think Premier League footballers need samosas at halftime. That will help them.
Wonderful. Yes, this is the annual Lohana Sports Festival. Somebody put a message on that. So great. Healing of Earth has landed up today at the RCT, the Raghuvanshi Charitable Trust grounds in Harrowfield. And you know what, guys? We've had so much fun here, haven't we?
I've just loved it. I'm so happy to be back playing football.
And to top it up, just all the viewers, there is a mahfil night in the evening with a lovely, delicious dinner. and then some melodious music by a lovely singer called Marina.
Oh, wow.
So we're looking forward to that tonight.
So Lalit, later when you go and taste the cuisine, minus the music, if you sign back on, Honey will be there. And you can even tell us how yours and Honey's experience at Janmashtami was, and show us the mouth-watering cuisine bit later, okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. Would you hold on 1 second? I'm going to get another speaker on board. Is that okay?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Lovely
Thank
to
you,
see you.
Rajiv. Thank you
Take
very
care.
much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Bye. Okay, so here I am actually heading towards one of another personalities from the Lohana community, North London. That is the president of the Lohana community, North London, Mr. Dinesh Sonchetra. We are live on Healing Our Earth, which is currently being broadcasted over 130 countries worldwide. So what do you have to say about the Lohana Sports Festival today?
I think it's great. I can see a lot of youngsters here. And if you want to keep our culture going, we need to do events like this, which brings youngsters. Because whenever I attend any functions like Janmashtami and other functions, I see less and less youngsters. So this is one of the few ones where I see more and more youngsters. So we should keep going. We're very lucky with the weather. We've had a very good final and hope we can do this again next year.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for this lovely message. This was from the president of the Lohana community, North London. And while you guys are here, I also want to take you to the guy who actually controlled a lot of the football match today. He was coordinating it. He was one of the players and he was the runner-up. So I'm going to ask him a couple of questions. Ankush, sorry, may I quickly disturb you for a second? We are live on Healing Our Earth. And Ankush, I believe, has had a lot of control over the football games today. There were 8 teams participating. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, it was all good. Had 8 teams compete and ended up getting to a final. Most of it was played in good, with good competition and good faith. So nice.
And the players all enjoyed?
Oh yeah, mostly. Yeah,
and how old was the youngest?
Youngest. I think in the under 18s we had a couple of players around 9, 11ish.
Okay.
In that ballpark, yeah.
And the senior years?
The senior was all 18 plus. So.
And would you know the oldest player? How old?
Oldest. I know someone was 52.
There you go.
We might have someone a little bit older, but yeah, it was good. All ages were welcome, and actually the older team won.
The older team did win, yes. Yeah. So you know what, guys? Age is only a number. Would you agree?
When I get older, I might agree a bit more.
So yeah, we have had an amazing time. And your experience coordinating the football game, how was that?
Yeah, it's tough. It makes you think about a lot of things that you wouldn't normally think about with planning. So a lot of takeaways, a lot to learn from. But I'm glad we got a tournament on the way. And yeah, the next one will be better. The next one will be more organized and way more fun.
Great. Thank you very much for all your kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is what we've done. The games have almost come to an end. And pretty soon there's going to be a prize-giving event taking place very, very shortly. Kumar?
Thank you, Lalit. Wonderful. Let's remind the viewers, you are one of our favorite anchors here. Milan Shah, earlier, a couple of hours back, remembered about you. You met him in a shopping mall and both of you hugged each other. So we were just discussing how healing all over the places are meeting each other. You were with Honey very recently. You were with Rishi Sunak very recently. Lalit, we are extremely proud of you, and you are the man who has got it, buddy. Thank you, and we'll see you a bit later, okay?
Thank you very much, and a big hello to all the viewers, and especially Dr. Batra, who sang this lovely song for me, and Meena Ben, my angel sister, if I may call her. So Healing Our Earth is a great family of fun people to be around.
Thank you, Lalit. We'll see you back again.
Thank you.
Well, Seema, that was our own Lalit Soda, who is also part of Minla, with Meena Ben, who is over here. And Meena Ben, as a Lohana, how do you feel that the National Lohana were holding a sports day today and you are from Kenya?
Yeah, we are hosting in Nairobi sports festival in December, and I'm openly inviting them to come and join us in Nairobi 24, 25, 26. Lalit, message to Bharat Bhai and the president of Lohana Majan, London.
I'm sure they will join you. And we've got Honey here, which we'll talk about a bit later, and Seema, both of them have got a lot of Lohana friends and affinity with Lohanas as well. So Seema, I come to you because in Africa, you've grown up with so many Lohanas near you. What do you feel, not just as a community Lohana, but the fact that we are visiting live on a live tournament and competition?
Oh, it's so wonderful that you visited live, and it brings back so many warm memories. I always go back home to Africa, Minaben, you know that. And there's such a strong sense of community spirit in the UK. And it's something I grew up with in Africa. You know, we have such a strong sense of community in Africa. We have the Loana Majan Mandal that has all these, you know, I remember very often visiting with my friends, all these sumptuous lunches and all these activities during Navratris, you know, which is coming up actually shortly, the 9 nights of the Devi Mother. And very fond memories of my time and the community spirit with the Lohana community, that sense of community. And we have this wonderful community ourselves healing our earth. I think Honey wouldn't agree more that we have this great platform where we want to make the whole world a family. We want to make the whole world a community. We celebrate diversity.
So Seema, I think at this point, we need to welcome our vivacious, lovely, humble little Honey over here, who has also got a lot of affinity with Lohanas and healing our earth. And you two are my favorite producers, one from the kitchen, one from the dance. Minaben, you obviously know both of them because you are regularly with us. Seema, introduce our Honey for those who may be new to our audience. And then we will, after that, chit chat with Honey. We go to Aruna, who is ready in India, will sing for us, and then we carry on, okay?
So our very own senior host and producer, Dr. Ani Kalaria, is a multi-talented lady. She's a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning dance expert. With over 35 years, yes, you heard that right, 35 years of experience in the field of culture and entertainment.
So Seema, yes. If it's over 35 years, that means she was in her nappies when she started.
I know, yes, because
I was 4 years old when I started.
35 years now. Absolutely.
I'm only 21 again, and I keep celebrating my 21st birthday every year, and it's really fantastic. It helps me to stay looking 21 every time.
Very special, and I'd like
myself.
I'd like to say much more about this 25-year-old charismatic lady that's part of our family who brings a smile on every face. She was born into a Hindu family, and Honey was guided by her mother to start reciting mantras and prayers from the early age of 3. I had to bring this in because it's so special. Her father has also been regularly reciting the Hanuman Chalisa for many years, which is an ancient Indian text and a sacred text and a very powerful one for those of our viewers watching from overseas and may not know what the Hanuman Chalisa is. In her spiritual quest and journey, Honey has been blessed to have traveled to India, not only to learn Indian classical dance, but also study how to conduct sacred fire ceremonies or yagnas by reciting powerful mantras. She got the opportunity to get educated on the science behind those powerful prayers and how they cleanse and purify one's aura, spread peace, and offer positive benefits to the environment. If you wish to learn more about Dr. Honey Kalaria, you can log on to www.honeykalariaofficial.com, and just her presence here on Healing Our Earth brings a huge smile to my face, as it does to many others. A very warm global namaste to you, Honey. How are you?
Oh, really well, and a global namaste to you as well, Seema. I've been so excited listening to you guys. So many varied topics, listening to music, listening to wonderful, like even the, Amina ji, and everyone's having their own say, as we say. They're all contributing in their own way to uplift our audiences around the world in energize people and also share really important information, which I think is really great, which enhances people's life. But Seema ji, I have to also say a few things about you, because, I wanted to share with our audience members that after Seema Bhatia, of course, our wonderful host here, gave me such a wonderful introduction, I should say a few things about dear Seema too, because Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya, as she mentioned, and her culinary interests had developed at an early age as well. Founded on a family food business, extensive travels in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passions and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body, as you can tell with all the wonderful words of wisdom that she shares with us. And apart from that, she uses secret skills handed down from her grandmother. I must get all these secrets from you, Seema. And this has been passed down to her with the belief that you are what you eat. And she draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdom, curating healing spice blends, immunity-enhancing yogic teas, self-care prescriptions, and of course, other well-being foods. So one thought process and method breathing can positively, of course, or negatively impact you. And this is what Seema also shares. I mean, it's amazing what you know, dear Seema. You look, you sound like a 90-year-old full of wisdom. With all the wonderful things that you have done. So tell me, Seema, how has it been for you all day today?
Today's been, well, you do know I am in Hong Kong right now.
Yes.
Now I'll be heading back to the UK shortly. And it's been a very special time to be back home after the pandemic. So I'm blessed enough to, I'm blessed enough to have two homes, Hong Kong, which I lived in for 20 years.
Right. Yes.
And the UK. So yeah, it's been
and of course the British culture as well. So you've got your British culture, you've got the Indian background, you've got your Hong Kong background. So you've got a bit of a multicultural Seema that we have over here.
And the Kenyan. I have to add the Kenyan.
Oh yes. Oh my God, you're a part of African too. Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
I was born and raised in Kenya, yes.
Actually, it helps you to really enhance your view of life, because you appreciate so many different cultures. And I think that's a very beautiful thing, really wonderful.
So Seema, honey, I want both of you, because I want to know how your journey was with Healing Our Earth. How do you feel about it? How, if it has enhanced you, or if you may feel good about it, or if you have just surfed into that journey and what it feels. But before we do that, because both of you are senior and producer, Aruna in India has been waiting for an hour. She just did a very good deed for the mother-in-law, who is 94 years old, but Aruna is going to sing for us. So let's listen to Aruna's song, then we'll go back to our chit-chat, involve Meena Ben from Kenya as well. So Aruna, you can unmute yourself and let's listen to your song, please.
Namaste, Global.
Global namaste to you too. Please, let's listen to your nice, wonderful. Let's listen to your nice, wonderful voice, please.
Start.
Yes. Don't use any copyright music, okay?
No, Star Maker.
That will still have a copyright. Just sing without microphone. It's fine. We can hear you.
Not copyright. No problem.
Yeah, if you play, I will straight away know if it is. Okay, Aruna, I've muted you. Don't use that music, please, because we are also on multiple channels. Aruna, you're trying to sing. I muted you. Aruna, you are muted. If you just switch the music off, please. Aruna, switch the music off. Aruna, if you can hear me. Aruna. Okay, we'll try to. Aruna is not. Maybe her microphone is not on there. So Seema, we can chit chat with Honey, I think. So
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. Well, today you mentioned as well, I mean, there was a very good question that I was asked by Neil and of course Seemaji as well. But what was it like? What was our journey like, you know, on Healing Our Earth? First of all, what an amazing journey. I believe that everything that happens in life is for your good. It's either to learn lessons, to meet people, to complete karmas between each other, whatever it is, everything happens for a reason. And we've just had such a positive experience, you know, being part of the Healing Our Earth. What do you think, Seema?
I couldn't agree more. And I always say, I'm on the same page as you, honey. There are no coincidences.
Seema, just 1 second. I think Aruna might be able to hear us. I'll just bring her in. 1 second. Don't run away. You remember, you two are my favorite producers and the host. So I'll ask Aruna, if you can you hear me, Aruna? Wave your hand if you can hear me. Aruna? Aruna,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Aruna?
Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello.
She can hear.
Aruna, if you can hear me, can you switch off your mixer? Just switch the music off. Switch off the mixer. And just talk to the computer. You don't need the mixer. Just switch it off, please. Aruna? Aruna, switch. You don't need microphone. Switch off your music.
Okay.
Switch off your music.
Music
Yeah, don't use music. Just switch it off. Put your microphone down. Don't use your music. Yeah, don't use the music. Sing without music, please, because that music immediately flags a copyright. So don't use it, please.
Okay.
No, she's turning the music on. So what we will do, let's skip that. Yes, so Honey and Seema, you know, both of you are a long Healing Our Earth teams. You are senior, not just in hosting, you also produce, Honey produces dance shows, Seema produces the kitchen shows, and you know, you're a family, this is your home. Honey, you had a wonderful journey at Janmashtami with Lalit and Dimpy and Tarla and Rupa and with the boss there, Vinay Tanna. So we want to know about that bit later. While it's going to meet in Hong Kong, right now it's I think exactly midnight or coming to midnight in Hong Kong.
3 minutes to midnight.
Yeah, 3 minutes to midnight, which Seema, thank you for being here. Seema, you and Honey, just tell us how your journey took you to Healing Our Earth and where and what has happened since you've been part of this.
So we left off at the point that we're on the same page, and there are no coincidences. This is what I believe. I believe every drop of water you receive in life and every morsel of grain you receive in life is written by the Creator.
Yeah, I think also, but Seema, I also believe that each one of us must have had some kind of a inner desire and the passion to make a difference in people's lives. So what happens is, I believe, is when like-minded people have this intention of wanting to contribute, wanting to serve, to make this world a better place, I think all of them tend to come together like a little magnet somehow, and the vibrations of each person is kind of similar. And that's the reason I think all of us come together on this kind of a platform where everyone's aim is to volunteer, to contribute, to inform, to educate, entertain, and just uplift people and also transform their lives in a positive way on all levels. I'm talking about mentally, emotionally, physically, materially, our health, especially health and well-being. So don't you think, I mean, do you feel that we all kind of attract together in this one platform?
Absolutely. The universe works a magic. You know, I always say the universe works a magic, and when people collectively share the same vision, it is going to manifest into something big.
Yeah. And of course, thank you to Neil as well, because you need somebody to start off with this vision where it starts pulling similar like-minded people together, and suddenly the vision becomes a huge purpose that we want to really make a difference to the world.
And the purpose is so deep-rooted in bringing people together, making them feel like one family. So I want to share my experience with you. Honey, I moved to the UK in the midst of the pandemic, right? I'd lived in the UK as a student, and many years ago, of course, I'm one of those Kenyan feeds that comes to the UK, studies, and then goes back home to Nairobi. You know, there are many of us all there. All of you out there, hello. So, of course, I came back to the UK after many years. I had visited on holiday, but I came to live after many years, and that too not in London, which is a city I was familiar with as a student, where I have family, and right into Oxford because of my daughter's education, in the midst of a pandemic, straight out of Southeast Asia, a whole different cultural mindset. And of course, I thought, okay, now I have this time to myself, and I've said this before on Healing Our Earth, but I'll say it again. I have this time to myself. So it's time I reinvented myself. Maybe I'll just, spend this time fruitfully in study and do some courses. So I was looking up healing modalities. I was looking up Reiki. I was looking up, Tai Chi. I was looking up and Healing Our Earth kept coming up. They say Google follows you, right?
Yes.
I always say this, Google follows you. So I saw it, and I went into one of 2 or 3 of your YouTube episodes, and I said, oh, this looks really interesting. Went on the website, sent a message, got in touch with our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. He came back and he said, hello, welcome, blah, blah, blah. Where are you from? I said, I'm from Kenya. He said, Jambo. I said, oh my God, you're from Kenya too. Okay. And he just said, what do you do? Where I said, I've come from Hong Kong. He said, oh, wow, what do you do? And I explained that I'm with pranayam and all. And he said, okay, fine. He's the next session on such and such day, you're coming on board to do a demonstration. And I was like, oh my God, I've never done Zoom. I had never done Zoom. I'd never done a Zoom. I had never put, I didn't know where to place the camera. And he said, okay, just come on in advance. We'll teach you how to do everything. But, it's been such a great learning experience for me. And I feel like I've grown. I can conduct Zoom calls now. I can, actually place the camera correctly. But more than that, more than this, the tech and being tech savvy, which I'm still learning, is the connection and the feeling of being together in a family. I've met people from back home. Everybody comes together. There's a lot of support in this community, and there's a lot of positivity and upliftment, as you said, and it's there for everybody unconditionally.
Absolutely. I think, to summarize in a nutshell, I'd like to just share the mission statement of our Healing Our Earth. And this is what we always say to people. Our aim is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online. We call it edutainment, but it's education and entertainment together. So I think, this is exactly what each and every single one of us love doing. And I believe that every single host, presenter who has been on our platform supporting from everywhere around the world, whether they're coming from Mauritius or USA or even, Malaysia or wherever, each and every single one of them are very highly educated in their own field. They're experts in their own field. But they all come together, and all they wish to do with one vision is to go and support and transform lives. So I think that's a very beautiful thing. It helps us to build very good friendships as well. And thanks to, like Neil mentioned, that we went for the Janmashtami event. So we get a chance to go to various events as well, to go and meet new people, to expand our horizons, and also get a chance to celebrate really interesting events, which become very memorable for us for life. So I think the journey has been definitely wonderful. They say, God always says, when you, without expectation, give, just want to give without wanting anything back, he will give you 10 times more.
Absolutely. I think this, and a lot of people ask me, they say, I see you on every Sunday or every second Sunday, and where do you get the time? Now I'm in Hong Kong, and this is a hectic city that literally gobbles you up. It's far faster than the UK, even London. Okay, things just go boom, 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 boom in this city. You're always working against time. literally. It's a bit like New York, I would say. And they say, but we still see you on Healing Our Earth. And it's so nice that you're doing this, but it makes me feel so good.
Yes, but I think everybody we wouldn't do something unless we weren't really happy, you know, doing something. And so I think being joyful, it tends to attract you. Actually, you know, I had this other little thing I just wanted to share whilst before I introduce my next guest, Jitendra Patwari, who will be coming very shortly, all the way from India. And he's a very interesting gentleman, a Reiki master, a meditation expert. He's written, authored books, etc. And he writes for many, many newspapers, etc. So he'll be joining us very shortly. So I just wanted to say there's something that I also had set up. This is just something for us to see, that when you do any of this kind of work, you're actually supporting the communities in many, what happened here? In many, many, many ways. Oh, that's all my work that I've done in the previously. But I just wanted to share that what we actually do is these are all the areas that we end up transforming. So the bits that I wanted to share was these kinds of things. This is what we have done, everything on our platform. Personal development, charity and contribution. We've done health and fitness, performing arts projects. We've done safer communities and, giving tips, film stars, where we talked about Bollywood and choreography, music industry. We've listened to singers and people coming on board, and even that Healing Our Earth, Sai, who sang the song of Healing Our Earth, who sings in male and female voices. I mean, that's amazing. Women empowerment. Look at Neil. Almost every single host and presenter here are mostly mostly female, I feel, because Neil encourages women to go out there and, achieve their dreams. And I think that's fantastic. Fashion, lifestyle, supporting local talent. We've given a platform for people to go and showcase their talent as well to the whole world. So that's been really great. Intercultural relations, we always develop this diversity and unity, peace, friendship. This is what we stand for. Also, youth development. We have also helped to bring little youngsters in who showcase their talents on our platform on Healing Our Earth, and who we are helping to build their confidence. These are our future generations. So for us supporting them, we're going to create a much better society in the future as well. And of course, mind, body, soul topics like education, diet and nutrition, nature and the environment, art and culture, and so much more. So I just wanted to say that, for me, it's so many different topics that we run. And can you imagine how much we're learning along the way too? Oh, you're muted. So I just
Exactly.
Yes.
It's a journey that is not only bringing us joy, it's spreading joy, but it's also educating us. There's so much to learn.
Yes, and this becomes we're both the same, I think, Seema, because we're both ongoing learners of life. Life students. So we always love learning new things, don't we?
We are both Aquarians.
That shows the humanitarian side of us, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the smiles that go with it, because we love people. So there are many
people. We're both Aquarians.
And do you think we belong to the SAS? Do you think we belong to the SAS, the Self-Appreciation Society?
Oh, Mr. Chawla just said his birthday is 12th February. We share the same birthday, by the way.
With who?
Mr. Shiv Chawla, who was here, who spoke about the environment.
Right. I think
and you're February as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I'm 7th of February. So everybody write it down in your diary. I'm looking forward to the birthday cards coming through and the messages. Well, let's move on anyway. Seema, I think we've got our next guest. I believe that Jitendra Patwari is here from India, and he's going to be joining us, and you're going to really get a chance to hear some really wonderful information from him. So I would like to welcome actually a global namaste to Jitendra Patwari ji.
So, honey, just before we go to Jitendra, who is waiting patiently, let's take a quick message from our Lakshmi, the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe. And then we roll into a little short message that Sharla has done from Mumbai. And then with a relax, we go to Jitendra Patwari, who is ready with his smile all the way in India.
Absolutely. And Lakshmi ji, I just wanted to say really that you have been with us for so many years as well. And we have been so delighted to have you there with your wonderful words of wisdom every single time you join us. And you share such lovely messages, and you work on bringing all the Hindu communities together by being a president. Please tell us a little bit more. Share your message with us.
Thank you, Neil Kumar ji, and thank you to Hani and Seema, both of you. It was wonderful listening to you, and I really appreciate that both of you have been doing good job today in this open session, which is again a novel idea. So I have to say that being the chair of the Hindu Forum of Europe, some of the issues that is existing is the different countries, they do not actually come together. There are 29 countries, so to bring them all together, it's no joke. And so I have to liaise continuously with the countries, the parliament, and the members. And this, I've been doing it for the last several years, and it has paid off very well. That now we've united. This, I think, this weekend we are having one meeting with how to protect the religious centers in Europe with the parliamentarians. So Mr. Jason from Norway will be speaking and addressing us, and he'll be helping us how to protect the religious places, and he is going to give us all tips. So this way I have a lot of Zoom meetings as well as other meetings in person, and try to keep all of them together and promote Hinduism, bring the Hinduism together.
Yes, absolutely. What a lovely thing. And also, I know we say Hindu, but Hindu culture embraces people from all cultures, because in India we are so multicultural. Actually, we have multi-faith people, everybody from Jains, Buddhists, Muslims, Sikhs. So many different groups all working together.
Yes, India is an iconic example of how multiculturalism, they all live together. And me, especially living from Mumbai. Mumbai is the most cosmopolitan country in the whole world. And there, you don't see who's sitting next to you or who is your neighbor. Everybody is same, everybody is treated equally. That's in Mumbai. So
the largest democratic country in the world, right? India is the largest. Yes.
So I would like to say some few things about India. One is the Hindu numeral system was introduced several years, decades ago. And what Albert Einstein says is, we owe a lot to Indians who have taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery could have been made. So the counting numerical system that was introduced by the India, and at this, I don't want to say many things. At the same time, India also pioneered in metallurgy, that is producing steel way back 2000 years ago it had started, and today also we are the leading producer of steel in the world. In the same way, also cotton textiles. This was also introduced in India. Otherwise, people used to wear animal skin before that. Once the cotton textiles were introduced, hundreds of years and with the help of the cotton, they were woven together, and that's how the cotton textiles came, and people started wearing cotton clothes. So these are some things I just wanted to, by the way, inform the people who've been listening to this program. There are many such inventions which India has made. I can't say so many things, so only a couple of these things. And
It's a very, very beautiful thing to share. Actually, you know, we should be proud. And of course, it's the most important one is that it's the spiritual country of the world, because what it has gifted the world is spirituality. And spirituality is the third layer of us, because we have mind, body, and then there's a soul part. A lot of us, perhaps in the West, may be working on mind and body only, whereas there is a soul aspect to us as well, which it helps to make us complete and helps us to maximize our true potential. So that's another gift that I would say the East has given. So I think absolutely. But then every country, when we look at it in around the world, on every single audience member who's joining us today, I'm sure there are many, many things we could celebrate about every country and have the most beautiful things to celebrate about everywhere. So here, of course, thank you, Lakshmi ji, for sharing such lovely things about India. And maybe, if you're listening right now and you have some things that you'd like to share about your country, please do make sure that you follow us on our social media. Share your wonderful positive parts that you're proud of about your country, and just share with the Healing Our Earth and share with each other. Of course, it's Healing Our Earth. We are on YouTube, we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so all the social media platforms. So with that.
And honey, let's go to Sarla now, who is in Mumbai. She has got a message for us, and then it's you and Jitendra all the way, as long as you like. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. So Jitendra ji, we have all the way from India, will be joining us very shortly. But we also have Sarla ji all the way from India, as Neil ji mentioned. So Sarla ji, we can't see your face much because I think it's a little dark there. But we would love to hear your wonderful message that you wish to share with us. We still see a little shadow, but don't worry. If you would like to share your message, that would be lovely.
Yes, Salaji, go ahead. We can hear you. Just go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So, Global Namaste. I'm Sarla Vasantakar from Mumbai. I'm here to share my beautiful experience, which I have earned through this prestigious global platform. Healing Our Earth is a stage where I got the chance to showcase my talent through the courtesy of Deepak Bhai Kapoor. It is a forum full of new opportunities and where people get chance to enhance their hobbies, talent, etc. It has been a joyful ride since my journey has started with this platform and has given me an encouragement and has overcome my inhibition and to showcase my potential. It is indeed a pleasure to associate with this wonderful platform, and I am grateful to Nilbhai and Dr. Hani Kaleria for this awesome opportunity. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Sarlaji. That was a lovely message there. Thank you very much. And I'm sure all our Healing Our Earth would love to hear many more messages of yours in the future as well. So do stay tuned in. And of course, you're part of our family now. So thank you, Sarlaji, as well. So with that, I'd like to say that we've been having a really, really amazing time listening to a variety of people. We've had a variety of guests. We have people who have been coming onto our program live, like, of course, Lalit Soda, one of our other hosts, and sharing with us about the sports events that are taking place today. So many different topics. And with that, I go on to a very interesting topic and invite a very, very interesting special guest of mine. We have Jitendra Patwari ji, all the way from India, who's joining us today. A global namaste to you, Jitendra ji.
Thank you, and hello to everyone.
Hello. And Jitendra ji, I know your background is amazing because you're a Reiki master. You've been involved in the world of meditation for the past 35, 40 years, so many years. And also, not just that, you're a healer, you're a writer, you're an author. There are so many talents that you have. Please tell us a little bit about your journey onto how did you get involved in the world of meditation, Reiki, energy, healing. It's a very interesting subject.
Someone just said that everything happens for a reason.
I said that.
Exactly that happened. I was with yogasana, yoga postures. I was with yoga postures since 1975, yogasana and pranayam, etc. But it was not with energy work. In 1998, I got sick. And that was called Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. So my seventh nerve got damaged. I'm not going to describe that, but that was horrible. And the best doctors in India, one of the top doctors from London had come to India. He also said that you will never recover. At that point of time, somebody told me about Reiki. I just laughed because my understanding at that point of time didn't accept that some kind of energy can come and heal. I just thought, what the hell the doctors will be doing at that point of time then. But because somebody was saying something for my good, so I just listened to that person, my boss. But ultimately, I'm cutting it short, otherwise it becomes very long. Ultimately, I did Reiki, just out of curiosity. There also I laughed. I said, nothing happened to me. The fellow just blew and took some money. That was my comment. But after third or fourth day, all of a sudden, vibration started from my left hand. I thought I'm getting feverish. But then all of a sudden I recollected that no, the Reiki master was saying that wherever there is an issue, warm vibrations will start first. So putting all my that time intellectual understanding on one side, I started doing whatever Reiki master said. And that took me to various experiences beyond my all understanding. So I went on doing more and more. I went into Kundalini. I became Reiki Grandmaster. I went into Kundalini. I went to various Chinese meditation techniques, some other techniques. So almost 5-6 hours per day I was giving to meditation and all these practices.
So I just wanted to share with the audience members that, of course, when you went through this issue with your nervous system, you stopped, your face would not be able to move for some, you couldn't show emotion.
Seventh nerve damage, seventh nerve means, see, it's a motor nerve. There are two motor nerves, on both the sides of the face. So that means it won't move at all. Your eyes will not close. You will not be able to speak, at least paw, and bow. You will not be able to speak because the lips have to touch, and that will be, you will not be able to eat from one side.
Like a paralysis of some sort, right?
Yeah, but very, very extreme kind of thing.
Yes. So what we're going through is this Reiki energy helped you to go through it and heal this as well, didn't it?
That's to the world of energy, first of all. Otherwise, I had tried allopathy, acupuncture, acupressure, homeopathy, Ayurveda, whatever pati was there, I had tried at that point of time. But that took me to this part. I went to the another world, and I went into Kundalini and so many other things. And then after 3 years, extensive practicing for 3 years, I came in touch with a Himalayan master, who is my guru now, Swami Shivkripanandji, you know.
My Swamiji as well, yes.
You very well know that.
Yes.
And that also because at that time it was said Kundalini Jagruti Sivir. So just because of that word, I was drawn to that. Mm-hmm. It's again as if somebody pulled me there and I went there. And then various experiences started. So my first 5-6 years, I went through various experiences, but basically the logical mind was there. So then I tried to find out.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to find out, that when you're talking about, because some people don't believe in the energy system, that you can be healed through energies, and there could be audience members from around the world. We've got 140 countries actually around the world who are kind of tuning in from different parts. Some have different types of understanding of how to heal. Some may go for more authentic, like orthodox medicine. Some people go for more energy systems or the Chinese medicine. They're all different ways to heal. But for you, it worked, the fact that this energy healing worked.
It worked, and then I went to that scientifically. I tried to find out why it was happening. And then I came to know that there are so many things which we are not knowing. And that's why we are saying that this is beyond this is below intellectual. Actually, that is beyond intellectual level.
Yes.
Spirituality is, what I believe is, spirituality starts where intellectual level, what we call intellectual level, that ends.
Right.
So it started like that. I went to Dubai. Then I came to know everything is energy and all those things. Even the living or non-living things, everything is energy. The only thing we can't, they move, the energy particles move in such a way that we can't make it out. Then I naturally vibrations and everything was doing so many things. So it started happening, started feeling from everywhere. And fortunately tried, so many people came in contact. Globally, various people automatically came in contact.
That's another thing I would like to ask, because you in your social media, and you have a very huge following, and they always, you write your blogs, and slowly over a period of time, you started getting many, many thousands of people. How many people are normally read your articles and listen? Can you share that?
Frankly, I became a medium in spreading meditation to over 100,000.
To over 100,000 people are always listening and reading
one of
your
the events,
programs.
one
Yes.
of the events in 2005, you've attended that. In that single event, there were 60,000 people.
Yes, I had a chance to talk there as well. And that was a very interesting subject where they introduced me as Dr. Hani Kalaria, and everyone thought I was a medical doctor. And I used to wonder, why have almost 1,000 people come to speak to me about their health problems? I had no idea in my head that it's probably because they introduced me as a doctor. So it was absolutely funny, but it was about 50, 60,000 people, I believe. That was a very huge crowd there, audience that we have there.
So because I got involved, then I started taking lectures even for doctors. National conferences I addressed of the doctors and bridging science and spirituality. And then I came to know that they were also interested in knowing, but they didn't have the time. And some conditioning was that it was not there. Whenever you
The conditioning means that people would not believe. Wouldn't believe the fact that they could be healing through an energetic.
But when we went with all the scientific proofs that these are the changes in the brain, why theta, why it goes to alpha and then theta and delta and whatever, and then they started believing that. And then the exhibition also, one very big exhibition is now going in various countries also. That is also based on my lecture. It happened.
And you also
went on happening.
Yes.
Then
the science. Sorry, I'm just coming back to the science and the spirituality side, which is very interesting because you've done a lot of studies. You've studied for many, many years on how did this energetic frequency heal you? How did it do that? And then you studied the scientific, the science and spirituality. If there are audience members listening out there who may not believe in, they may have tried all different ways of healing, but they haven't tried the energetic method. What would you say to them? That is any scientific messages you could give, or is there a message you'd like to give?
See, whatever changes are coming because of the energy or because of meditation, that can be very well measured. There can be so many things are there. Aura photography was already there since long.
Kirlian photography.
It was always there. Now even you were just talking about the soul. Right now you're talking about the soul, right? Now Dr. Korotko of Russia, he has already through his TDB camera, he has found out that after the death, the soul leaves the body in 3 days. He has just experimented that. And that has come in the photography also.
Right.
Soul leaving the body. The video is also available in everywhere. Dr. Korotko is a living person. Then the impact of words and thoughts on water, that is also scientifically proved now.
Yeah, Dr. Emoto, for example. Dr. Emoto. Dr. Emoto.
Yeah, he came in my contact. I came in his contact in 2003. In fact,
it's a fantastic man, fantastic experiments. And this is just that when you pray on water and take a photograph of the crystals of the water, the crystals change based on, and if we are 70% water, our bodies, all the thoughts, all the words, everything that we're saying is actually having a real impact on our crystals of our bodies. Yes, energy frequencies.
Absolutely. So my writings are going like that. This title of the series in Gujarati, the title of the series is Vignani Aakhe Adhyatmani Paakhe. That means through the lenses of science on the wings of spirituality.
True. That's a lovely lens of science.
Lenses, yes.
Wings
science
of spirituality.
Science can see, spirituality can make you fly.
Oh, beautiful. What a lovely, very nice.
That was the title. So because somebody insisted that I should write, and I should write in Gujarati first, being the mother language, somebody said, and insisted rather, my colleagues rather. So I started writing that, and now it's going on for the last 3-4 years. The first book has also come out, Chakra Sanhita.
Oh, let me share a little bit about this, Jitendraji, because I know that you have this wonderful video. I mean, I've just got a quick little compilation of some of your wonderful things here. This is what you do in terms of writing, all your write-ups. Yeah, just a quick little, just to help people understand that you do a lot of write-ups, don't you? So there is, and you write for many different newspapers and magazines about this subject.
Yeah, it goes to a wider circle.
Yes.
And because actually, most of the people don't know that the entire life, right from birth to death, that's covered into 7 chakras. Even the people who know the word chakra or something basic about the chakra, they don't understand. They don't have that information that everything, whether health, whether emotion, whether spirituality, you said 3 things, mind, body, and soul. All the 3 are covered in 7 chakras. None of the doctors is out of these 7 chakras. None of the diseases, I mean. So that is also there. None of the emotions that is out of 7 chakras. Spirituality is always there. So that means this should be popularized. So I just tried out to, I mean, it's you can say it's my vision rather, that I should spread it to more and mission rather, that I should spread it to more and more people. And that is happening automatically.
Well, why do you think it'll help people? Why do you think it'll help? Because, of course, I understand the positive impacts of this, but why do you believe, why do you think that it's important for you to share this with the world?
Because ultimately, if the chakras are healed, then the person will be healed. If the person will be healed, then the earth will automatically be healed.
Yes, a
very healing the earth, one has to heal him or herself. Isn't
so
it?
Before we think about peace
if I'm
in
not
the
healed,
world,
how can I heal others?
Yeah, before
I
we
should
think
be balanced, no?
Yes, absolutely.
If not 100%, then to the maximum extent, I should be balanced.
So while
If
we're
I'm
thinking
not
about healing
balanced,
our earth, we have to think about healing ourselves first.
Yeah,
If we're thinking about
that's
peace and peace around the world, you have to think about inner peace yourself. So there are everything that we do in a collective manner has to start off with you as a person, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good,
And
very good message.
secondly, everybody has, particularly after the corona, and even before that, WHO was saying that every 1 out of 5 persons will have depression. Now it's changed. Now they are saying 50% people will have depression within a year or so, if not now. That is the latest estimate. And we are saying that. The only thing, somebody is certified as depressive, somebody is not certified yet. But that has started. So everything is connected with the chakra again. Fear is there because of corona. So many people have lost people, family members. Because of that, so I mean, shocks are there. Financial losses are there. Everything is there. So chakras are maximum imbalanced at this point of time. So that probably at that point of time, the book has come out. And in Gujarati or Hindi, fortunately, I became the first one in the history of these languages to come out with such a detailed book. And in a simple language, and that too in a scientific way.
Will we have it in different languages in the future? Because I know you started with the Gujarati.
It started with Gujarati. Hindi is almost complete.
Yes.
English, Punjabi, Marathi, French, German, Tamil.
Very nice.
Yeah, the work is going on. Might take some time.
Oh, we all look forward, because I know that every single person who's out there, we all from multi-linguistic here. Everybody speaks different languages, but English is probably the language that everybody can understand. So that we look forward to that one for definite. I'll be the first one to go out there and get that book, Jitendraji, and get it signed by you as well. So yeah, and Jitendraji, because before we move on to our next guest in about 5-10 minutes, I just wanted to say, are there any messages or anything that you'd like to share which is important about healing our earth and using your knowledge to help us in that direction?
My only submission or only message to the people are there, that everybody has to get involved in the chakra system. If they understand the chakra well, and if they can understand how to heal, there are so many ways. It's not necessary that everybody has to go for a meditation. It's not necessary. There can be music, there can be color therapy, there can be yoga therapy. I've covered everything in the book. Even music I've covered in 5 ways. Binaural beats, classical rag for the particular chakra, solfeggio frequency, Tibetan balls, subliminal messages, all those things are there. Affirmations can be done, visualization can be done, whatever one can do. And then how emotional balancing, that is also covered. So those things should go to everyone. So then people will understand that why we are suffering, why we feel not healed. Yes. Until people are not healed, earth cannot get healed so fast.
And I noticed that, Jitendraji, what you just mentioned. First of all, I want to congratulate you with having such a vast, range of topics that you've included in one book. I really am very excited. You must have done a lot of extensive research for that, for you to be able to put it all in one book.
I experienced over the last 25 years.
Yes.
An experience rather. I mean, the title itself I have written, Anubhav Siddh, Talasparshi Margdarshika. That means thorough guide based on experiential thorough guide.
Experience, so meaning it's not just reading in a book and sharing it. It's everything you've been through yourself. That's very beautiful.
Yeah. Even crystals are covered.
Yeah, oh, crystals as well. Oh my gosh.
Aromatherapy.
Okay. So really about healing ourselves, there's something about meditation when people, this is my last question to you. If we, for example, do regular meditation, especially both of us, we do Samarpan meditation, and following the teachings of Swami Shiv Kripanand Swami, but we are also open to learning many things because everything leads to the same place anyway, whatever works for each person. But when we follow this, we find that we automatically feel a very joyful and blissful feeling because it's not something we have to try. We feel healed. We feel, what is that? Why do we feel this? It can't be explained to people that how do you naturally feel happy all the time?
Because we remain unaffected by various circumstances. Unpleasant circumstances also don't affect to that extent. And if they affect only for a very short period. We don't stick to that. Before 5 years, this had happened. Before 10 years, this had happened. All those things are now gone days. So that happens. That's why.
So you learn to live in the present moment, but whatever you're being gifted with in this moment, because the other thing is only memories, nothing, it's gone. And future hasn't taken place yet. But if you can make the most of your present moment, this particular minute, at this moment, that's the only thing that matters really, right? Yes, that's a very
tough. Singing and see the people were singing and the atmosphere was different, right?
Absolutely, yes. Well,
for every chakra there is a rag, and beautiful Hindi songs are there. Suppose for the first chakra there is Kalyan. For the second chakra it's Yaman. Then for the third chakra it's Dimpalashi. For every chakra, for the seventh chakra it's Darbari. And, I mean, if I'll say the name of the rag, it may not click to you, but the songs are very, very famous. Say Raga Darbari, then that means Janaka Janaka Tori Baje Paeliya. That is that song. Yaman, Chandan Sabadan, Chanchala Chituvan. So the only thing is the information should go to people, and they will be doing it easily.
Yes, well, we would love to have you back in one of our wonderful meditation and yoga sessions where we will get a chance to really, really interrogate you further with many, many more questions and maybe give you the chance to really share everything about what you want to share. And we all have to move on to our next guest, of course, Brian Coleman, who's here from the Rotary. He's actually the district governor from the Rotary and a club, and he's absolutely amazing. He's doing an amazing job. So Jitendraji,
thank you, everyone.
Do stay behind if you wish to join us for some of our panel discussions. And of course, we would like to wish you the best of luck for the book that you're going to get launched right now with the Gujarati book. And of course, you're writing. And share with us that if we wanted to find out more about you, where do we find out more? How do we get to hear more about your work?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
So where do we hear? Do you have a Facebook, Jitendra? Do you have a Facebook?
Chitu Patwari. That's Chitu Patwari.
Yes.
And my page is there, self-tuning. The page is there, self-tuning.
Self-tuning. Okay, so for all the audience members who want to know more about Jitendra Patwari ji, just go and check out Facebook called Self-Tuning and find out more about his work. Thank you, Jitendra ji, and a global namaste to you from Healing Our Earth and all our members here.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we now move on to Brian Coleman. Brian Coleman is actually the district governor for the London district here in the UK. He's an amazing gentleman with a very good and very strong vision of how to make a huge impact, how to serve communities, and of course, how to make a difference in people's lives. And Brian, I'd like to say global namaste to you from the whole of the Healing Our Earth team here. Hello.
Namaste to you, honey.
Namaste.
I'm not an amazing gentleman. I'm just a Rotarian. I happen to be district governor of London and a Rotarian. And as I suspect some will know, Rotary is a worldwide organisation of 2 million businessmen and women committed to community service in their home countries and overseas.
Absolutely. And you being one of them, how many years have you been in the Rotary and been a Rotary member?
I've been a Rotarian since 1999, so that's what, 23 years.
Wow, wow, what amazing work that you must have done. But you know what I have, I'm a 1-year-old baby when it comes to being a Rotarian. But I noticed—
You're a very enthusiastic Rotarian, and that's what we like in Rotary. We like men and women who are enthusiastic and committed to service, and that's what you are, honey, from my knowledge of your work in the London Club and for the London District.
Oh, thank you so much, dear Brian. I have amazing role models and great mentors in the club, you know, who support me to help me to expand and blossom. So, which is fantastic. And Brian, you know, I just wanted to say, Healing Our Earth, we have many, many volunteers. We all volunteers here. Our aim is to transform lives positively, share different topics and different information with the world, and just help to make a difference in people's lives. Can you share a little bit about the Rotary organization? Because the Rotary organization actually really enjoys just serving to make a difference in people's lives. And, you know, can you tell us a little bit about the Rotary Club itself? What does Rotary Club do for people who may not be so, you know, familiar with the organization?
So Rotary is organized into clubs, traditionally geographically based clubs. But these days, we have a whole range of different Rotary clubs, some that meet online, where you don't have to live in the area at all, some that meet for lunch and dinner and breakfast, some that meet for no meal at all. You don't have to have a meal to belong to a Rotary Club. The old-fashioned image of middle-aged white men sitting down for lunch is long gone from Rotary, and certainly Rotary in London. And it's for all men and women who are involved in business and professions. And they're organised into clubs, and then the clubs decide on projects to do in their locality and overseas, and they go about raising money, and actually hands-on service is very important.
Yes, hands-on service. I mean, this is hands-on service means practically getting involved, isn't it, everybody? And every single Rotarian that's out there, they all have their own passion, because sometimes people want to help education, sometimes people want to help the environment. They have their own things that they're really interested in, but Rotary gives them a platform to get involved in so many varied areas. Is that right? There's 7 areas of focus.
Rotary, as you quite correctly say, has 7 areas of focus, of which the latest area that Rotary have just recently added to the list is the environment. You've been leading the work in the London district on environment. A lot of clubs are into mundane stuff like litter picking, but they're into tree planting and projects such as that, improving their local environment. It's really, I was going to say, it's a very sexy area, environment. You know, all the areas are important. Maternal and child health, water, sanitation, hygiene, all those things are important. But supporting the environment often appeals to younger Rotarians. And of course, Rotary has also led the way over the last 30 years on the elimination of polio. Working with Bill Gates and the Bill Gates Foundation, Rotary has raised tens of millions of pounds and Rotarians around the world have got involved in vaccination. And we are almost eliminating polio from the world.
I would like to congratulate Rotary for that, because just to share with the audience members around the world, if you're not aware of this, but Rotary were the ones who initiated and pioneered this whole campaign to eliminate polio from the world. And from every single Rotarian from different parts of the world came together, worked together to eliminate. And actually we have all the polio is gone from the whole world, except I believe Pakistan and Afghanistan.
Well, Pakistan and Afghanistan have still got some polio. 30 years ago, when Rotarians sat down and decided to do this campaign, people thought we were bonkers. People thought it was not practical, it was silly, it was pouring money down the drain. Here we are 30 years later. You're right, there's only polio in 2 countries, although sadly we've just had no cases, but polio has been traced in the sewage in London and indeed in some American cities. So polio virus has been traced, but there are no cases in London or America, and hopefully there won't be. But year after year, we vaccinate children against polio, and it proves the importance of vaccination. I mean, when we come on to COVID vaccination, in my view, is essential. I have no time for the anti-vax brigade, who are just totally mad, because vaccination has proved successful on polio, as it proved successful in eliminating smallpox years before.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, Brian, from your side as well, being a district governor, you have well, your work, your role and responsibility is huge, because although you're a volunteer supporting and serving the communities, you know, you are actually managing 60 clubs in the whole of the London district. Is that right? What do you do? What is your role, and how do you encourage people to get involved in these kinds of projects and support them?
So you're right. We've got 60 Rotary clubs in London, ranging from Epping and Barnet down to Lewisham and Penge in the south, and a number of online clubs. And the online clubs are so easy to join, so easy to get involved with, and so easy for outsiders to attend meetings of. You just log on. But I go round and visit all 60 clubs during my year. We hold a district conference, and we generally just keep the clubs. Clubs are independent, clubs have their own agenda, but the district keeps it all online. We pass down from Rotary International. Rotary is an American organization, of course, founded by Paul Harris in 1905 in Chicago. And do you know what the first ever Rotary project was that the Rotary Club did in Chicago?
No, I am not. No, I don't. No, enlighten me.
I'll tell you exactly. They built public toilets in America. Why did they build public toilets in America? To keep the shoppers in the town centre for longer. That was their thinking behind putting public toilets into the centre of Chicago, that it would keep shoppers in the town centre, therefore patronising the shops.
Oh my God, that is amazing. But there were also the group of people that came together right at the beginning. All of them were professionals. It was a lawyer who started the whole thing, and they wanted to help the communities, really, didn't they? Come together, use their skills, talents, and help good causes.
Yes, in the old days, it was all men. It was all professional men and women. Of course, these days, Rotary has a woman as a figurehead. The president of Rotary International, a worldwide organisation, is a woman, Jennifer Jones from Canada. And we now have a woman as president. But yes.
Yes, absolutely. And she actually is doing something very special at the moment. I'll just share a little bit about what she's doing, because she's come up with a lovely saying called Imagine Rotary, where there is no limit. You can do whatever you wish to do to make this world a better place. And it says, Imagine Rotary theme is one that Rotary International President-elect, she's a president now, Jennifer Jones, wishes for us to follow. And what she says here is a Rotary where members act to make their dreams become reality by making the most of their personal, professional, and club experience. And second thing is where members engage more with each other and use these connections to build partnerships that change the world. And that could include, you know, even our Healing Our Earth audience members who are out there who may be looking for organizations to connect with like-minded people to make a difference to the world. Well, Rotary could be one of those avenues that you could consider connecting with, joining, and then being able to work in a collective way to make a difference to the world. Isn't that right, Brian?
Wherever you are in the world, there is a Rotary Club. There are Rotary clubs in 150 countries. I mean, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has started, you know, has highlighted the Rotary clubs in the Ukraine. And Rotary clubs from the rest of the world have been strongly supporting those clubs in Ukraine to provide aid and to provide succor for Ukrainian refugees. So and Rotary is great at responding to natural disasters, other than natural disasters, and putting in aid. We have something called the Rotary Foundation, which is a multi-million-pound charity, which dishes out millions of pounds a year to fund projects done by Rotary clubs around the world.
Right. And how you mentioned about Bill Gates as well, because sometimes you know, we connect with big foundations like United Nations or Bill Gates Foundation, etc., and they come in and they actually match fund. They match fund for big projects, and they must have donated millions of pounds for the work that we're doing.
Well, Bill Gates has been match funding the money for polio for a number of years now, and that arrangement is continuing. And I mean, Rotary is grateful to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for continuing to match fund all the money raised by Rotarians, which you know, amounts to a considerable sum of money.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're currently working on a really interesting project when it comes to the environment, because of course the seventh area of focus is very interesting, and I'd like to share with the audience members out there, you know, that we're looking to plant 1 million trees collectively, and we were looking for support from as many people as possible. All the clubs are coming together to you know, to work towards this particular vision. And Brian, it's quite exciting because on 15th of October, is it, that we're having our district conference?
15th of October, we're having a district conference in London at the Hilton Tower Bridge, where Rotarians in London will come together, meet together to enjoy fellowship, which is also very important to Rotarians. We're not just service, we do fellowship, which often comes from doing service projects, and we will listen to speakers, and we will welcome students. 33 students from overseas are coming to London, funded by Rotary clubs around the world, to study for masters and other qualifications at some of London's institutions. That's a huge program that Rotary around the world runs, and we'll be doing all that on the 15th of October.
Absolutely. So I'm also looking forward to doing my presentation there for the environment, to encourage more people to get involved in this. And of course, our Healing Our Earth family members, presenters, technical team, everybody who's over here, please do come and join us, because I'll be sharing some wonderful messages about how you can get involved in this particular program. We're looking to raise a certain amount of money before 23rd of September. So we need you to get on board if you can, as fast as possible, mainly because for every pound you can plant 9 trees, whereas after 30th of September, for every pound you'll be planting 6 trees. So if you want to help us plant more trees, then it's best to get on board from the earlier stages. So Brian, any final messages that you'd like to share with our audiences? We have Healing Our Earth audience members are in about 140 countries around the world. Some of them, of course, speak in different languages, but they just enjoy watching this particular program, learning from each other. You know, any messages for people around the world of how they can get involved in making this world a better place?
So look up Rotary online. Rotary is a modern, diverse organization. It's going forwards, it's not going backwards. It's growing, particularly in India, in Japan, in the Far East, right. It's really growing its membership in those countries, and they are emerging countries, and it's a really exciting. It's not an old-fashioned organisation, which some of your viewers may think it was something their late fathers belonged to. It's not. It's a modern, go-ahead organisation full of people like you and I, honey.
Absolutely.
People like you and I who are meeting in Rotary clubs every week and delivering service for our communities at home and abroad.
Absolutely. What beautiful words there. Actually, I have somebody called Dimps with us. Dimps Singhani is also our co-host. She normally joins in, and she's been a winner for many charitable programs. You Miss Charity World or Miss World Charity or something. What was that, Dimps? Hello,
So,
global namaste
hi,
to you.
global namaste to everybody. Global namaste. Hi, I'm Dims, and yes, it's Mrs. Universe Charity Woman 2019.
Yes, you won for all the charity work that you're doing. You know, we're very proud of you. You should be part of our Rotary because we need people like you.
My pleasure. I am in. I will help you.
That's it. I'm not going to let you go. Sign up after this program. So, now
But
tell me.
let me come back from Birmingham because I'm in Birmingham right now.
Oh, so before you go, do you have any questions for Brian before we say goodbye to Brian? Because I know you've been listening to our, interview just now. Is there any one question, a final question that you'd like to ask Brian so we can interrogate him before he goes?
I don't have because I didn't listen to the full conversation, but he's doing great work. He's talking about the amazing stuff for society, and he's telling people to more join. So yes, I'm there with you, Brian, and you're right. Honey's doing excellent job, and more people we will get involved, so we can have our chain more expanded in a nicer, broader way.
And we have Rotaract clubs, which are for
Yes.
young people over 18, belong to Rotaract clubs. Not as strong as Rotary, but
Yeah.
look up your
So-
local club online. Wherever you are in the world.
And it needs more awareness. So I think yes, he's absolutely right.
Oh dear evidence. So I'm going to get you signed up. Okay, so there's one in front of there. We've got evidence in front of everyone. There we have our Dims. Well, thank you so much, Dims. I know you'll be taking over. Brian, I just wanted to say a very big thank you for joining us here on
Always a
Healing
pleasure
Our
to
Earth
talk to
today.
you, honey. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. I would like to say global namaste to you, and I look forward to doing many, many more Rotary projects with yourself. And looking forward to 22-23 and working with you and under your leadership.
Nice to speak to you. Namaste.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. So, Dims, what are you doing right now? Tell me what's happening there. This looks so exciting. Am I missing out on something?
So yes, it's last minute. You're definitely missing out. So basically, I'm live in Birmingham, and if you heard of Tirupati Balaji Temple,
Temple.
Yes, so I am in the Balaji Temple, and they had a 4-day of Brahmotsav, which is a very auspicious day, celebrated with the Murtis, the Devi Bhagwati, and what they do is they do a procession of all the gods in the chariot. The chariot was just there. I'm going to actually show you. And they had tons and tons of people. Tons and tons of people have come from all over UK. And
is there a way to Dims, is there a way to make your camera more this way so we can see more wider?
I am trying. 1 second. So
it's not happening.
You can see the 1 second.
Yes.
Is this? Hang on. Is that better?
Yes. Got it. Thank you so much. Yes.
So you can see the beautiful temple. So in the morning, there was no place at all for you to step in. That's how busy it was. And tomorrow is the last day, and it's a big celebration they do every year. But this is the biggest festival that they celebrate because they used to say that Lord Brahma used to do this festival for peace, humanity, strength, and for more human mankind. So
everything we believe in,
Yes. You can see the chariot. You can see the chariot here.
Yeah. Oh wow, amazing! Gosh, I wouldn't mind having a look at that in with my own eyes. It looks so beautiful, so nicely decorated. But I think Ganesh Chaturthi is also coming. Is it Chaturthi or something? Ganesh Chaturthi special day is happening in about a couple of days or a week or so, where everybody makes laddus.
Yes, that's right. So Ganesh Chaturthi is just next week. In fact, it's starting on 31st of this month. I think 1st September, maybe, if I'm not wrong. And they're all preparing to welcome Ganesh ji, and then obviously they're going to do the laddus and pujas every day. It's full of blessing, as we say. Before doing any work, we have to pray to Lord Ganesh.
Absolutely. So, and I just wanted to let all our Birmingham audience members who tuned in from Birmingham that if you haven't been to this particular place, I mean, it's in Birmingham, it's in your local neighborhood. So do make sure you go and visit. And anyone from the UK, do make sure Dimps has also traveled down to see this beautiful temple. Where is this where is the temple, Dimple? Dimps, where is it?
So the temple is near, it's I think 20 minutes or 30 minutes from, where the NEC Birmingham exhibition is.
Yeah, NEC,
it's not very far, and I normally come once in 6 months. It's a beautiful temple. It's very huge, and the darshan inside, if you go, you feel so much lovely energy, and there is some aura about it. I just done the darshan, but they don't allow me the camera inside. Otherwise, I would have showed you. In fact, I'm going to actually be speaking to the pujari in next 15 minutes. So,
yes, but you can come back in if you get a chance to tune in again. And meanwhile, I have also my next guest, Pavan Uddanani, who's going to be joining us right now to talk about, of course, the environment that we've been talking about with the Rotary Club. So, Dimps, do tune in again very shortly. We're looking forward to speaking to you and the priest, and keep smiling and looking so gorgeous and beautiful. I just wanted to say, with that lovely sari of yours, have a lovely day. We'll speak to you very soon.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Namaste.
So that was our Dim Sangani, who is absolutely gorgeous. She's won so many competitions, and she runs her own little hair products business, and that's why you can see why her hair looks so gorgeous. But anyway, moving on from beauty and spirituality to the environment and human values. So Pavan Uddanani, hello Pavanji, a global namaste to you.
Hello, and global namaste to all of you as well.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us here today. I understand that your background is very, very interesting because you're a businessman, you're involved in the financial sector of the world, and but at the same time, you do you're a volunteer in the International Association of Human Values. And you're also involved in supporting climate action now, which is an environment-based project initiative of the organization. So I just first of all wanted to welcome you here. Thank you very much for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. And of course, to talk a little bit about what do you do in this in the International Association of Human Values? What do you do? What work do you do there?
Sure. So firstly, thank you for having me. And actions like this help me compensate for my karmas in the financial services.
Yes, absolutely. And I hope you're reducing all the carbon, emissions from all the work that you do, because it's not all about commercialization. It's also about protecting our planet.
It's about balance, right? So like I'm an active volunteer with the International Association for Human Values. In short, is IAHV. And it's a global organization, and we do lots of projects globally across a number of countries. But our real kind of North Star is that we want to help make the world a better place. So we want to help reduce stress. We want people, individuals, societies to live their purpose. To kind of just live a better life, right? And then that requires transformational change, and that requires change across broad aspects of society. So that's why we do a project called Climate Action Now for environment. We have a project called Read Library to support schools in countries where there is not enough funding for libraries. So we help set up libraries over there. We set up schools in rural areas of countries like Kenya and India and other places, right? So we also do disaster relief, right? So whenever there is any kind of calamity in the world, we try to kind of do our bit to help out.
Oh, wow. And I love the education part of it, because that's the best gift you can give to anybody. When you gift somebody with education, you help to expand their mind, you help to expand their awareness and perspective of the world, and you help them to become a little bit more self-reliant, rather than being reliant on others. So this is a very beautiful gift that you're giving to them. And with the human values point of view, what is it? Is it about, because this is connected to the Art of Living organization, which again, I've had the pleasure of, attending some of their courses, which have been absolutely amazing with Sri Ravi Shankarji. So tell us a little bit about what is this human values that you try to share? What are the teachings there?
These are like, universal human values, right? So, and when I say universal human values, I talk about purpose, I talk about courage, I talk about kindness, compassion, right? So how do we kind of create an environment in a society where these values, are lived by, right? And then they become, more, more dominant in our lives. Yeah. So it's all about that.
Yeah. So there is, and how do you do this? I mean, how do you help to transform, and how do you help to encourage people to develop these values?
Yeah. So again, through these projects, right? So humanitarian projects, so as I mentioned some of them already, right? So we are also kind of focus a lot on mental health. So for example, we have a project called Peace Building, and we kind of run camps where we in kind of conflict regions, like for example Lebanon and lots of regions in Middle East, where we have our volunteers and our trained volunteers and certified teachers. They would go and run mental health camps there. So they would use pranayam and all different kind of techniques that a lot of us are familiar with to help with the mental health and well-being of people who have been affected by traumas in those regions. So,
wow, that's so beautiful. Wonderful work that you're doing. Sound like a proper Rotarian. Don't tell me. Are you a Rotary member? You need to become a Rotary member. We need more people like you, right? We're serving the world, right? But tell me, Pavanji, with all these things that we're doing, at the moment, you're also working on various initiatives, and one of them being the Environment Initiative, where you yourselves are looking to plant 1 million trees. And we've partnered up with yourselves, so the Rotary Club, especially the Rotary Club of London, which I am part of. We're heading the actual program, working with the support of our district governor, as Brian Coleman, who you just met. But at the same time, we want to work with yourselves, with the Climate Action Now, which is an organization that you've set up. Can you tell us a little bit about what is this one? Why is this important? Why should people get involved in planting trees? It's so important for reforestation programs.
It's simple because trees take in carbon dioxide and they give out oxygen.
That's giving us the oxygen that we need, right?
It's a fact, right? An undisputed fact. And look, my view is that everything is connected, right? So when we talk about mental health and mental health disorders that are prevalent in the world, in some shape or form it's connected to the damage that we are causing to the planet right now by through our consumption, everything that we all again know, right? So really kind of what we want to do is Climate Action Now is one of the projects under IHV, and we have partnered up with Eden Reforestation project, which is another global project, and we have so far through Eden Reforestation we have planted 320,000 trees.
Oh, lovely. 320,000 trees have been planted already. Yes, very nice.
We want to take that to 1 million. And that's why, this partnership with Rotary that we are looking forward to and really kind of pleased to have.
Yes, I'm very looking forward to it as well, and because I'm heading it as well. So I need all the support from my Healing Our Earth, members and family members and team members to support us with this, which will be really great. And also, it's not just about giving funds and giving, but it's also about helping to raise awareness and sharing the links with other people, so that other people can become a bit more aware of how important it is. I'm just going to share whilst we're chatting some information about how important this is, because more than 50% of our world's forests have been completely lost, due to deforestation, as we say, and for logging, mining, and agriculture. So people come in and just cut down all these trees, which have been there for thousands of years. And then also 50% of the world's biodiversity is also found in rainforests. Therefore, it's really, really vital to protect the world's most threatened species, because you have all these animals living there, birds living there, monkeys, whatever. They've got no homes. I went to India a little while back, and I used to see the monkeys running around in a park. And I asked my cousin brother, I said, why are these monkeys running around in the park? And they said, because all the villages cut down all the trees and the monkeys don't know where to go. So this is like little animals who are meant to have their own place to live. And so there are so many species that are being threatened because of this. And then if you move on, and if we check the next slide, for example, we will see that this is the reforestation program that we're interested in working alongside with the climate action now. So Pavanji, you mentioned about the Eden Project, you know, and I know you work with many, many different communities from many countries, but you also create jobs. You create jobs because you invite the local people to come in to create the little cut the little I don't know what you call them, little tree bits, replant them, and then go and plant these, you know, and for the reforestation program. So you're also giving these people jobs, the locals jobs. One thing we have to mention to our wonderful viewers out there is by the end of 2024, which is not very long from now, Eden Project is planning to produce, plant and protect a minimum of 2.25 billion trees. So I think this will be really great. I'll carry on chatting a little bit more, but Pavanji, what do you say about it so far? You know, tell us a little bit about that. You're on mute. So you're on mute there. There you go.
Yeah,
yes.
I'll to unmute myself. Yeah, look, the Eden Deforestation Project, it's an amazing idea because it kind of creates a circular economy. You know, obviously tree plantation helps the environment and the broader kind of, you know, kind of cause of climate action, but it does that through by employing local people, right? So Eden Deforestation so far has planted almost 1 billion trees. Across 10 countries. They have 280 kind of plantation sites, mostly in Africa and Southeast Asia and Pacific Islands, and few in Brazil. And through that, they've employed around 15,000 people full time on fair wages to do this job. So kind of it drives it spreads the kind of the wealth in countries who are deprived of it, so to speak, right? And
yes, I think it's very good because you're supporting the local economies and the kind of countries that it tends to they're working in, especially nations like Philippines, Brazil, Central America, Mozambique, Haiti, Madagascar, Indonesia, Kenya, Nepal. So by you supporting all these different places, we'll start getting a chance to create more trees, grow more trees. And of course, like we said, there's so many more benefits, isn't there, Pavanji? Because it also purifies us water resources and restores the ocean health. Why does it say that? I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah, see, look, when you have more trees, your soil holds together better, right? Which means that the risk of flood goes down, which means that biodiversity comes back. Everything kind of is linked, right? As I said earlier, right? Everything is connected. I think some of us who are into spirituality would connect with this thought really well. And planting trees is the most simple action that we all can take to help progress in the direction.
Oh, that's lovely. Yes, I think it's fantastic. So this climate action now at the moment, with in association with the Rotary clubs, especially the London district, we're coming together to plant these 1 million trees. So Healing Our Earth, all the audience members out there, if you're interested in getting involved, do contact us. Contact us on Healing Our Earth, because Healing Our Earth will also come and partner up with us to help us support and support us with this campaign. And there are many other organizations. If you're part of the Lions Club, for example, if you're part of any other organizations like a school, if you're a school teacher, headmaster, and you may want to maybe help to raise funds, then it's going to be a very, very exciting, fun project. And, if you donate about £179 from your organization, just £179 individually or an organization, we can plant 1,000 trees.
Yeah.
So you will be helping to help us plant 1,000 trees. So it's going to be great. So if you're interested.
Yeah, I think there's a question in chat, is it planting in London? So no, it's not planting in London. It's planting in, African countries. So Madagascar, Kenya, a few other countries in Africa, and I can send you the list later on as well. In Southeast Asia, so Indonesia, Philippines, and then in Brazil and Central America. So those are the regions where, because the idea is to reforest the rainforest, right? So that's why the planting is focused on there. The other point I want to leave everyone with is, I don't know how many of you know what is your CO2 footprint per annum as an individual, right? Because you know, we all should know, we all should understand, you know, what is our lifestyle and what CO2 we are contributing in, you know, into the environment. Now, planting trees, if you plant around 1750 trees or 2000 trees, you take out, you know, 7 tons of, you know, greenhouse gases from the environment per person per annum.
Yeah, just to help to let the audience understand this, when we eat food, there's lots of things that have to happen, like the tractors have to be, you know, you drive the tractor, so you'll have petrol fumes, etc. You cut, then you send it across by ships, you do this, that. So what we're saying is production, even by you eating certain foods, will be not just you eating the food, but there is a whole series of steps that need to be taken, which is leading to the your carbon footprint. Isn't that right? And so
also,
yes.
Go on, honey. Finish.
Yes. So it's really important for us to reduce. So try to reuse your clothes. Try to reuse certain things. If you're using plastic bags, reuse them. If you're having a shower, try to use less water. So all these things that you would do, you can. Each one of us can try to, even going vegetarian, because most of us are vegetarians. But if you're a non-veg person, maybe you can decide to go vegetarian once a week, because a vegetarian plant-based diet, it requires less of this carbon whatever it is. And at the same time, with the animals, having animals, you have to feed them, you have to take them and do all sorts of things to these poor little animals, that at the end of the day, there's a lot of carbon footprint that gets emitted because of that. Is that right, Pavanji?
Absolutely, and you know, I think these are the changes that we ought to bring in our lifestyle. I think Shiv has raised his hand. He has a question or a comment.
Please, Shiv, come and join us. Shiv Chalia. So let's join. Let's see if you'd like to ask the questions, and let's see if we can get you added onto our panel here. Shivji, global namaste to you. I know you're an environment fan, so you're my best friend now.
I just wanted to know, when Mr. Pavan mentioned that 700 trees is equal to a certain amount of carbon footprint. But, you know, so my application, which I'm trying to build, is also on carbon emissions and stuff like that. But, you know, one major carbon emissions which takes place when we travel, like I took a flight, which I would not prefer, but there was no other option. I couldn't walk or bicycle to come to London from India. So that in itself, one flight could be equivalent to 1,000 plants, or maybe more than that. So, you know, we should, you know, try to see, you know, if we can, how we could mitigate by how can we make a net zero, right?
Yes,
In our own
I think
lives.
exactly. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, you know, as a family, do we have our net zero target? Right.
Yeah.
So all these companies are declaring the net zero targets, right? And you know, and a lot of this is greenwashing and all that stuff, right? But as a family, if we really care about environment, then what is our net zero, right? And what changes are we, you know, committing to bring to our lifestyles to get to that point?
Yes, and you know, for some people who may not understand, like again, the carbon footprint, here's a nice description for them. It refers to the total amount of green gases, including carbon dioxide and methane, that are generated by our actions. So it could be any actions that you're taking that would help to, you know, so if we can think about maybe driving, you know, like you just mentioned, Shivji just mentioned, limiting your travel, you know, perhaps changing your car, you know, if it's emitting too much fuel, etc., and causing too much pollution, go for the electric cars, perhaps, etc. There's so many little changes you can make that could start supporting the world collectively. So thank you, Shivji. Thank you for that. Did we say any final questions that you may have before we say thank you to Pavanji and move on to our next guest, which I believe is going to be Rani Baines very shortly. Oh, it's Nilima by the looks of it. Yes. So Shivji, any last questions? No? Okay.
I think
so you're on mute.
Question, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, actually, even in this application, what I'm trying to do, so we're trying to collaborate with Uber, Olas of India, where, you know, if you are able to share your ride while going to your office, or are you going to bicycle to your office, so how much carbon footprint, and that's how I am trying to reward citizens in a sustainable gestures.
Brilliant.
So that is something which we are trying
Shiv,
to
can we exchange our contacts? Maybe I'll do a LinkedIn to you and let's chat further if that's okay.
Absolutely.
There's a very good, and Shivji, whilst you're here, I just wanted to share the final little bits here. There's a little slide which is very important here about what you discussed. It's like all these little things we can do to protect our planet, and the way you can perhaps bike more and drive less. These are things you could perhaps educate others about the environment, reduce and reuse and recycle products, etc. So shop wisely, for example, use reusable shopping bags, use less water, volunteer and do some work like what we're trying to do right now. Just come in and support such campaigns. So there are various ways. Plant a tree. Here's a plant a tree. You need to get involved with planting a tree with us. So there are different ways for you to get involved. Isn't that right, Shivji, Pavanji? Yeah. So Nilima, you're here as well. Thank you very much for joining us here. Do you have any questions that you may wish to ask whilst Pavanji or Shivji is here?
All I can say is all the best, because I've been a little kind of, I've heard them, but I do see their point, and I think it is better to live a conscious life and sort of be responsible as a mark of our education. I think is this responsibility that we all have for the next generation. That's the least we could do. And to live ethically and to be conscious is not easy, given that we are in this generation where we would rather get things done faster than, like every day an Amazon box comes. Yeah. How do you overcome that? Things are so here and now. To sort of have that long-term thinking is going out of our dictionary. It is so difficult to think long-term now. It's all about the here and now.
Are you saying that we need a technology where we plant the seed in the night and the tree
No, I mean to say, I'm not talking about the plantation. I'm talking about how I'm aware, as I was listening to you both, that it is so much more difficult. It is practice as you preach, what you preach, right? So I have to be doing what I want to be able to preach. So I don't know, every day an Amazon box comes in my name.
You're absolutely right. But you know what? We can try, because awareness is the first step to things, and being, aware of the fact of everything that we're doing. Like if I use and think about just buying another plastic bag without thinking anything of it. But in my mind, if I know that these plastic bags can be thrown in the sea and then it could choke little fishes and, little turtles or whatever, if you can just become aware of what impact it's causing.
And fast fashion as well. Think about fast fashion. They're so not biodegradable, all those clothes, but then you get it for £5. So the teenagers are giving into the fact that they would rather wear something for a week and throw it. Now, yes. Are they made to be aware of the landfills that are being used to get rid of all of this? So there's so much more to raise.
You can donate. You know what? You have to teach young people that once you finish with this, it's fine. It's not a problem. But try to give it to somebody who can use it. Give it to a charity shop.
Yeah, you can't. It's probably not appropriate to name those companies, but there's so many companies that are listed. All they do is fast fashion, and they every day in the Times or on the weekend, the FT, you see them as raising a lot more money, making their company go public. So they're not being penalized for producing fast fashion, right? So it's a lot more. It's a holistic approach one needs to have. It is when governments are, I don't know, there should be some approval before all these fast fashion houses are approved to sell their.
Nilimaji, you're absolutely spot on, right? And it's very complex. There is no silver bullet to solve this, right? Oh. And but at the same time, awareness is key, as Aniji was saying, and we all got to do our own bits. And I think the silver lining here is, and I shared an article with Aniji on this morning, and maybe Aniji you can share with everyone. Yes. The silver lining is that the top 10% of the global population, which lives in Northern Hemisphere, right, in the Western countries, and we are part of that, contributes to 80% or more CO2.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we can raise awareness of that 10% and bring change in that 10%, this problem can be solved.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, let me ask Neilji. Neilji is here. Let me see if Neil Kumar has something to say about this. Neilji, I know you're there. If you'd like to maybe share, what do you have to say about this wonderful topic that we're talking about?
So, so honey, I'll just tell you what our next order is. Pawan, you did fantastic. You're actually from the same organization as the previous host, Seema, from IAHV. So you just missed her because the time is in midnight in Hong Kong over there. So, and Shiv, fantastic, all the way from India, living in London at the moment, doing projects. She was the earlier facilitator. We'll put you and Pawan in touch because it's the same thing. There is a synergy in what you are doing together with our Honey, who is doing with planting the trees and everything. So we are all rocking. So Honey, what we're gonna do now, Nilima
Yes.
has got a little 10-minute session, and then we've got Radha Binod Sharma, who have come earlier, and then we've got Sudarshan Chakravarti waiting. So we've got a full lineup here.
Yes, and we've got Ronnie Baines as well. Yes, absolutely. So so just for the audiences to know, we're going to be talking to a lovely painter and creative artist, right through to a psychologist, right through to this amazing, amazing dancer, Bollywood choreographer. So we've got lots of wonderful different guests who are here today. So do stay tuned in. And just to finish off the whole discussion that we're having here, I was just hoping if I could just share something which is very, very important from our side. The reforestation program that we're doing right now, which Healing Our Earth is part of as well, and supporting, of course, as always, supporting all the good work that we do. What we're doing at this moment is planting trees. And if you can see here, £107 plants 1,000 trees. £538 helps to plant 5,000 trees, and £1,068 helps to plant 10,000 trees. We're looking to plant 300,000 trees together to contribute to and support the Climate Action Now groups. So if there is a chance for you to get involved, we will share some of this information through our social media and through Healing Our Earth. And if you would like to get involved, come on board and, come on board and support Healing Our Earth, because Healing Our Earth could be one of the organizations supporting this. And we could combine our efforts together to make this happen. Before 30th of September, it's before 30th, that's the important bit, before 30th of September. So there you go. Thank you, Nilima, for your lovely suggestions. I love that. It's really important to look at all areas and all angles of a discussion. So thank you for bringing in your, your angle to this discussion.
Thank you.
You're now going to be sharing what you're going to be sharing. So I'm going to leave the platform for you to share what you're going to share, Nilimaji.
Oh, thank you so much, honey.
And thank you, Pawanji, as well, and say a big global namaste to you.
For your work and your thoughts, and the global namaste. So my, the topic that kind of always stays at the back of my mind is, what does it mean to be a global Indian? Especially in this year where we are celebrating 75 years of India being an independent country. I do want the whole narrative to be changed, at least over the next 25 years before we hit a century as an independent country, as a developed country, as opposed to a backward country. And to my understanding, having worked with children as part of my work as an audiobook publisher, I feel we need to empower the children who will be adults in the next 25 years, because just like this wonderful channel that you have, Healing Our Earth, which happens every week and which gives people a chance to talk about topics that kind of interest them, or to participate and get over their inhibitions, give them a voice. I think we could, this is obviously aimed at Neil Kumar, I think it would be nice if there was a channel dedicated to children, because I do watch Sky News has a Sky Kids. I think it started probably about 5-6 years ago. It's a wonderful channel where when they started, they didn't quite know how it was going to go. But those children who were involved as anchors for gathering news that they wanted to convey for children, I can see how those anchors have grown in their personalities, so much so that they're actually talking to the Prime Minister, they're covering world issues from a young person, from a child's point of view. So I thought that is absolutely phenomenal, because it is they need, if a child is made aware of a situation, I think they become more and more responsible. So I think if we can bring them on board through this kind of an online platform where you could engage with them on various topical topics, you know, and get their point of view, I think it will help us adults understand what the next generation is facing, whether it's a problem or what they are celebrating, so we can be more in tune with the next generation. And when I said right at the start that, okay, in the next 25 years, if you want to see India to be categorized as a developed country, I think let's speed it up by bringing the young people on board, so that they are literally diving into the deep end. So they are there in this digital platform, sharing their, they may be awkward, like I am still awkward even at my age. They may be awkward, but over a period of time, we'll realize their voice and their concerns. I don't know what your thoughts are about it.
Well, Nilima, we do encourage children.
You do. I know, Neil, you do.
And quite rightly, as have you said, that let us create even more awareness. Let's bring more education. So maybe one of these days we should do that. Because it's very, very important. And you are involved in a crossway because you are very active in India as well, in Hyderabad and places. So yes, let's extrapolate and let's listen to more.
I think if you watch Sky News Kids, it is really very refreshing, very, very refreshing, because they all have picked up a style, a mannerism, and the topics that they choose, and the confidence with which those kids have grown over the last 4 years as these full-fledged anchors. I think I would love to see children, especially with in the lower income brackets from India, get their voices shaped through a digital platform like Healing Our Earth.
I absolutely agree with you, and it makes sense. In fact, if you saw that Amish actually mentioned that when he was there in the last series, and it's something that the government of India is quite actively trying to do that.
Yeah. Neil, if you need any help, I'm quite happy to work with you, because it's another of my fantasy things, which is to have a channel for children. Where
So you are part of Healing Our Earth. Honey, Shivali, Seema, our hosting board, they're all interested in this kind of projects. Yes, we should do that. I'm very much for women empowerment and children empowerment, because if we empower the women, who are the best people for the society to harmonize, and we can start with the children at young age, then today's children will be tomorrow's stalwarts.
Yes. So by the time India hits a century, we'll have a very knowledgeable bunch of, next generation taking care of the country.
Well, even before India hits the century, because we have got the youngest workforce on the earth at the moment. Our population in below 40 is the highest, who is going to bring out so much beautiful aspects of India. So the time is right. I think Gautami from India wanted to speak. Gautami, if you put your video on, and Lata wanted to say something as well. Let's ask if Honey is back as well. So Honey, you heard Nilima. Nilima wants to promote through the children, education through children.
Yeah, that's amazing, because children is something I've always had a real affinity to, because I believe that helping children grow, they are next generation. So guiding them and helping them to be educated in certain areas and turning them into leaders and helping them to blossom themselves, you know, like into individuals as they are. I think that's one of the very, very beautiful things we can do in this world. And every single one of us should have that as a part of our vision, to help our youngsters and our youth develop in the best way possible. What do you think, Lataji? What do you think? Hello, Global Namaste to you, looking so pretty again with your lovely glasses, looking all intelligent. And I love the color. The top color looks gorgeous, lovely blue. So tell us, Lataji, what do you think? What do you think?
It's sea green, actually.
Sea green, okay, I'm going colorblind. I need glasses now by the looks of it. It must be the video camera.
We
So that
haven't
was-
done any humor today. How come we're not laughing? We can't be serious all the time, you know?
Interesting discussions here, Lataji. We were missing you so we could have then the fun and everything as well. So you can add in a little bit of the fun part to it, right? So tell us, Lataji, tell us, what did you think of what Nilima mentioned about this wonderful youth work and to have this vision to set up a channel for youngsters?
Well, I think Healing Our Earth is the ideal platform to do all that. And Neil is a wonderful, I don't know what it is, the force.
Motivator, catalyst. He's a catalyst.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I don't know what he is, but he's something and amazing. And I think if the spirits above want to use us, then yeah, we're all for it. We have to do it. We can't run away from it. We have to get involved. And
I think, Lataji, this is something me and Simaji were talking about before, our wonderful host as well, previously from Hong Kong. And we were chatting about the fact that each one of us, once you have a desire to make a difference, once we have a desire, you will start finding that other people who are like-minded will start coming together with you. So if I love youth, because I've been a youth ambassador for many, many years, I've been a Duke of Edinburgh Award ambassador too, mentoring young people, going to the royal palaces, presenting awards, giving speeches. And my aim is always to encourage the youngsters to become more confident, to become amazing leaders of the future. That's what our aim is. So I've always been connected to that. Now Nilima's come on board, and now you are also interested in the young people. It's like we need to have a desire ourselves to want to help, and in that way, I think things can happen.
Well,
Because
I think just planting trees is a wonderful project, but I think we need to have laws to stop cutting trees down and deforestation, because until we do that, we're not going to save our planet, and it's really emotional for me to think how we're damaging our Mother Earth, because there'll be nothing left in 25 years if we go at this rate.
It's true, very true.
We've got to face reality. We've got to stop deforestation, and we don't need it. We really don't need it, do we? How much do we
Well, you have to look at this different ways, dear Lataji. When you look at little villages who do not have coal, who do not have gas, to cook food, for example, they won't realize that I shouldn't be going and cutting down trees until 50 years later, when that whole place becomes like a desert and there's no rain because there's no trees. Everything becomes drier and drier. But they didn't know, they weren't educated in this field. So sometimes people, so there's that area. What I'm trying to explain is there are other reasons. There are also corporates who really don't care. They just do not care about what happens to the world. They want immediate profits, and they don't look at long-term profits. So they will just go in and commercialize, and as long as it's commercially viable for them, it's fine. They'll buy the locals, in order to cut these trees. So there are terrible things that do take place. But what my Swamiji, what I remember from a spiritual guru had taught, if we can concentrate on doing the good work, we can compensate straight away. If we spend too much energy trying to stop and prevent the bad work taking place, all our time is going to be spent there where you can't have time to do the good work that you need to do. So if we focused and just come together collectively and perhaps, focus on positive initiatives, it'll make us happier as well. We know that sometimes, we can't change the whole world in one night or one day or in our lifetime, but we can do our part. What do you say? What do you say, Pawanji, whilst you are here?
Well, there is. Sorry.
Yes, go for it, Lataji.
No, sorry. There are ways of producing free energy for the poor people, and they can generate it themselves. There are projects that are being accomplished and researched, and they're, promoting it to take to India. to help these poor people so that they don't have to go around cutting trees.
Yes, but how many of these homes have this? That's the important bit. How many people are making sure that this kind of energy is in every single home? People don't even have toilets, basic necessities. They don't even have clean water at the moment. You know, like there are so many different areas of life that we have to consider. So what you're saying is right. I do agree that every have this.
But it's a huge problem, but we have to start somewhere putting things right.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, because I mean, all the good that you're going to do with the 300,000 trees, where they're going to take down so many, and the poor people have got no say in it. You know, a lot of these large companies who are contractors, you know.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Pavanji has to say. Pavanji, what would you like, before we move on to my next guests, what would you say? What would you say to finish off with? There's a lovely, good point that Lataji had shared there.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. You know, it's a complex problem, right? Because, you know, it's like countries like India and China and other emerging economies, they are growing really fast. We all know that, which means that a lot of people are coming out of poverty, which is a good thing, right? But at the same time, a lot of people still remain in poverty, right? And you know, it's really hard to expect those people to think about, you know, climate when they don't have food on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. To think of that as well, you see.
Yeah. So, you know, and I understand the point that, you know, what's the point of, you know, planting trees if the tree, you know, cutting is still going on? I get that. But again, we have to understand where is, you know, what is driving that deforestation, right? And again, I come back to that lifestyle that, you know, the other half of the world lives, you know, where majority of these logs, you know, get produced, you know, converted into some goods and products and get shipped, you know, in large kind of freight ships, which also kind of contributes to CO2 and whatnot. So I think it kind of goes back to, you know, what can we do in the sense, you know, people living in the Western and Northern Hemisphere, in the, you know, developed countries, quote unquote, right? What changes can we bring to slow down this you know, deforestation?
Absolutely. It's like when the fur coat industry was there, you know, everybody wanted to wear fur coats and look really, you know, but then many people got aware of how these animals were being killed to have these fur coats. And then all the rich people also stopped buying the fur coats because they thought, no, we're not, you know, buying and being part of this. So it's educating people to understand that, look, what your impact is creating, you know, by your actions are creating this impact. So the education part is also a very important part of this, not just the funding and the fundraising, but helping people to personally take a change, and, you know, make take the steps forward and create change.
Give you a real life example. I have a colleague who lives in Amsterdam. He's a white person, white guy, and very, very environmentally conscious. You know, he was raised in a family, you know, where, you know, every day they used to eat meat, you know, which is part of the culture and lifestyle. And around 5 or 7 years ago, as a family, they decided to cut down on their meat, right? So now they eat, you know, meat one day a week, and rest of the day they are vegan.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what we need, you know, to become prevalent, right? To become, you know, because it's not good or bad. It's not about, you know, eating meat is bad or anything like that. You know, it's that these kind of things affect the environment, and these kind of changes will slow down the damage that you're causing to the environment.
Yes. So thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful thing. I think we've got a little young one here, India, Gautami, all the way from India. Maybe Gautami may want to share something here. So Gautami, before I move on to my lovely two gentlemen and this lovely wife and husband couple, guests of mine, can you tell us what would you like to share? Because look at Nilima ji, she's got such a lovely, you know, initiative of wanting to help young people. She's got a lovely vision there, and we've been discussing these different areas. Lataji mentioned, Pavanji mentioned all these different points. What is your point here, Gautami, as our young future generation?
Actually, I want to share Kalbalavashtak today. I'm very excited for it.
What is that? Sorry, what will you be sharing?
Kalbalavashtak. It's a Ashtaka of Kalbhairav.
Oh, okay, Kal Bhairav. That's a god of destruction who destroys bad things, right?
Yes.
Ah, right. We need Kal Bhairav. Let's destroy the bad.
Of Shiva, Lord Shiva.
Right. Yes, I know there's a kind of a mantra for that. Please share that with us. So whilst we're here, let's see if we can stop all this destruction somehow. Go for it.
Actually, I want to sing this.
Yes, please sing. We're happy. We're all ears. I've got my ears here all the way through, listening to you. And we're all waiting. You're leaving us in suspense. Come on, Gautami, sing for us. We're dying to listen to that gorgeous voice of yours.
Thank you. Oh. देवराज सैव्यमान पावनानि पंकजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदाधियोगिरन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भानुकोटि भास्वरं भवाब्धितारकं परं नीलकण्ठमीप्सिताथ दायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमम्बुजशमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्कपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्याममादिदेवमक्षरं निरामयम् भीमविक्रमप्रभुविचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्मनक्मनोघ्नहेम किङ्किलीनसङ्कटिं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकं स्वधर्ममार्गनाशकं कर्मपाशमोचकं कुशलमदायकं विभुं स्वर्णवर्णशेषपाशशोभिताण्डमण्डलं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे रत्नपादुकाप्रभाभिरामपादयुग्मकं नित्यद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं कराळदष्टमोक्षणं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे अट्टहास भिन्न पद्मजाण्डकोश सन्ततिं दुष्टपातनष्टपाप जालमुग्नशासनम् अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकन्धरं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गगोविन्दं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्य पुण्यवर्धनं शोकमोहदैन्यलोभकोपपापनाशनं ते प्रयान्ति कालभैरवान् सिन्धि सन्नधि काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
Well done, Gautami. For being a minor, you have done. Yes, you did very well for being a minor, and very proud of you. And I'm sure Nilima is very proud for what you did, because that's really what she was saying.
Thank you so much.
Very good, Gautami. Keep at it.
Yes, you did very well. And our honey is back with us again. So what we will do now, Nilima ji, as we say goodbye to you for your session, you stay around still with us.
Yes.
Gautami, we'll see you a bit later. You can still stay here. And Radha Binod Sharma ji, it will be your turn next. But just before we go, let me bring Honey back again, and I will add her here. And Honey, before we say goodbye to Nilima and bring Radha Binod Sharma ji, let's tell people about our future events. So if you can unmute yourself, and here is the screen to share for you.
Absolutely, absolutely, Neilji. So we've got some amazing, always future events that come up every week. We've been running for 2 years now, 2.5 years almost now. And our future events are 4th of September, Sunday, as always, from 2 o'clock to 8 p.m. We have the Integrated Health Transforming Healthcare program. So do make sure you tune in, because some really amazing experts will be joining us on that day to share some really great health tips and how we could improve our health care system. Moving on from there, the next one we have is 11th of September, which is again another healing program, all based on curative, mending, remedial program. So I'm going to also tune into that, because I'm always hosting anyway, to find out what interesting people are going to be joining us on that day to provide remedies, all types of health issues that you may be having. They'll be sharing all sorts of different types of remedies and how to mend any issues that you may be experiencing. From then onwards, we have some more future projects and programs coming up. And this is our Diwali on the Square. Every single year, we have the Diwali in London event that's taking place. So this time it's on the 9th of October. Neil Kumar is one of the main organizers of this event, working with the Mayor of London and, of course, the DIL team, which is a Diwali in London team. So I just wanted to say, do put this date into your diary, Sunday, 9th of October. Amazing time. You're going to have some amazing artists, special stalls. It'll be like a festival, and everybody loves this particular day. And it's
So, honey, I'll tell you more about Trafalgar Diwali. If you notice, honey, for the first time, we are bringing a specialist healing session. It will be all sorts of healing, whether it's pranic healing, Tai Chi healing, Qigong healing, all sorts of healers will be there, and they will bring specialist healing session over there, like how we do with Ayurveda. Moving on to Diwali, the iconic place, Trafalgar Square, which is the most iconic place for UK. There, we are going to have a turban and a sari wearing. We are going to have a culture marquee. We are going to have a unity marquee where Jainism, Sikhism, Buddhism, Hinduism shares the same platform. We are going to have a scintillating and exhilarating stage performance. We will have an opening dance sequence because it's a Sharad Punam night. And then after the dance sequence, the whole square can join into Garba for 30 minutes because it's Sharad Punam night, which we do every year anyway over there. Then we will have a yoga and meditation marquee. We will have the Prashad marquee. This year, because the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Sansthan Nisdan Temple are the chair, they will create an experiential marquee zone. So effectively, they will bring the mandir on the square because the mandir is a landmark of London, which will be beautiful as well. Then we are also going to have a sattvic and vegan and pure vegetarian marquee where they will talk about those foods as well. We will have a dance workshop marquee where the choreographers will be actually doing an engagement with the audience. And we will have a children's marquee together with various other marquees. So don't forget the date of 9th of October, Sunday, from noon till 7 p.m. Diwali on Trafalgar Square, brought to you by Mayor of London in partnership with DIL, the Diwali in London committee. And now, let's say goodbye to Nilima, who's still going to stay with us. And we move on to Radha Binod Sharma ji, and Sudarshan ji is waiting, and Danny is here as well. So we've got a lot of people, and over to you, honey.
Thank you so much, dear Neil Kumar ji. So thank you very much for sharing. What a long list of amazing things that are going to be taking place on that day. Nilima ji, thank you very much as well, and good luck with this wonderful youth initiative. Moving on, we have two amazing people who are joining us. And very shortly, do stay tuned in because we're also going to be going off to India and meeting a really amazing Kathak stroke contemporary dancer who's also a Bollywood film choreographer, who will be sharing some really great information about what he does and also how dance can benefit the world. So we'll be hearing a little bit more about all this in a short while. So hello, I would say Radha ji and Rani ji. So we have Radha Vinod Sharma and his lovely, gorgeous wife, Rani Baines. Both of them are experts in their own field. We have Radha Vinod Sharma, who is an artist, a painter, a creative individual who does many, many exhibitions. He has been trained in India, in Baroda and all different places in India. But his aim is to find local talent from around the world, and give them platforms to develop and to flourish as artists. So he's doing an amazing job as a mentor and as a great talent scout. Moving on to, of course, Rani Baines. Rani Baines is a really amazing, amazing psychologist. She is not just a psychologist, she works with the top 100 what do you call them, the top 100 forum businesses, right? Whatever. Yeah, I'll get that right in a short while. But the top 100, I can't remember the word. But yes, top businesses. And she actually helps to enhance these wonderful employees' productivity, helping to bring in spirituality, and also how science supports this is what she is an expert in. So she knows lots and lots of information about this, which she's going to share with us today. So starting off with who shall we go for? Is it ladies first, or is it dear Radhaji, the creative individual?
I just wanted to say that we're our world, our two worlds kind of meet in the middle, where we're looking at the power of creative thinking, creative intelligence, whether it serves the art or it serves leadership. There is a force that's emerging in the world, and we're both kind of really bringing that to the surface and helping to proliferate it wherever we can. Yeah.
Wow, what a wonderful way to put that across as well, dear Raniji. So Raniji, tell me, let's start off with you then, ladies first then, as we've gone in there. Both of you, completely different. It's like yin and yang, right? We have a creative individual and somebody who could be quite logical because it's quite scientific based what you do as well. And you mix these wonderful qualities together to bring about change in lives of people. And this is what Healing Our Earth is all about, is how do we transform lives positively. And I know Radhaji does that through his artwork, his creativity, and you do it through spirituality and, of course, leadership training. Raniji, tell me a little bit about you. Tell us, what do you do and what kind of work do you do and how does it impact society?
Yeah, I'll give a little bit of background. And actually, it's quite an exciting time for leadership in the world and for this work to be kind of understood. So my background is in psychology. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, but I've spent 2.5 decades working with leaders, with top leaders in the FTSE, about 50% of the FTSE 100 companies. So I managed to get quite a privileged view of what's going on inside the organizations, and particularly with the leaders. So what I had to do was to assess and develop leaders day in, day out. So 2.5 decades is a long time. And I think what's emerged over that time, because they're really in-depth assessments, but what's emerged in the last 15 years and through that experience are some real principles and really fundamental truths. And I think listening to the discussion before, my heart was it's like ding, ding, ding. It was really kind of chiming with these principles, which, and to give you a bit of an example, when I was assessing people and when we were looking at who are the top 3 to 5%, what we saw that there were real patterns and real principles at work. And I think it leaves 95% of the population not understanding these principles. So I think this has to be kind of brought to life and systematized. And I think a lot of this knowledge is deep knowledge. It sits in our spiritual traditions. But what's happened in the world in the last 15 years, because we've been able to look inside the human brain, because we've been able to tap into a deeper understanding of what makes human beings, you know, kind of go to next level. So what this does is it brings something very powerful that needs to be sort of shared in the world, and therefore the science and the spirituality are meeting.
Wow, that is beautiful. What a lovely way to explain that as well. Then you also mentioned about the 95% of the people do not understand these. These are like universal principles or spiritual principles that needs to be understood for you to be able to flow with that energy, as well as be able to utilize to enjoy your and enhance your lifestyle as well, you know, at the same time, because we suffer a lot, we go through lots of issues and obstacles in life. But if you understood certain principles, universal principles, you will find that your life becomes a lot more smoother, more harmonious, or you're able to bend reality, actually. In a way, that's how I call it. You use consciousness to be able to guide your future in a particular direction.
I think what's interesting about the 3 to 5% is many of them have had near-death experiences. So the people that we looked at who just stood out, who were just different, who were just at the top of their fields, in the creative field, in business, in the sort of sports world, what we found is that they've got a deeper connection with themselves, yeah. And I think connection is the name of the game. That when you have a deeper connection with yourself, you activate dormant forces inside, which actually bring about a very powerful kind of it's almost like a computer system. It sort of switches the human system and coordinates and integrates it. So many of these people have had these wake-up calls, which has given them this kind of door in which this different kind of energy and different way of engaging with themselves, with the world, and with a sense of purpose. That's really what's come through. And I think for 95% of people who don't, we sort of are, you know, most people are sort of half asleep and semi-conscious, and we're in a context where there's a lot of pull, and people are kind of pulled into reacting to the world, into fear, into, you know, kind of busyness, which sort of pulls us back into the primitive part of our brain, and not the part that is more modern. It sort of integrates and helps us be, you know, a better version of ourselves. So really it's about helping people navigate and understand that. And
so are you saying that at the end of the day, because people when people are busy, they do not have time to spend time with themselves. They do not have time to understand themselves. They're so busy trying to understand the whole world, but they don't even understand their own workings, who they are as people. Which causes a lot of conflict within themselves as well to live life, you know, because there's something saying, the conscious brain is saying this, subconscious brain is saying this, experiences are different people around you, the environment is different, so everything is clashing a little bit, and you don't have time to sit by yourself to be able to go within and say what, you know, filter things out, and to be able to understand things in a more deeper level. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The deeper level thinking is in the deeper part of the brain, the more modern part, which is only 200,000 years old, but the oldest part is 2 million years old, and therefore, you know, we grow up with a whole system that sort of is there to protect us, and it works up to a point. But if you overprotect, you kind of build a cocoon around yourself, and you never quite step over the threshold. You never just step into your life. And I think that's the point, that when people do take risks, when they do move forward, there's something really fundamental that gets ignited, and it's connected. We now know the science behind it. It's connected to a heart-brain connection. It's also connected to a very important field that has come through in the last 15 years called positive psychology, which is the science of human flourishing. So there's a lot of evidence behind this. There's a lot of research and evidence, and we did about 20 years of research to substantiate the characteristics which these 3 to of people did. So you know,
Can you share some of those characteristics? Because I mean, we have a lot of people that I know, I'm sure you can't, I mean, you've done 20, 25 years of studies, right? But maybe a few little bits and pieces that you could share maybe with our audience members. What do you think? What are the qualities? What is it that people should be aware of, even if it's 3 to 5 little points?
Well, when we I'll tell you a little story. In 2002, we started writing the book because it was just after the .com era, and what we noticed is a lot of people were coming into the consultancy and feeling really fraught, feeling really wrung out. And so we started looking at this and found that actually the 3 to 5%, the thing that has happened when they've had their wake-up call, when they've faced into their own death or the death of others, is a very kind of powerful realization. And what that often then results is in a different motivation and a different drive in the world. So think about it as a heart-brain kind of connection, that if we have people with purpose, it sort of ignites these dormant forces, because when you have that, it's a bit like having when you have purpose, it sort of organizes you, but it creates wind in the sail of your boat. So it kind of gives you energy and that sense of resilience and wanting to do things, but it also brings a lot of creativity as well, because what this energy does is it joins up the brain, the two sides of the brain, the modern and the old part, and it's in the modern brain that we're able to be intuitive, we're able to join the dots, we're able to see possibilities. And I think that's exciting, because what we also found in organizations is that if you get 10% of people in an organization, or 10% of an individual waking up to their own calling, it commandeers 80% of the system. So you don't have to change everyone. What you have to do is to target the leaders who are at the top and give them that sense of who they are at that more fundamental, and allow them to work from that, rather than just kind of go in an automatic way into the low, which is where most people where a lot of leadership is. It's kind of a bit automated, a bit kind of a bit, what's the word?
So it is true, because it's unconsciously done, because it's a program written in you. There's like a little program, and this is how we behave, this is how we are, and you just do it automatically without you realizing, until you yourself will become aware that I do not want these results, I do not want this, and then you will ensure that at the end of the day you'll be able to re-add some new programming through your awareness, through your habits, through learning new things, and then be able to, and it takes a little while.
And I think a lot of leaders are picking this up, because in the work that we're doing now, it's a lot to do with how do we engage people in the human systems? What do the leaders have to do? How do we create psychological safety? How do we help people be more of who they are in order to serve diversity? And these are big questions, because what's happened in the world is that in the old paradigm of leadership, people have sort of shrunk, and they kind of bring it, they're there, but they're not quite engaged, they're not quite happy, they don't quite connect. And so, to turn that around takes it takes a bit of science, actually, but individual awareness and commitment as well. So all of these things are the area.
Wow. So this is now, oh my God, can you imagine if you're sitting with a clinical psychologist, they're going to be cutting and dissecting every bit of you, saying, she said this, that means that.
I do join the dots on things, and I get to the deeper layers pretty quickly. But it's a bit like Vinod's work, actually. It's like creating a portrait, that we have. Everyone's got an energetic imprint. Everyone brings color and a tone to the world, and a leadership. So this was Daniel Goleman, the emotional intelligence. He said 80% of the culture is created by the character of the leader. So this is why we get the leaders right. It actually really kind of creates a beautiful system. We get the leaders wrong, it sort of breaks up and fragments.
Yeah, then everybody else, like a little pyramid, goes down. Actually, while you're here, before we move on to Radha Vinod Sharmaji, let me see if I can invite Danny. Danny is with us right now, and I wonder if our wonderful producer can bring him on board to see if he can share some of his thoughts on this, because he also works in the financial industry, and of course is a great leader himself, and works in the developing many people in this field. Hello, Danny. Hello. Global Namaste to you.
Hello. Wonderful to be here. Thank you very much. I don't quite work in the financial industry. I work kind of alongside. I'm from a business background. I got very involved in investing, private investing. That's what I kind of do now. But what I specifically like to do is I'm trying to stretch out the demographic that we currently have. And I run investor groups around the country because I like to try and help people to understand finance and do better through that. And it's something I think is really important, and that's what I try and do.
So financial education is something that you're very keen to support. Of course, the areas that we're talking about are all the different layers that Ronnie Baines is talking about. It's all the different layers of a person, and one of them, of course, being the financial side as well, of how they deal with that, the characteristics of how they deal with that area, etc. So, Danny, did you have any questions to Ronnie, perhaps, or have any feedback on how we could help to support more people and help them in all the different layers, including the financial side?
First of all, listening to her speak is wonderful. That is just, I mean,
thank you.
Everything she says, the lizard brain, all the different aspects of the brain, all of this is good stuff. This is just wonderful. So I'm quite happy listening, absorbing this. This is musical. But yeah, I see people suppressed through finance. And part of what I do also is financially independent retire early, a particular movement. And that is about freeing people up, and being able to reassess how they live their life. We're in this very consumerist lifestyle. We consume, we buy, we keep buying things. And the FIRE community have said, well, I don't want to buy things. I want to enjoy my life in the way that I enjoy it. So I want to assess what I consider makes me happy rather than what a marketing company tells me makes me happy. What is happiness? I'm not obsessed with money, right? Money is just a means to an end. My happiness, if I've got a newspaper and a cup of coffee, that's a good day for me. So it's not about having lots of money. It's not about all that kind of.
Well, it helps. It helps. I'm sure it helps.
It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. Also,
I do many things with that money. I'll be quite happy.
The other thing that I specifically see quite often is that I see people financially trapped in a job, financially trapped in a relationship. Money gives you the freedom to leave. Money gives you the freedom to live your life. There's a lot of people, and they get crushed into a relationship and they can't find a way out. If you've got money in your pocket, you can call a cab, you can leave, and that is the best that money can ever give you sometimes,
I always say one thing, Danny, just to share with this, when I look at all the spiritual leaders who never ask for money, but I have never seen these big spiritual organizations ever poor. Somehow they attract, because they just give without expectation and just keep loving and caring and just wanting to give value to people. And in return, somehow the energy just keeps coming back somehow financially. And you will find, whether it's Osho or whether it's, Art of Living or whoever, they always have these gorgeous Swaminarayan temples. They're the best temples, very, very, grand places. And they never ask for money. There's always free things that they do.
On that point, if you ever want to feel good, if you ever want to give yourself a feel good kick, just give to somebody else. Give to somebody who's poor. Giving is a great way of. It's not a selfless act, because if you give to somebody else, you feel better.
Yes,
and that
absolutely.
Feeling better is worth the money.
In the joy of others lies our own, as they say, as one of the Swamiji's teachers. Yes. So, Ronnie Ji, is there anything that you have to say with that? Because there's such good words of wisdom that Danny has just shared.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was lucky enough to, when we were writing the book on 3 to 5%, it's called Meaning Inc. If anyone wants to look it up, it was old, but we at that time, I also had the privilege of working with Martin Seligman, who was the founder of positive psychology. And what Danny said, so I spent 9 months with him and the research that they did, and it absolutely nailed the truth to the mask, which is that actually happiness is definitely an inside job. Money does bring you freedom up to a point. It's about, it's quite a low amount. I think it was $37.5 thousand at the time. He said, if you've got enough money to hold this book, you've got enough money, you've got enough to serve your needs, because it's been proven that if you go up, it doesn't actually increase. So it's something about our ability to sense and connect with the quality of experiences around us, which is super, super critical. And that's my, Radha's field, which is this intuitive piece. And yes, Danny, it has been proven that when you give, actually the giver gets more cortisol is removed, heart expands there. Actually, it's the giver who gets the benefit, and that's been proven. So we're dealing with some very powerful science, but at the heart of it, it's the heart. Yeah, if you heal the heart, the earth will. The earth will get healed. And I was sitting here thinking, actually, earth and heart have the same letters. All you have to do is put, the human right at the beginning of it. If we deal with the human first and foremost, everything, the inner sort of dimensions, the inner system of human, everything flows from that. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for that. That's really great sharing there, Danny and Raniji. And we've got Lataji as well. Would you have some comment here whilst we're discussing about psychology and financial freedom, before we move on to talking about creativity and talk to a lovely painter and a lovely dancer after then?
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you, Danny, for coming along. It's really been a long while we've been trying to get this to happen, so there you are now. And no, welcome. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, I like the way it's all connecting up, isn't it? Psychology with Rani, and then Danny giving the other part of the financial freedom and security, because unfortunately this human society we live in, it needs something to operate it, and that is unfortunately the thing called money. Some of it's outdated. Yeah, we need to make some reforms and change, and so address all these wonderful minds that are coming into it. It's amazing.
Lataji, I just want to say thank you, because I believe this is one of the most important things you can do, is bring somebody like Danny on board. Because people outside, when you look at Maslow's hierarchical needs, the first thing you will need to help people is with security, finance, food, a shelter. The first thing you need, before you can even think about self-actualization, which is spiritual growth, etc., etc. Yeah. So right at the beginning, that's the first thing you need to help people. So if people are struggling in this area or need more,
but you know about Jesus, when he came to the earth and he gave his Sermon on the Mount, he healed people, or he first healed them and then he fed them, and then he gave the sermon.
Yes, absolutely.
Because if he did it the other way around, it wouldn't work. He had to heal them emotionally and psychologically, and then it paved the way for the other bits to be digested and absorbed. He fed them. So all these things are the way we need to learn those lessons and principles, because they work.
And then also, if we bring all these different things together, as Rani just was saying as well, but if you bring in the spiritual sides like chakra system, etc., you may have some blockages in your lower chakras for you to not be, financially stable, or there could be relation issues like disharmony because your second chakra is a little blocked. So it depends on where the energies are flowing, and then you come into the Chinese, the energy system, because then they talk about similar things, that you need the energy to move for you to feel with your to have better well-being, for example.
To
So
speak of my own experience, that's what happened to me. I became stagnant. The energy was blocked, I think, definitely looking back. And to unblock it, unless I was aware that it was blocked, it wasn't going to happen, was it? I wasn't going to get something to unlock it.
Well, I'm sure Rani would be thinking about this and agreeing with this, that until you don't have mental well-being and positive state of mind, you won't be making the right decisions, you won't be having better relationships, you'll probably make wrong decisions, whatever it is. You won't enjoy what you're doing because you won't be in a positive state of mind. So the one thing which is very important is to think of that. Danny, what do you think of that to finish off with?
I just want to build on Lata's story about Jesus feeding everybody before the sermon. I have a friend who is a head teacher at a school, and I was talking to him, and he was saying that there's a big discipline problem in the school. And in the conversation, we're going through various things, and he just happened to mention that the lunch hour starts at 1 o'clock. So, all right, so what time do the children arrive at school? Well, they're there at 8:30. So they go from 8:30 till 1 o'clock without anything to eat. Well, yeah. And I'm saying, well, some of those kids, they won't have had breakfast, and they may not have had an evening meal. And they brought in toast at 10 o'clock, right? And that improved the behavior in the school pretty much overnight.
Yes, and more people would have started going to school as well, because that could be the only food that they would be having for the day as well.
Well, the other thing is that discipline is a bit more complicated than simply shouting at people, punishing people. To solve the discipline issue, just give them some toast at 10 o'clock. And that immediately solved 90% of the problems. Incredible. Simple as that.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Danny. I think we've got Neil Kumar here. Let's see if we've got any little suggestions, feedback, or any questions here. So then I can move on to Radha and Vinod Sharma and my final guest, who's Sudarshan Chakrabarti, all the way from India. So Neilji, do you have any final questions here to either Danny or to Rani?
Okay, honey, we have also got Rekha here. She heard final, and maybe Lata, you can actually call her, Rekha, to come back and apologize to her. We will actually take her. And Danny, we need to bring you back again in the wellness well-being session, where this sector that you were talking of in the current times, very hard times, your sector will be very good for at least 45 minutes, where we can also have a panel chatting with you. So Lata will be in touch with you when that session comes. Moving back to Radha as a psychologist, and very succinctly and professionally, she delivered her session. I would like to leave a thought
So
with you.
Rani Baines. Yes.
Sorry, yeah, we're
Rani Baines and her husband Radha. Vinod. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So Rani actually delivered very nicely from a psychologist's point of view, which was slightly different. Rani, I want to leave you with a thought. Next week, we have got integrated health. How can you be part of integrated health with your knowledge of psychology, where you can be the interface between mainstream medicine and the alternative and supplementary medicine by using the power of mind, which is where you will come in very much. So that's next week. If you can think about it, so it'll be very nice. So that's a separate forum, which has actually got off the Zoom forum as well, which will be starting from Mauritius, from person to person. Your session and the contents you deliver today will be very useful, particularly when you believe that mind over matter. So half the treatment of the body is controlled by the mind, the power that you can tell the disease or any hurt that, look, hey, you can stay in my body. I'm not going to feed you oxygen. You can stay and I will leave to learn to stay with you. Now, you delivered very nicely. So I leave you with the thought that please think of integrated health, which is next week. Honey will be in touch with you on that. Danny, you very much important for well-being and wellness because it goes for both of them. One is in a pink of the health and the other one is in the state of the health. So that's something we must explore because you delivered very rightly and quite rightly so. So, honey, what we will do now?
Thank you. Yes.
Sudarshan ji is waiting in India for us, and that will be completely alternative and exciting. And everybody can stay here. And if Rekha signs back again, she might sing for us. So over to you, honey.
Yes, yes. So should we perhaps move on to, if that's okay, maybe we can move on to Sudarshan ji from India and then move on back to Radha ji, Radha Binod Sharma, so that we can continue discussing some really nice, interesting things. So Radha ji, just for the...
And honey, Rekha is back again. So after we finish Sudarshan ji, and he's not going to leave because he's got a lovely smile on, so he's giving us good energy there. And we have got Rekha and Radhaji both to carry on, okay? So over to you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to now move on to India. You had a chance to listen to this beautiful interview with Ronnie Baines, who is Radha Binod Sharma's wife. Both of them very, very, very experts in their own field. And you're going to get a chance to hear something very special from Radhaji himself. He's an amazing painter, a contemporary artist. And we're going to get a chance and an insight into his world very shortly. But before then, we're going to also announce something special that he's going to be doing. So stay tuned in because we're going to make a special announcement when we interview him. Now, moving on to Sudarshan Chakrabarti. Hello and a very, very big, huge, warm global namaste to you, Sudarshan ji.
Namaskar, honey, and it is lovely to meet so many people and from different backgrounds. And here I am from Kolkata, India, and so thankful to be part of this forum.
Thank you. Well, you first of all are doing an amazing job. But let me just introduce you to everybody else, to all our Healing Our Earth members from around the world, from the 140 countries or wherever you are in this whole world, watching this program. Here is Sudarshan Chakrabarti, who is a really, really very, very amazingly talented, skilled performer. He is a Kathak dancer and a contemporary dancer, and he fuses the two together to create some magical musicals, theatre productions, shows, and of course passes on this knowledge to many students as well. Very good quality professionals out there in India. Second thing is he's also a Bollywood choreographer, where he's brought in this lovely skill of bringing Kathak and contemporary fusion into his work. And he's also going to be talking to us a little bit about his lovely Bollywood experiences. So first of all, Sudarshan ji, when I speak to you about this dancing, tell me one thing. Why do you like dancing? What does it mean to you? Why do you have a passion for dance?
Actually, for me, dance is life and life is actually a dance. And for everyone, I always feel that it is art that is there within yourself, which becomes a mode of expression. And that expression becomes a non-verbal communication, which is something which kinds of makes a very important tool of awareness and self-actualization. And when I say this, and when I see this that about Heal the World, I really feel that it is the gift of God that everyone who is an artist, and art is actually becomes an important tool, which at times you're not aware. At times, it is not about being on stage, but it is about how art is in everyday life. The way I have worn my kurta, the way, honey, you did your bindi, the way
Yes.
the way the speakers are speaking, the body language, everything, there is art, and it is art which gives you the identity of that cultural specific identity that at times becomes part of your face, part of your roots, and which is important for us to recognize and acknowledge. And as I say this, I also say that I have used my dance company Sapphire have turned 30 this month. So 3 decades of contemporary dancing in India, and in a country where it is all about tradition and how Indian identity is represented only in tradition. So where I am as a third generation of contemporary dancers of the country, where I try to say and acknowledge and activate this community of audience and people, where it all comes together to represent the spirit of the new India, in which new India there is also contemporary dance sensibility, sensitivity. And for me, it's important when I say this that I've used dance as a point of awareness. Just excuse me for 1 minute.
Yes, sorry. Yes, there is some noise in the background. Thank you. Yeah, so there you go. That was our dear Sudarshan Ji. I mean, this is very beautiful. He sees art in everyday life, which I think is very beautiful. I think that's a bit like me. When I watch birds flying around and I look at the colors, you know, with the little feathers and the wings, and I always look at the colors, and I don't know why I look at art and creativity in everyday world. So I can understand what Sudarshan Ji is mentioning here. Yes, sorry, carry on, please.
Yes. And I also want to say that I have, through the 3 years of contemporary dancing, I've used the tool of dance as an important tool of awareness for social consciousness and development. And when I see about the art of healing and how important it is for the earth to heal, it is actually about that virus that attacks us, not from the exterior, but it is the virus that attacks us from within, where we fail to recognize the importance of earth, the importance of sustainability, the importance of living life organically, in our chase to embrace and hug, you can say, the time, the brand, the money. Everything is all about the material thing, which at times makes it everything unreal and unstoppable for us.
Yeah, Maya, as we say spiritually. Yeah, Maya, we say, sorry, yes.
In 2016, I created this work called Econama, which was recognized by UNESCO as the only dance production of Asia on climate change, where I've used something which was a little, I thought it was futuristic. The theme was about the last human community who was trying to save their gods, their rituals, their temples, their life, and how breath was becoming an important ingredient to save. But in 4 years, in 2020 with the pandemic, I never knew that this futuristic idea of this production will become so real, so new, so true, so real at the present time. And that actually also shook us of this entire comfort that we need to not only use art as a tool, both in schools, colleges, and like the upcoming generation, to understand that eventually it is you, your life, and the holistic understanding of life that can make you happy, and make you understand that what it is to remain and lead a life which is sustainable and organic.
Yes, beautiful, lovely. Actually, whilst you're chatting about that, I saw a lovely photograph and an image of this program that you're talking about with environment-related dance. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Sudarshan Ji, that you have also, for the last 30 years, as you mentioned, bringing in contemporary dance and, pure Indian classical dance together, so that you keep close to the culture, yet you are progressive because you're bringing in new ideas and fresh ideas to the world and to your community. But let me just share something about the Sudarshan Ji. Here's a lovely little video that we have with some of his photos of the work that he's done. And I thought this will give a little insight into the kind of work that he does. So here you go. Let's see if I can play this.
Honey, is there supposed to be a sound or a music with it?
This is royalty free. Ooh,
But
okay.
there is nothing here.
Got it.
Honey?
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. So because we wanted to see that again, so we thought, let's see if we can see this again all the way through. Thank you, Neil. There you go. So here you go. Can you hear it now?
Yes.
So there you go. Lovely little information there. That was lovely. Such beautiful artwork and lovely productions that you have created. So tell us, what has it been like for you all these 30 years that what's been your favorite production that you have done? Which one has been your favorite?
You know, to ask a creator which one is his favorite is something asking a mother which kid is which is her favorite.
That is true,
So,
actually.
I feel that every time what is interesting for me is that every time I see and work on a production, I stage it, and after 5 years, I feel that was not enough, and I should do something more, something creative, something new. So, as you saw in my work, that for me it is very important to have an identity of contemporary dance of India, which is not bereft of the Indianness, which is not bereft of the roots of the Indian identity that we have. It is about imbibing diversity of culture and imbibing world culture, but at the same time also recognizing, understanding, and respecting what you have in your DNA, in your roots. And for me, it has always been a cross-cultural experience of bringing in choreographers, teachers from all around the world, and presenting the work as a hybrid form, which for me is contemporary dance, which on one section has influences of tradition, be it a classical dance form or physical wisdom like martial arts. On the other hand, it also have the sensibilities of a Western technique of, say, and you can say an American technique of Graham, or perhaps a little about jazz or Spanish flamenco, but at the same time, bringing all together and making it a third form. And that has been one of prime motivation and importance for me.
So that's all about creativity, isn't it? It's all about creativity. It's about bringing out and they say when we talk about meditation and spirituality, the universe uses people as we say madhyam, as a vessel to bring out creativity, to create. So this is a beautiful thing, that if you get inspiration, that's why inspiration is always very joyful, because it's not coming just from you, it's coming from a wider universe.
For me, honey, the human body itself is a vessel. Itself is that vessel where you have this entire chaotic energy, and how you transform that chaotic energy into aesthetics, which is creative and gets a direction, which transforms this vessel of human body from mundane to divine.
Oh, so beautiful.
That is actually, for me, it is meditative, yogic, because it is about mind-body centering. It is coming together and reaching towards the destination which you want to. I think that is what makes it, every dance form, every art, everything, and life itself becomes spiritual and divine. when we discovered that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, that's such a beautiful way to explain that. Just a final question. You know, you did some Bollywood choreography as well recently. What was that about? And you know, before I move on and ask a question to Rekha, who's up there, let's find out from you about this Bollywood choreography. How did you come about, and what choreography did you put in, and what movies were these?
Yes, actually, I have been a very strong, you can say, I've been working for three decades. So I have seen the entire change, or I have brought in the entire change of dance in Eastern India in particular. And the way, because Eastern India was about Tagore and Uday Shankar, so there has been a very strong proposition of aesthetics, and anything out of that was considered quite sinful. So I kind of brought that change, and that change was actually respected and celebrated by a lot of young directors of Bengali films. So I choreographed nearly 18 films in Bengal.
Wow, congratulations.
And, from Shushmita Sen's, our Miss Universe Shushmita Sen's first Bengali film to the rest of the leading actors. And recently in 2020 and 2021, I choreographed 2 Bollywood films. The 2 will be released this year. One is Radhika Apte's Mrs. Undercover, and the second is the leading actress Kajal Agarwal's next movie, Uma. So in both the movie, it was very interesting because in Radhika Apte's Mrs. Undercover, we have used the shloka of Navadurga, and which is not a song but a complete music, which was kind of an enactment as a climax of the film. And for Kajal Agarwal's songs, it was a very interesting typical Bollywood number with nearly around 30 dancers. So it was shot in a kind of a zamindar house in Bengal, you know, the palace in Bengal, and it was very, very Bengali at the same time, very Bollywood. So 2 completely different things and 2 completely different actors, but we had a lovely experience, and both the films were shot in Kolkata.
Wow. Yes, so 18 movies that you have done. We want to congratulate you, and of course we wish you the best for these wonderful movies. I'm sure they're going to be really, really well, you know, well received. And with your lovely choreography, I think it's going to make it very special as well. And you know, just to finish off here, I know that there was one thing that you're doing in November, and is you're looking to come to London, of course from Kolkata. I just want to say a big thank you to Suman Banerjee, who invited you here and introduced me to yourself, because he's also accompanying you. He's an amazing Kathak dancer. He actually came and assisted me in one of my projects, which I did for the BBC. But can you tell us a little bit about why you're coming here in November? Because you know, there could be many arts organizations and dance schools who may love to have you and invite you to become, you know, to do a workshop or to give a talk on the work that you're doing. What is the reason for and when are you coming?
So this is interesting for me because as part of our 30th anniversary year, we thought of, we have traveled to more than 22 countries all over the world. And in these 3 decades, we have thought that in this 30th anniversary, we have to revisit all those countries that we visited, and also those countries where we never went. The UK is one. Interestingly, we work a lot with British Council, and we have a lot of international dancers coming and working with us. But I never came to UK, so this is a great opportunity for me and Sapphire that in November we are planning a tour of UK, where me and Suman Banerjee will be together, and we are actually looking for connecting with professional dance companies, academies, schools, and also community. I work a lot with community dancers, and I would want to pass on and transmit this interesting form of contemporary dance that I'm trying in Sapphire, and try it out with institutes, academies,
to inspire London, just inspire British audiences with your work. I think this will be great. I'm organizing a few, of course, events for you whilst you're coming here. But of course, if there's any viewers right now who would be interested, do contact Healing Our Earth, because Healing Our Earth is a beautiful platform that supports and always encourages such a diversity and unity. So and harmonious relationship building. So if if there's anybody who's interested in, of course, inviting Sudarshan ji and his wonderful colleague Suman Banerjee, then please contact Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Sudarshan ji, for your time. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck for your work. I'll now move on to, of course, Rekha J. Thakkar, and look forward to inviting you to Britain in November when you come along here. So thank you very much. Global Namaste. So there you go. Sudarshan ji was there listening and talking to us after midnight. Look at his passion, his commitment, and his dedication, and so still smiling and still looking fresh as a wonderful flower. So thank you, Sudarshan ji. So Rekha ji, now let's move on to you for being so patiently waiting for us. We have this really wonderful gentleman who I'm so excited to do like a grand finale with Radha Vinod Sharma ji, and we're announcing something special with him. So I'm going to be inviting him straight after you. But what do you have to share with us on Healing Our Earth today?
That's good evening to start with.
It's a morning at other places, by the way, and it's like, yeah, absolutely.
I've just been to the temple. That is why Lataji asked me to do session. I said I can come after 6, but then now I have a Zoom bhajan in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. It's only 5 minutes we have because we're moving on to another guest. But please tell me, Rekha-ji, what is your lovely message? And Lataji has been absolutely amazing bringing these fantastic guests on board. I have to say thank you for that.
Lataji was going to interview me for something. I don't know. Lataji, go ahead.
Oh, Lataji, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was just welcome to Healing Our Earth, Rekha-ji. We've been trying to get to you for a while, haven't we? You work with Mr. Sam Poddar quite closely, don't you? And you know Nabanita as well. They've both been on Healing Our Earth. So
really? Okay.
So tell me a little bit about your connection.
Basically, yes, we have a connection to do with yoga. I've been trained under Swami Ramdevji and Sarvanji Podarji when they came over to our town in Derby back in 2007. Mm-hmm. So since then, I have been teaching other people, like the other lady was saying, that helping others. Yes, Radhaji, there she is. Helping others helps us. Mm-hmm. So I'm not charging anybody. I have learned to use Zoom, Facebook during COVID. And by teaching others, I'm also doing it same time. So I still do yoga. I teach yoga in the morning, 6:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock.
That's right, yes.
And, yes.
I take my hat off to you every morning. You do that before going to work.
You've been to my classes sometime. Yes, I do know, Lisa ji.
Exactly. I try to come there, but it's not always. But what about your travels? You've been doing a lot of travels lately, haven't you? About the fun you're having. Gallivanting.
They are just day trips, to be honest. We go early morning, back at night. But the longest one was back in March. That was cruise. First time ever. Because I'm 60, I'm allowed.
Allowed to what? Have fun.
Yes. Another thing is I do lots and lots of volunteer things because my parents taught me that Vidyadan is Mahan Dan. Gujarati में बोलते विद्या दान महान दान. तो हिंदी में ये होता है विद्या का दान. English में कहे तो if you give knowledge to somebody, knowledge is power. And if you have knowledge and if you just keep it by yourself, it doesn't go any further. So I have a knowledge of kind of teaching yoga, kind of teaching our mother tongue, which is Gujarati, Hindi. I have a free classes in our Hindu temple. And I used to go and read for the blind people, those who are not fortunate enough to read by themselves. And I do various volunteer, but due to COVID, I have stopped everything, honestly. I am dying to go back on it. So at the minute, I am teaching yoga on a Zoom, half an hour, 40 minutes, but sometime sometime over the weekend, I do Mr. Sarvan Podar's classes when I'm free.
That's right. So what about the fact that you're still doing part-time work?
I'm supposed to be working full-time post office job, but because my husband passed away a few years back, I don't have heart in my own business. I lost my heart since he has gone. So slowly, I have started a half a day, and which my post office. I have a post office, and I am my.
It's yours. Oh, you do that every day.
I do every day, but I lost, as I said, I lost my heart, lost my interest since I lost my husband. So I'm going to sell it. And I told post office that it makes me cry. That's all.
So Rekhaji, I just wanted to say, thank you for sharing such sentimental.
I just wanted to ask her to do a song because that's one of her passions, and lift our spirits up. And when you're giving, you receive.
Yes. So maybe I could ask Rekhaji, if you don't mind, we could finish off with this beautiful song of yours to finish off our lovely event as well. And it'll be a nice thing to uplift everybody around the world. And maybe I could just finish off my last interview at the moment with Radha Binod Sharmaji, and then we finish off with your lovely song. Are you happy with that?
I will sing some other time. It's fine because I will be singing on a Zoom. But thank you for calling me over.
Would you like to sing a few lines before you go?
Okay, all I can say is itni shakti hame dena data, man ka vishwas kamzor hona. हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे कोई भूल हो ना. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you, Rekhaji. Thank you, Lataji, as well, for bringing in our wonderful Rekhaji to share. And we wish you the best of luck for everything that's going on. Stay strong. Stay connected to the Healing Our Earth. And, you will find that by focusing on nice, uplifting things may help you to focus your mind on more positive things at the moment. But we do wish you the best of luck for everything. And our sincere, thank you. So moving on to our Radha Binod Sharmaji. Thank you, Lataji. And hello. And thank you for being there and being so nicely patient. We needed to keep you here as our little highlight. So Radhaji, if you'd like to maybe unmute yourself. And there's two big smiles happening, especially with Rani Ji still smiling away. Listening. Have you been enjoying the program so far?
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Oh, what did you find beautiful and what did you find really good? Tell us.
Basically, I grown up from my artistic family. My mom was a Manipuri dancer and performer, and she was one of the founder member of Manipur Dance Academy. And today I'm so happy. All of art, healing, music, all of people is around. And I feel so lucky, actually. And my mom.
Yeah. So it's feeling at home as well, right? Feeling where people appreciate art, culture, appreciate, all these beautiful things about this world, which is really nice.
Big tonic.
I'll take that as a very nice, and I'm sure Neil Kumarji will love to hear that you have taken this as a tonic, as a nice positive tonic, being part of this. That's a really lovely thing to say. Thank you. And Raniji, what about you? You said that you've been enjoying it as well. What has stood out for you?
I think it's showing that people understand and are committed in a deep way, and all the knowledge, all the insight, it's all here in this group. It's just about now harnessing it and bringing it Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Like we heard from Danny, right? It was amazing, right? Talking about Wolfman, how to develop your knowledge and educate yourself so that you can feel a lot more comfortable, learn to deal with that. It's amazing. Great knowledge, just giving to people value, helping to enhance people's lives. So beautiful and such a lovely selfless service. Same thing with Sudarshan, Chakravarti ji from India all the way here, bringing and fusing art together. What beautiful harmonious relationships is creating through art and dance and culture. It's amazing. Lataji as well, bringing in all these various different people. I have to say very big thank you to her as well. So very, very passionate about helping to change lives. So I'm very proud to be part of this as well platform. So Radhaji, now we've been discussing this lovely, lovely information about so many different topics. We now come to you. You're a specialist when it comes to being a painter. You're a contemporary artist. You're a creative individual. You're a mentor who has mentored so many artists around the world, especially in India, which is where you're passionate about. And you find talent. You find talent, and you help to provide them with platform, and you guide them, and you help to develop their careers in the artistic world. So we're very, very grateful to have someone like you here, Radhaji. Tell us a little bit about your journey.
I learn every day, and every day is my new day. Everybody knows that. And mentoring, I don't teach anyone. I learn. When I see, like, suppose our Dr. Honey is our friend. So Honey want to learn art. I want to learn what Honey actually want. Simple, like a vision. Like when we see red color, I want to see orange, I want to see pink, I want to see purple. When I see blue, I want to, so these all are functioning from here to here connected. So same time, I have to be continually doing the work. That way I mentored the artist. And since 1991, I done a few shows over 100, and a few solo is all over 11. And interest is lots of cultural background actually. English culture is excellent. Indian culture is excellent. So if you go China, so I want to learn more actually. Life is so small journey. That way I try to mentor.
It's beautiful. That's such a lovely thing. And at the moment, your work, it's how many years have you been? In the 90s you started, right? And you studied in Baroda. You got scholarships, I believe, as well for your painting and artwork.
I got 1991 I done my master from Baroda, and 1989 I did from Santiniketan, and I did got gold medal distinction 1991, and then I got scholarship with Kanoria. That was Gujarat. 5 years I was Marupan Gujarati thoro avde, means I can speak.
I love
Gujarati people because I learned lots of my mind and soul how to connect, because I come from Tripura. Tripura was the 1971 Bangladesh-Pakistan war, 8 months, 21 days. I was just 4.5 years old. I seen so many difficult thing that was stuck on here. When I was doing painting, all of it's coming out. I didn't even realize how to coming out. But today, analytically, I can see his work is. Honey, can you do one thing? Can you make me to share my screen? I can show you quickly if you want.
Absolutely. May I also, whilst I'm here, just wanted to share a few things with it. Would you be happy for me to share this with the
other painting, other artists?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
this is
show
our
artists.
organization.
These are people that you have helped to support.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
are the arts exhibitions that you organize, and
Yeah.
you're going to be very shortly sharing with us your forthcoming art exhibition as well. But
Yeah.
this is something that I thought was really beautiful, that you have all this contemporary artwork
Yeah.
that's here on your website. It's beautiful,
Yeah,
it's different. And I find it very interesting because I love art myself and I love creativity.
Oh, this is my work, this one only.
Your work. It would be interesting to find out very shortly. I will let you share. Neil will let you share in a minute. But it would be wonderful to see, let people appreciate, look at the range of work that's being done.
Yeah.
And what art means to people. What does it mean? Like different, like I love this, let's say the butterfly one, because it means something to
Art
me.
is like a language, art is like a language. There is international language. You can speak with your inner heart and inner mind, You can express in our heart and in our mind. No need.
I mean, for example, what does this mean? Like, for example, you've got a lady here.
Yeah,
Is it an embryo? Is it an little baby here?
Yeah, her name is Dipanita Biswas. She's a very scholar girl from 2008. She passed out from Santiniketan and in painting, master degree. And what her opinion was, she is little bit feminist. But I do love feminists because I believe each male and each female have male and female quality. But my feminist side, I always try to protect her work. And what happened, if you think about 20 to 30 years ago, lots of girls was disappeared from our country.
Yes.
That was part of she wanted to express.
So she wanted to express. So beautiful. See the artwork. Nobody would know this when they're watching these things, what it means and what does this mean? Like, for example, what is this? Like, we've got loads of like little homes.
Jayes Rathur is from Baroda and my classmate. And he can see lots of things, imagination through building, through color, building to be inside building. Like we can't see ourselves, we just stuck on our surface. That way Jayes is trying to build up.
So the layers and layers of buildings, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, even this colorful, so interesting. Like.
She is from Bangladesh, but she brought up in Santiniketan. Her work is mind-blowing. She loves feminist side. So,
so there are lots of women that you support, isn't it? I love this one. This is gorgeous. It's a Chinese Oriental painting, right?
If you support our women can make it our world nice and tidy.
I love that. So the women, because they bring up the children, they always, much more intuitive. I find that you're right. If you educate them, they can bring in many good policies.
Even 2020, I was in Bihar Museum. I was doing Bihar slum women working with me. I said, all of mom, spare 1 hour every day out of 24 hours. Your family will be enjoying and you will be enjoying.
Yes.
That I work with them, and that was fantastic workshop in Bihar.
Yeah. That's amazing. Well, here comes, I know that you wanted to share something about your work as well and what it means, etc. But I just thought this is great because your next exhibition is also going to be taking place, and we're inviting you to come along and work with us with the Mayor of Suffolk.
Thank you.
On the 18th of November to perhaps showcase some of your wonderful artwork there.
Yeah.
And supporting the Queen's Jubilee and supporting and celebrating the Queen's Jubilee. I'm going to just share a little quick so that we'll remind our viewers again at the end, but this is just for you to see. This is
very excited.
Yeah, it's taking place on the 18th now, so it's not on the 25th. It's definitely agreed. It's on the 18th that it's going to take place. It's to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and it's called the Mayor's Fundraising Commonwealth Ball, because there'll be 56 countries of representatives coming along, or invited to come along at least.
lots of partners, and of course Rotary Club of London, City Pavilion and Healing Our Earth will also coming on board to partner and to support this wonderful program here. As always, they're always helping things. And here's the lovely event that's taking place for you to understand. At least here it is. There's entertainment. There's going to be art exhibition. This is a venue. So if there are people out there who are thinking about joining and coming along and enjoying, then please do put that into your wonderful diary, so that you can come and join us on the 18th of November. Tickets will be around £50 each, but it'll be a 3-course meal and it'll be a lovely mayor's ball. And you get a chance to see Radha Binod Sharma's beautiful students' artwork that's going to be displayed.
They are all of scholar, honey. All of scholar from India, 30 artists they will be involving and highly chosen. A theme will be Bollywood rhythm, and that will be Queen Jubilee. Our Queen will be there, some specific significant way, and we will be connecting with Commonwealth 56 countries that will be involved in our work.
That's beautiful. So the students have been invited to paint something which is connecting Bollywood with Britain, which is especially because of the Queen, of course, because celebrating the 17th Jubilee. At the same time, you know, any Commonwealth countries, if it's Bollywood with Commonwealth country or Bollywood with Britain, to celebrate, because of course Commonwealth comes under Britain anyway. Yes,
that was very tough to convince with all of artists, because they have their own significant style. Then I said, look, Indian art is not properly seen in the world. In our hometown, they have to be seen first. So graffiti is like a public art. Our significant India is Bollywood is a public entertainment. So why not do the Bollywood? Everybody can enjoy.
Oh, that's beautiful. So Bollywood is more accessible to a wider public. Yes. And of course, talking about Bollywood, you don't know what they're going to come up with, so which will be very interesting to see. Yes. And all the audience members who come and join us, and I'm sure there's going to be a Healing Our Earth tables there as well. All our friends will be coming and joining us. They'll get a chance to literally see live this wonderful exhibition. So you are going to share something for us, Radha. What would you like to share? Please share. Please go ahead and share the presentation.
Made me co-admin that I can share.
I think you should be a co-host at the moment, so you'll be able to perhaps. Yes.
I'll be quick.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. Yeah, we see it.
This is my 93 work. I can show you this is the beginning, my Baroda work. And just I'll be quick.
Yeah, sure.
This is again 92. You can see that as 71, when Bangladesh-Pakistan war time, that was stuck in my inside, you know, when I came in Baroda, you know, and all working class people, I don't know why I'm stick with that actually, going to Bhatiyar Gali, you know, all character is popping out. You know?
Yeah, so it was expressing whatever you're feeling at the time, yes, through your paintings. Yes.
And this is London period when I got 94-95 award at Charles Well and Delphina Scholarship.
It's amazing. You've won so many of those scholarships. Congratulations for that.
So this is again, I gone to Tripura, northeast part of the India. This is like a rural corner, and you know, people are making tea and everything. This is like a Muhammad Ali Road in Mumbai. I always am fascinated with working class people and colorful, characteristic people, you know. So but this is again coming from 71, you know, all of like a layer, you know, but this is my recent 2007-8 work. This is like a Naomi Campbell. You can see Amy Winehouse, and this is like again all work. It's very few more left.
Yeah, yes. So very, very interesting, very colorful, and these are all painted through canvas.
Yeah, this all of his canvas, and this one is not canvas. This is massive work actually, massive, 5 feet by 12 feet or something like that.
Oh, very big, 12 feet by 5 feet. That's a huge painting.
And then I start thinking about women characteristic, about my mom, about my daughter, about my sister, about my wife, women characteristic is very deep, trying to know even one person woman. I'll learn more about my art, Then I was drawing about women body and inner layer of the spirit,
Yes.
You see the stroke all of. I'm learning. This is a learning process. So this is my new series actually.
Right. So you've got like lots and lots of lovely, colorful paintings and drawings and sketches that you're doing at the moment. And this new forthcoming thing, that exhibition that's coming up, that's going to, I believe that you're also launching a new website very shortly with that as well.
Very soon. And we'll be doing before 18 November, definitely.
Right. So there's a new website where people can go in and check out all these lovely paintings, etc.
Because I have to stand for all of contemporary young artists, even Britain, even India, because if I don't work for them, they'll be not continuing their work. They'll be doing other jobs as well. And any creative field, daily practice is very important. Daily love and patience is very important. That I know from 1991 to 2001, I was continuously working every day, including Saturday, Sunday, not forcefully, with loving way, 12 to 18 hours a day.
It's like a hobby, isn't it? Because it's in a way you love what you do, and it's really
it's like a breathing.
Breathing. It's part of your life. Raniji, what do you think of all your lovely husband's paintings and things? What is your thoughts on those?
I think I've learned a lot from him, more than from any psychology, but I've learned watching the art form emerge, and I realized there's something deep within every human being. And actually, when I was listening to Sundarshanji, it's like the different colors of the chakra. When we bring it together, actually that's when light and beauty and possibility emerges. So that's what I've learned from.
Oh, so beautiful, the light, beauty and everything. Well, I just wanted to remind all our audience members right now, as we're coming to the end of the program, that the fact that on the 18th of November, there's going to be this beautiful exhibition that's going to be taking place. It's a fundraising event. It's called the Mayor's Fundraising Commonwealth Ball. And you will get a chance to see this lovely exhibition by 30 very talented artists who are going to be creating a theme to do with Bollywood, connected to Britain or the Commonwealth countries, one of those areas. So you'll get a chance to really enjoy the color, the unity, the friendship, the peace that can be created through art. And that's thanks to Radhaji, who's going to be, pioneering that particular program. And Radhaji, is there any final messages that you would like to mention about?
We love you.
You connected us all.
I love to be loved, which is so good. It's so nice because we've known each other for many years, and I have to share with my audience members out there that Rani was one of the ladies who I've known for how long now, Rani?
More than 3 decades.
30 years or so, right? And we came together after so many years together just now, recently again. So it was so nice to connect again. And I think what did I do? Did I perform or something like that at one of the weddings, family weddings?
In our family, there were a few children and a few weddings. So I think you nailed it, each wedding.
Nobody said about you. I have to say, honey, when I seen honey's dance, I feel like remind my mom when I grown up with my mom. My mom was the pioneer of Indian Manipuri dance, and your dance, honey, that click is so powerful. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, I always felt that whenever I used to perform, it never used to be me. It always used to be a higher energy that used to perform through me. And it was like a meditation for me. I don't know if people can understand that. Never mechanical. It always came from the heart and the soul when I would perform. So I can always appreciate when people paint or they sing from the soul. I can appreciate that because you forget everything else. You're literally just doing that, and like completely present. Yes, I'm completely. So thank you so much, dear Rani and dear Radhaji. We have got Rani coming back next week, hopefully. So we're going to see we haven't checked her schedules, but we've already invited her back again with her busy schedules. Yeah. So thank you. And Radhaji, with you, we're going to be there. Healing Our Earth will support you all the way, because we're always there to support talent and artwork and creativity. And of course, good people who are helping, artists grow and nurturing them. So we will always be there to support you. We now come to the end of our program. So I'm going to now close our special program with a very big thank you to every single person who's joined us here, from Radha Vinod Sharma-ji, Rani Baines, Sudarshan Chakravarti, Danny, Lataji, and all the other people that we have spoken to, like Brian Coleman from the Rotary Club. We had Jitendra Patwari, who also came and joined us as well, plus anybody who I may have missed out, like Pavan, from Climate Action Now.
Okay.
Any final messages, Radhaji, for Healing Our Earth?
Lots of love, everyone. Lots of love. And thank
you
for all your knowledge.
Thank you. And a global namaste to both Radhaji and Raniji. So we're now going to finish off our special session today. It was such an amazing open session. I've had so much fun, and also having other co-hosts like Seema. I just want to say a very big thank you to Seema as well for coming and hosting and really making this a colorful event. So to finish off today, I think it'll be lovely to finish off with a lovely prayer, as we always do, to spread love, light, joy, peace, friendship, unity, which is what our Healing Our Earth is all about. So from us, every single team member here on Healing Our Earth, Neil Kumarji, of course, our technical team, Nishit Kotak, and everybody else, a very big global namaste. And let's finish off with an Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya.